He was waiting for the miracle to happen. Word of the alleged breakout had been written in Kurdish on a wadded note tossed into his lap 5 days ago by his Turk captor. Mudal had been ordered to eat the missive once he'd read it. Or was it 6 days? A week? And was this simply mental torture, taunting him with false hopes of escaping Derik prison? One last sadistic blow by his tormentors to break his spirit before he was marched out to the courtyard to be beheaded. It was nearly impossible to track time or grasp insight into his tormentors' minds. His tongue ran over the craters inside his mouth. Mudal's rage grew as he felt the slime ooze down over his bare chest and stomach, slithering to a warm pool against his exposed genitals. Time was frozen, but his hatred felt as if it could last an eternity. Daily he was hung upside down, pummeled by fists, flogged by a metal-studded belt. A slice of moldy bread, a cup of tepid water a day. He was a withered sack of drooping flesh. For endless hours he sat naked and bleeding from his scalp to the soles of his feet in the blackness of a 6x4 concrete block cell, breathing in the stink of his own filth and fear, waiting for execution. Still, solitary confinement was respite from torture. He knew plenty about deprivation, suffering, cruelty. His people had been savaged by the Turks for 80 years. But even those who believed they carried the heart of a lion could long for death under such brutal conditions. Only they wouldn't break him. No begging to be spared when the time came. He would take what he knew about his fellow PKK freedom fighters with him to the grave. As leader, there was no other way, the warrior's ego dictating he stand like an iron pillar as an example of unwavering defiance in the enemy's face. Tariq Mudal hadn't climbed the ranks of the Workers' Party of Kurdistan by showing mercy. Why expect anything now but the worst at the hands of a savage, hated enemy? Mudal felt needles of fire dig through every nerve ending. For some reason, agony-seared images of his dead wife and 3 children came to his mind, murdered many years ago by Turk soldiers. Beheaded, their bodies were dumped in a mass grave with the other villagers. Smothered by darkness, his ears ringing constantly, his brain jellied and throbbing, he found himself suddenly drifting away into warm darkness.
Focus. Maybe the Turk was being truthful. Hold on, Jarek.
Perhaps freedom was on the way, but at what price? After all, the guards, like many Turks here, were Baz Kurt, members of a secret netherworld of militants. Their treachery and brutality were legendary. According to ancient myth, the first Turk was suckled by a wolf on the Central Asian steppe. Whether or not the milk of a wild beast spawned a bloodline of ferocious warriors, Mudal only knew all Turks were devils in human skin. As for the Baz Kurt, they weren't only considered terrorists by Ankara, but they were also drug traffickers.
Stay strong, brother. Stay strong. What?
Mudal strained his ears, heart racing, then shuddered to his feet, hand on wall to brace himself.
Earthquake?
This region, he knew, was notorious for earthquakes, ground splitting open without warning, hills crumbling down to trap and kill tens of thousands within minutes. Images of being buried alive were jumping through his mind when the bedlam beyond the darkness broke through the bells in his ears.
Perhaps the angels are coming to save their son.
He anxiously watched as the door swung out, light stabbing the dark, piercing his eyes. Squinting, he made out the stocky figure of the Baz Kurt guard. There was a wink of light in the doorway, and behind the man, an armed wraith clad in black from hood to boots. Mudal looked at the bayonet fixed to the assault rifle.
Tessacular.
Then a pistol flew up in a gloved hand, the shadow jamming the muzzle against the Turk's skull. The unidentified bogey streaked onto the screen, dropping from the sky out of nowhere. By the time he calculated numbers scrolling on the digital readout, speed, distance, and rate of descent, Colonel Mustafa Gobrouz knew it was too late. His men had assured him there was no evidence of malfunction. Whatever the object, it was sailing a bullet straight course for their compound. Less than 1 minute out, he figured, possibly slamming down right on top of their heads. Gobrouz felt the anxiety edge to panic in the room, his 3-man radar team crunching numbers he already knew.
I can read! Scramble all hands! Man the anti-aircraft batteries! Shoot down the bogey immediately!
Even as he punched on the klaxon to throw the compound into full battle alert, Gobrouz feared the worst, doomsday numbers ticking down now to mere seconds. The sprawling compound might survive a direct hit from a missile or a crash landing by a crippled aircraft. The dread concern, however, was for the ammunition depots, fuel bins, choppers, motor pools, every machine in close proximity to the C&C, topped out with fuel and... The colonel knew that just one explosion, pounding through ordnance and thousands of gallons of high-octane fuel, would leave behind a smoking crater on the East Anatolia steppe.
What are we going to do?
Snapping up field glasses, Gobrouz burst out the door and stared to the southeast.
Hurry! This way! This way! Go!
He glanced at soldiers racing up behind the big guns, searchlights scissoring white beams over black sky, barracks spilling forth more troops. This was no accident. A deliberate attack, no question. But who was manning the craft? Or was it one of those unmanned drones, maybe packed with high explosives? The Kurds had no access to either surface-to-surface missiles or aircraft, much less high-tech unmanned aerial vehicles. Iran, Iraq, and Syria bordered the nation and often provided weapons and fighters to the Kurds in the hope that the primitive rabble could create its own independent nation to be invited in when the Ankara government collapsed.
Faster! Faster!
Gobrouz glanced at the anti-aircraft guns, soldiers working furiously to bring the cannons around and online. He was lifting the field glasses, but there was no need. The object was coming to them hard, fast, and low. The searchlights framed the craft's bulk, not more than 100 feet up and out, he saw, as it nosedived for the cyclone fencing. It appeared a mid-sized cargo plane, lights out, but no transport bird he knew of carried what appeared to be missiles on its wings.
Fire! What are you waiting for? No, the big guns!
The fixed-wing plane cleared the fence line.
Skimmy, yeah.
Blinded by a white sea of flames, eyeballs and face scorched by superheated wind, Gobrouz was about to launch himself through the doorway when he felt the flames sweep over him.
Live or die, your choice.
Mudal watched the faceless gunman, unsure of what was even real. Peering into the bright sheen, Mudal saw the wraith flash white teeth, dark eyes burning with either laughter or anger. He strained to listen, his savior telling him he had 10 seconds to strip the Turk and dress, or the door would slam shut. Some choice. Outside, the price for freedom sounded more to him as if the gates of hell had opened to disgorge a legion of devils, there to devour every prisoner. Mudal nearly gagged as he sniffed the sickly sweet odor of roasting flesh. Were his men being burned alive, trapped in their cells, thrashing, craving for death to extinguish their misery? Were his rescuers Turks or Kurds? What was this madness? His confusion deepened as another hooded shadow swept through the doorway and hurled what he assumed was water from a bucket. Mudal took the liquid in the face and chest.
Urine! Bastards! You don't piss in my face!
5 seconds or I shoot you dead.
Was that laughter in his eyes, Mudal wondered, as the piss thrower stepped back, kicking away the Turk's assault rifle, and then melted into the corridors.
Cover!
With a bayoneted muzzle inches from his face, Mudal nearly shredded the blouse and pants off the body and dressed, finally squeezing into boots a size too small. He was tempted to lunge for the RPK-74 light machine gun, but the hard man grabbed him by the shoulder.
Don't even think about it.
And shoved him through the doorway.
Move it!
Mudal found more black hoods swarming the halls. Some were armed with the longer, heavier version of the AK-74, banana clips holding 45 rounds. Udall noting holstered sidearms, commando vests, webbing studded with grenades and spare clips, and comm links snugged over hoods. 2 big machine guns, squad automatic weapons with 200-round box magazines roared in the hands of giants. He figured 8 invaders at first count, but with shooting converging from all directions, it was impossible to say. The deeper he headed down the corridor, the more he feared for his immediate future. Several of the invaders were emptying weapons into the cages, mowing down prisoners behind the iron bars like rats in a barrel. They were tossing something onto the bodies. As he passed through bodies, he found playing cards, the ace of spades with a grinning death's head, resting on lifeless grimaces. Udall wondered if they were murdering his men, when, rounding the corner, he spotted Zeki and Balik being hustled outside by another squad of invaders, manhandling the rest of his fighters toward the open door.
Move it, Bandabosta!
Whoever these hooded killers were, they were professionals. They had taken down the prison so swiftly, no Turk resistance could be found. As long as they weren't Americans who aided and abetted the Ankara regime, he figured he could live with the indignity of a piss shower for the moment, if salvation from Derrick was guaranteed. Still, he wouldn't forget his shame. As Udall kept moving, he saw several of the invaders spear bayonets through chests of downed Turks, gutting 1 or 2 like pigs, their innards gushing to the floor.
Shut the fuck up!
The vile stench was so strong now. Bile wormed up his chest and into his throat. He spotted the smoke and flames leaping up through the floor of another wing, 2 fuel drums dumped on their sides. He picked up his pace. Udall hit the courtyard, grateful for fresh air, and found the invaders ushering his men into the bellies of 3 Black Hawk gunships. The guard quarters had been reduced to flaming rubble, he saw. The motor pool of Humvees and troop carriers was nothing but burning scrap. Forging into rotor wash, he gave the grounds and walls a quick search, spotting parachute canopies billowed out by heated wind. Looking at the guard towers, he saw bodies draped over railings and the claws of 4 grappling hooks dug into the top edges of the wall.
Come on, pick it up, pick it up!
Nearing the Black Hawk, Udall looked to the distant northern sky. It strobed, blackness peppered to near daylight with brilliant white flashes. He knew there was a large Turk military base in that direction. He boarded the gunship, glanced at Balik before he was shoved to sit. He seethed, staring at the barking hood, another invader looking up from the green glow of a laptop monitor. White teeth flashed. A thumbs up from the other invader. Suddenly, Udall felt as if he were mired in a nightmare. Skin on fire, heart pumping with fury. Who were they? What did they want? They might have known who he was, but they didn't know that, make no mistake, he would return the favor for dousing him in his cell. The barking hood turned, stripped off the comm link as the gunship lifted off. As the man tugged off the hood, Udall stared up at a face, purpled and cratered around the eyes and jaws from past battles. The whole grisly picture as sharp as the edge of a razor. It could have been the skull on the ace of spades.
Cheer up, Moody. We're here to help make you all rich men.
Americans?
Yeah, well, they say even the devil can speak in all tongues.
Speechless, angered by fear, Udall wondered what horror lay in curved futures, staring into the skull's laughing eyes.
You do believe in the devil, don't you, Moody? You damn well better. You're looking at him.
He was called Acheron, named for his resurrection after both the river of Greek mythology in Hades and the demon who guarded the gates of hell. It was the sweetest thing, he thought. Those Judas bastards were oblivious that he was risen from the dead. He was indeed alive and doing fine. Thanks to Big Brother, the old Michael Mitchell was long dead and gone, but Acheron was moving on into the night to settle that score, silence an unclean tongue.
And on national television, no less.
Acheron, he thought. He liked that. seeing himself as the living ghost of those charred bones from a forgotten covert war zone in Syria. He was back, feeling good, strong, ready to grab center stage on the Josh Randall show, pull a dagger from the back of the operation of the ages. With one final look over his shoulder, he found the Claremont studio lot clear of mortals. He keyed the guest door open. The kid at the gate had been easy. One shot through the forehead with the throwaway sound-suppressed Walther M6 had provided keys. That left 2 armed rental badges inside. Easily nailing down the routine of the security detail, so much sloppiness and laziness he stopped counting the errors of their ways 30 minutes into his first watch. His escape route was mapped out, his dry run made while surveying the studio from his high-rise apartment directly across Connecticut Avenue. This, he figured, would prove so easy, it was damn near criminal. Closing the door, he found the hall empty and focused on the lights and the chatter of fools at the end of the corridor. Snugging the dark sunglasses tight with a forefinger, his former company boss wouldn't recognize him until he spoke the bastard's handle. Black wig, mustache and goatee pasted on. It was a shame, he considered, that other traitors might be watching the left-wing circle jerk tonight and never know who made this special guest appearance. Marching, he unzipped the loose-fitting windbreaker. Pockets weighted down with 2 exit goodies, twin .50 Magnum Desert Eagles. A few paces from the studio, and he heard the loudmouth in question, LIQ, snorting at something the kid said.
With all due respect, Josh, I was there. Your sources aren't quite on the money. I'm telling you, there's a secret paramilitary infrastructure of assassins and saboteurs working for the United States government.
No shit. Politicians were the worst of flim-flam artists, with all their quite frankly and to be quite honest with you, spelling out they lied the rest of the time.
Stow the anger. This is business.
The gas spewed a cloud of noxious fumes. Panic flayed the air. Clipboards and cue cards fell. A mad scramble of bodies ricocheted off one another. He compounded the terror with the Desert Eagle. He tagged the cameramen first, hurling them back, dead weight bowling down one of the rentals. Through the remaining unmanned lenses, he knew he was still live and in color, coast to coast. He was a star right then. He would shine. Tracking on, he dropped cameraman 3 as he staggered to his feet, a headshot, leaving no doubt. With only seconds to wrap it up before his exit stage left, Acheron swung his aim stageward.
No! Please, no!
Acheron blew him out of his seat. The star was next.
What the fuck do you think you're doing? Get the fuck out of my studio!
The former CIA assassin drew a bead between wide eyes, flipping the calling card on the table. Fat quivered under the man's jowl as he looked up from the ace of spades with a death's head.
You?
With all due, kiss my ass. You're a dirty rat bastard, Captain Jack.
Wait!
I've waited more than 10 years already.
No!
Framed in soft light, they stared back, a living malevolence, telling him they would come for a day of reckoning.
The rebel angels have risen from the pit. How could it be possible?
Over 10 years had passed since he and several colleagues hatched the dread warning phrase they hoped none of them would ever need to pass on. Already one of them was dead, the national audience bearing witness to murder live. Another shot of whiskey, and the courage he chased continued to run away. An evanescent ray of light in the shadows of his living room. It was happening. Still, Timothy Balton wanted to believe it was some grotesque prank by former colleagues, perhaps envious of his early retirement, or maybe angry he turned away from them after a life of service and dedication to national security. Unfortunately, there was this blight, off the record, on his career, haunting them all for more than a decade. He stared again at the picture on his desk. Their deaths had been confirmed. After those 2 covert debacles, which never came to anyone's attention, With even the President of the United States kept in the dark, the rumor mill churned. The best forensics teams the NSA and CIA could marshal stated they couldn't be 100% certain the burned remains were those of Alpha Deep 6. Then there were the slush funds for black ops and secret numbered accounts, 20 million and change, whisked into cyberspace following their supposed demise. Well, the horrible truth behind the Vanishing Act leaked out when the Headshed's cover-up was launched in dark earnest. As former head of the DoD's Classified Military Aircraft Classified Military Flights, CMA-CMF, Balton discovered, during a year-long follow-up investigation, low and high-tech jets, cargo planes, and helicopters were vanishing from bases and installations all over the world. The bodies of the guards stacked up so fast, with no witnesses, no clues, not a shred of evidence as to the identities of the assassins left behind.
Oh, God.
Trembling, he poured another dose from the half-empty bottle.
Down the hatch.
His hands steadied moments later, enough so that he felt confident he could aim and fire the Taurus PT-58 with deadly accuracy. He pulled the CD-ROM from the desk drawer.
So what if they come?
Would he hand Alpha Deep 6 the gathered intelligence on all secrets known about them? Give up the details, hoping they would spare his life about their disappearance and purported resurrection? What they had allegedly initiated as part of an agenda so horrific he now considered it the evil of the ages? Evil he knew that he was, albeit indirectly, responsible for loosing on the world. Choking back tears, he wondered if he would soon join his unfortunate wife and only son.
One more shot to get to sleep.
So I understand you want divine knowledge.
Balton froze. He felt them, 3 shadows flickering over the wall. His hand shook as he reached for the pistol. He felt a strange urge to laugh, amazed and terrified at how easily they had breached his security net.
Cramnon!
Richard Cramnon's dead, remember? I am Abaddon.
What?
I have been raised up from the dead as Abaddon. That would be ancient Hebrew for destruction. I am the bottomless pit, consuming the damned in eternal fire. I am the abyss that vomits forth the dark angel to spread plague and death across the earth.
You're insane, Cramnon!
No, I have never been more right.
Oh.
Don't look so puked out, Timothy. We just came by to say we love you. By the way, I was real sorry to hear about your wife. Breast cancer, huh? Pity about your boy, too. Heroin, was it?
You rotten son of a...
Drugs! Modern-day scourge. I've always said the invisible foreign invasion. Hey, you know, they say it's a real heartbreaker, a father having to bury his own child. What do you think it was that pushed the little punk over the edge? Kid couldn't live up to your high standards?
Oh.
Balton squeezed his eyes shut.
Bet you hated and blamed yourself when you stared into his coffin, huh? Wish to God you could have it back to do over. Being a little more than human these days, well, I had a long chat with God while I was away. God tells me humans are always crying, why? When they should ask how. As in, how to fix, how to find a solution. That's why I'm here. The disc?
Shaking, Balton began to turn. He hoped his body concealed the Taurus long enough for him to at least tag one of them, 2 if he got lucky. He was in slow motion, dizzied by shock as he faced the 3 of them. Pistol coming around, trigger taking up slack, he balked, shocked at how different they looked than he remembered. Where they were once clean-cut and fair-skinned, he found hair as black as a raven, flowing to their shoulders, with prominent cheekbones and hawk noses, complexion so dark or burnished by sun, black eyes that were once blue, they appeared Semitic? The pistol flew from his hand. Blood jetted from the stump where his thumb was amputated. Balton slumped, clutching his hand.
What the fuck, Cramnon?
Your boy Gulliver, I made it last 2 days before he gave you up. So, this the disc? And the password?
Oh, fuck it. It's Agrippa. God forgive me.
We're in business, Balton. You prefer it in the back?
Balton turned, gathering up the last of his pride.
No.
Suit yourself.
If the nation's enemies pulled it off, Mack Bolan feared the United States would cease to exist as he knew it. Any number of apocalyptic nightmares charged through his mind. Martial law would prove the least of the nation's woes. There would be interstates and highways used as parking lots, as panicked civilians fled for the hills, looting, riots, and murder in the streets by those left behind in the chaos and terror. He had walked this road many times in his war everlasting. Only this crisis defied any past experience Bolan had ever known. Wedged in the doorway beside the M60 gunner, with the Black Hawk gunship sailing over the wooded countryside of Williamsburg, Bolan took in the command and control center. Taking a quick head count, the warbird descended. He figured 10 to 15 special ops were ringing the farmhouse perimeter. 4 Black Hawks were grounded in the distance, fuel bladders already dropped off for quick topping out of tanks. Slashed by mid-morning sunshine, there were too many government-issued black sedans to bother counting. FBI, NSA, DIA, and whoever else had muscled their way into the game. There was also a small armada of oversized vans in matching color. These were high-tech communication surveillance tracking centers on wheels. Bristling with antennae, spouting sat dishes, they could garner intelligence at light speed, then mobilize and steer field operatives to the enemy's back door before they were aware the sky was falling. Panning on, he saw satellite dishes staggered at various intervals, fanning away from the CNC center. Cables hooked into generators mounted in the beds of Army transport trucks or Humvees. It appeared top-notch professional on the surface, but it was an operation marshaled in a few short hours, back with the full blessing of an anxious White House and Pentagon. And the political military powers had damn good reason to feel the collective knot in their belly. Sometimes, though, haste, edging toward panic in this case, led to bad decisions. Warning bells told him there were too many chiefs in the act. There was some good news. The FBI had grabbed 4 of them, 2 in Richmond, 2 in Fredericksburg, Bolan learned during his initial briefing at the Justice Department. Under interrogation, the feds had a vague idea what was unfolding. Following those arrests, the former capital of Virginia chosen for strategic purposes, a central command planted between what were believed intended strike points. Virginia Beach to the south, Richmond and Washington, D.C. due north, and Baltimore a short hop up the interstate from there. The Black Hawk touching down, Bolan bounded out the doorway, forged into rotor wash. Closing on the front porch, he found beefed-up security nearly invisible to the naked eye. He glimpsed black-suited men hunkered in the woods, Stoner's 63 light machine guns poking through brush, figures with FBI stenciled on windbreakers, Armalite AR-18 assault rifles slung around their shoulders. Feds scurried in and out of the Intel Nerve Center. A tall FBI man materialized in the doorway, ventured a few steps across the porch, and then appeared to balk at what he saw.
You Special Agent Matt Cooper?
That would be me.
Agent Michael James, ASAC, now that you're here.
What do you have?
Major effing problems.
How about telling me something I don't know?
He pulled up short, watching as ASAC James looked him up and down, the FBI man perhaps wondering more what he was than who. No question, he looked military, specifically Black Ops, worlds apart from any G-man. Start with the dark aviator shades, for instance, then the combat black suit, his tried and proved lethal duo of sidearms filling out the windbreaker. There was the Beretta 93R in shoulder holster, the Mammoth 44 Magnum Desert Eagle riding his hip. Just above the rubber-soled combat boots, a K-bar fighting knife was sheathed around his shin. A combat vest, pouches slitted to house spare clips, webbing lined with a bevy of frag, tear gas, flash stun, and incendiary grenades, was bagged in nylon in the gunship.
Come on. We're on the clock, Cooper.
Inside the nerve center, trailing James, Bolan felt the air of controlled frenzy. He navigated through the web of cables strung across the floor, passing banks of computers, digital monitors, and wall maps packing the room with inches to spare.
We think there may be as many as 6 to 10 cells, according to electronic intercept surveillance, what cooperation we've gotten from their own communities and informants here and abroad. In the plus column, we've grabbed another of these assholes in Boston.
James stopped by a bank of monitors tied into fax machines, sat phones.
Another sliver of sunlight. 2 more were snatched at Penn Station while you were in the air. They were minutes from boarding the number 90 and 93 trains. 2 carry-ons per scumbag, 4 bags just inside Amtrak's 50-pound limit. All loaded with Semtex, military explosive. Begs the question how the hell they got their hands on it, where and from whom in the first place. First-class tickets. One way, of course. They were booked 2 cars down from the driver's seat. That much wallop, we figure at least 2 cars trashed and gone up in flames. Complete derailment. 1 car after...
I've got the picture.
Okay. We are on threat con Delta. Terrorist alert severe. If you could ratchet it up a notch, the country would be under martial law. You can well imagine the panic already out there among John and Jane Q's citizen. What with the media jamming mics and cameras in the face of anybody who looks official. All local and state law enforcement have been scrambled to aid and assist the National Guard, the Army, Special Forces, Delta, in the shutdown, searches, sealing off perimeters of all terminals and depots, starting with the major cities, particularly the eastern seaboard and the west coast. If we don't chop them off at the knees, and soon, well...
Airports?
Security personnel and procedures have been quadrupled, but we're reading this as a whole different ballgame than using jumbo jets as flying bombs. Just the same, the skies are swarming with every fighter jet we can put in the air. Incoming international air traffic, especially executive jets, will be intercepted and escorted to landing. No compliance? Bye-bye. That's straight from the White House. Same thing with ships, large, small, pleasure, or commercial. The Coast Guard and the Navy have formed a steel wall up and down both shorelines, likewise the Gulf.
Sounds good so far.
Yeah. So far we've sealed off and stopped all departures from Seattle's King Street station. We're working on Union Station in D.C. now. You have Metro Rail, the VRE, MARC, and that's just Washington to worry about. The list is near endless as far as manpower is concerned, covering all bases. We're stopping trains and buses that are in transit, as we can get to them. Boarding, clearing them out, searching all luggage. But it's going to take time, something we don't have. We've just alerted the Chicago Transit Authority. They are under presidential directive to shut down Union Station on Canal Street. But as you might know, Chicago is considered the railway center of the country. God only knows how many trains we're looking at, arriving or leaving within 100 miles around the compass of Chicago alone. You're talking over 200 trains, rolling anywhere along some 24,000 miles of track at any given time. I don't even have the numbers crunched yet on how many Greyhound, Trailways, and charter and tour bus terminals and depots we have that may be in their crosshairs. There's more. The head sheds are thinking that there could even be 18-wheelers, vans, U-Haul trucks out there, cab and limo drivers. You get the picture. If this thing blows up in our faces, the entire transportation network of the United States is shut down. End of story. Even if they set off 1, 2 trains or buses, and you've got wreckage and dead bodies all over the highways and tracks, I don't even want to hazard a guess as to the chaos that would break out.
I want everything you have in 10 minutes.
You've got it.
I'm thinking we might be able to narrow our problems down in short order.
How so, Cooper?
Where are the prisoners?
James jerked a nod to the deep corner of the room where an armed guard stood.
In the cellar. Problem is, we've already lost 2 of the 4.
What are you talking about?
I'm afraid the show's already started without you. I have to warn you, Cooper. It's messy down there. His name is Mokhtar. Well, that's what he calls himself.
What is he?
I don't know, but he was dumped in my lap, damn near a suitcase load of official DOD papers telling me I was to step aside. That is, if I wanted to finish my career with the FBI. There was nothing I could do.
Bolan followed James across the room.
Step aside and open the door.
Yes, sir!
I'll leave you to introduce yourself.
James wheeled and marched back for the nerve center. Peering into the gloomy shadows below, he caught a whiff of blood, cooked flesh, and loosed body waste.
Can't keep the party waiting.
The executioner began his descent. Her name was Barbara Price. She was mission controller for the Justice Department's ultra-covert sensitive operations group. Her time and expertise on demand nearly around the clock, and it was rare when she left her post at Stonyman Farm. Striding down the hallway, she watched the numbers on the doors fall and looked through sunglasses at a couple passing by her. Something felt wrong about this setup. She hadn't survived, nor claimed her high-level position, by taking anything in the spook world at face value. Since being informed that Max Geller sounded desperate in his attempts to reach her, a dark nagging had hounded her for days. She hadn't heard from the man in years, and there he was, hunting her down for undeclared reasons, popping up on the radar screen out of nowhere. Finally, she returned his call through a series of back channels she arranged. It was the worst of times to leave the farm. Able team and Phoenix Force in the trenches, and Mack Bolan, the farm's lone wolf operative and a man she was, on occasion, intimate with, in the field. But Geller claimed to have critical information about what they were up against, alluding to a threat so grave to national security the entire world could be changed forever. They had to meet. She had run it past Hal Bagnola, the big fed at the Justice Department, who was director of the farm and liaison to the president. He had given her 3 hours leave, but she was to call the time and place for the meet, giving him the particulars before she set out. The chopper had ferried her from the Shenandoah Valley to National Airport, where the Justice Department maintained a small hangar. From there, a short drive to the hotel in Crystal City, where the feeling she was being followed intensified. The Browning high power with 13-shot clip was shouldered beneath the windbreaker, 2 backup clips leathered on her right side. She found the door to the room where he'd registered under James Wilcox. Geller was the best at what he did. Tagged the Sphinx, he still was, she knew, the NSA's best codebreaker. She glanced both ways down the empty hall, removed her sunglasses. The door opened so quickly, she wondered if he had X-ray eyes or had been standing in the foyer waiting, listening.
Thanks for coming.
Whiskey?
He wasn't the slim, sharply dressed, well-groomed man she remembered. He had aged terribly, gained weight, lost hair. But it was the eyes, sunken with dark circles, unable to focus on her, brimmed with so much anxiety she could smell the fear in the sweat soaked into the collar of his sports shirt. She almost turned and walked away.
You coming in?
Yeah. Of course, Sphinx.
And just who the fuck might you be?
Bolan looked at the ghoul.
I was just about to ask you the same thing.
The soldier found it was just as messy down there as James warned. A ball of cold anger lodged in his belly. This was gruesome devil's work to the extreme, and he couldn't even begin to tally how many laws the butcher had broken. He was fairly certain whichever agency the man pledged allegiance to had given him the green light to do whatever it took to break the prisoners, that he was backed and covered by superiors who would wash their hands of this horror show. Bolan knew the argument. Extreme times demanding extreme measures, but torture only reduced a man to the same soulless animal level as the enemy. It sickened him to know Mokhtar worked for the same government he did. Bolan looked at the prisoners. Naked, they were strapped to thick wooden chairs which were bolted down to the concrete floor. There were 2 bodies, a dark hole between their eyes. The soldier figured they were the lucky ones. The other 2 prisoners had some sort of steel vise holding their heads erect, clamps fastened to their eyebrows, their eyes bulging with terror, flicking around like pinballs at their tormentor. Whoever this Mokhtar was, Bolan saw he was good with the Gestapo tactics. The black bag opened on the table had been emptied of a series of shiny surgical instruments, one of which was a bloody pair of shears. Tourniquets were wound around the wrists and ankles of the dead men, all their fingers and toes strewed in the blood still pooling on the floor. The bastard had castrated his first 2 victims. Then he saw the series of oozing burn holes running up the torsos, necks, cheeks, the bastard working his way up, letting them know they were seconds away from having their eyes seared out. Bolan produced his credentials and thrust them in Moktaw's face.
Your fun's over.
Special Agent Matt Cooper. I heard about you.
You heard I'm in charge. That's straight from the White House. You're out of it.
Out of it? This one here was just about to talk.
I'll handle it from here.
What? You're gonna bring them some cookies and milk? Sweet talk them? Maybe offer them some all-expenses-paid deal if they sing?
Bolan stepped around the table and saw the Beretta 92F within easy reach of the butcher.
Give me the cigar.
It was a dangerous moment. Moktaw wrestled with some decision. Bolan braced for the butcher to make a grab for the weapon. Moktaw bared his teeth, dumped the cigar on the table.
It's your party, G-boy. I hope you're not just some 6-pack of ass-kick, all show, no go. Since you're the man of the hour now. Maybe you don't know it, but this country's entire transportation system is on the verge of being shut down. I'm talking 9/11, 5, maybe 10 times over, depending on how many of these scumbags are out there. This is no time for pretty please.
Bolan picked up the cigar.
I'm aware of what's at stake.
Really? These Red Crescent terrorists pull off their big event? Shit. This country will never be the same. They light up even one train or a couple of Greyhounds.
Besides your gift for stating the obvious, exactly what have you got?
Moktaw picked up one of 4 small square black boxes from the table. The clip-ons gave Bolan a good idea of what they were.
These are satellite relay pagers. Far as we know, only the Russians and the Israelis, and maybe the Chinese and North Koreans have this sort of technology.
And the NSA and the CIA.
Right. There are no markings, no serial numbers on these. I couldn't tell you where they came from. They house computer chips that can tie into military communication satellites. Punching in your personal code hooks you into the principal user. You can beep or be beeped, send or be sent, a vibrating signal anywhere from 3 to 5,000 miles. That's how they knew to move.
Which means whoever's running the operation's still out there.
That'd be a good assumption. We've learned that they were communicating by courier when they set up shop or used P.O. boxes. For the most part, they stayed off the phone, email, internet, but a couple of them got antsy, even made some overseas calls back home to their loved ones to say goodbye, and they were on their way to paradise. Not real smart. We were able to intercept...
I know all that.
The usual bogus passports. Only they come to America as Europeans. Dyed hair, clean-shaved, perfect English. Never know they were camel jockeys. The dead ones were Iraqis, former Fedayeen. Made a point of letting me know they were going to blow up some buses and trains. Jihad for Gulf II. These 2 still breathing are Moroccans, recruited in Casablanca by Red Crescent about a year ago.
Moktaw pulled the Greyhound tickets from his bag.
4 one-way tickets. 2 heading north, Port Authority. The other 2 were westbound. Final stop, Houston. I've got their ordnance upstairs. 300 pounds of Semtex between them, wired and ready to be activated by radio remote.
Bolan looked at the tickets.
Richmond. Due to leave in an hour.
He stuffed the tickets into a pocket.
You have a plan? Or are you here to profile Cooper?
What are their names?
Bolan produced a lighter and put the flame to the end of the cigar.
Was calling them Alibaba 1 through 4.
Bolan puffed on the cigar until the tip glowed.
I could have you arrested.
Not if you're about to do what I think you are.
I still might cuff and stuff you.
You could try.
Telling me whoever you work for has clout.
This thing isn't being run by the White House. You could have the president arrest me himself, and I'd be out in less than an hour. And no, I won't tell you who I work for. You do your own homework.
Bolan blew smoke in Moktaw's face. There was no time for the hassle of arresting the man. Get mired in a pissing contest. Besides, if he let the man remain at large, he decided, he might end up using him to churn the waters. Bolan turned his attention to the prisoners. Sometimes, he knew, the threat of torture worked better than the act itself. One look at the terror bugging out the eyes, bodies quaking, limbs straining to break their bounds, and he knew Mackdaw had brought them to the breaking point. They just needed another shove. The executioner showed them the glowing tip, then puffed, working the eye to cherry red, let the smoke drift over their faces, choking them.
What are your names?
Karik. Mahmoud.
You have two choices. Tell me everything you know about your end of the operation. If you do that, and we find you're just foot soldiers, no previous track record of terrorism, no blood on your hands, there's a chance you eventually will be sent home to your families. I have the power to be able to make your freedom happen.
Cooper, you do not have...
Shut up!
The executioner put menace in his eyes. He leaned closer to their faces, holding the end of the cigar inches from a bulging orb. He saw tears break from the eye as it felt the heat.
One eye at a time.
He flicked his lighter, waved the flame around.
While I work on your eyes, I'll put this to your balls. This is not good cop, bad cop.
We talk!
Then talk.
We are to meet 3 more of our brothers in Richmond. They will be dressed like Americans, with duffel bags, designer bags. We are in 2 pairs, and we split off at other depots across the country.
That leaves one left over. What does he do?
We do not know. We were not told.
Easy enough.
The executioner had a critical call to make, but decided to do it in the air while choppering to Richmond. He ground the cigar out on the table.
I'll have James take these prisoners off your hands. He'll take their passports and secure the ordnance.
I'm dismissed, then.
For your sake, you better hope I never lay eyes on you again.
We'll see.
Barbara Price took the couch. Her back to the wall, she could watch the foyer, the main hall leading to the bedroom, alert to any sound that 2 of them weren't alone. Geller threw her a funny look. He shrugged and claimed the chair across the coffee table. Before he turned around his laptop and aluminum briefcase, Price spotted the Beretta 92F resting on folders stamped classified. That a lifelong desk-bound super cryptographer would arm himself tossed more fuel onto the fire of nagging suspicion. She watched her former colleague pour a drink from the bottle of Dewar's, the cigarettes a new vice, ashtray overflowing with gnawed butts. Impatient, she waited while he swallowed his tranquilizer, topped up another round, fired up a cigarette with a silver lighter. Geller was responsible for the careers of several promising cryptographers, ending abruptly as he backstabbed his way up the pecking order. Now, like then, Price kept up her guard. Down to business, rifling through a classified packet, Geller fanned out 6 8x11 black and white pictures.
All right, now, Alpha Deep 6. What do you know about them?
Deep cover black ops. I heard they were the best wet work specialists the CIA and the NSA ever cut loose. Beyond that, I confess to having very little idea what they were actually involved in, other than rumor.
Such as?
They went renegade, and I heard they were dead.
What do you know about slush funds?
Ready cash for black ops.
Numbered accounts. They were created by the Department of Defense, which very few people know, own entire banks, just to keep these slush funds secret from both the public and Congress. The slush funds were originally dollars siphoned from inflated military contracts. They were created for special or black ops to purchase arms, large and small, by informants, even create and mobilize small paramilitary armies in whichever country our side felt should be working with a little more fervor toward our own interests. But that's not all the money was used for. Anyway, I'll get to that. Okay. Altogether, between the CIA and the agency, the slush funds totaled about 20 million U.S. value, with a conversion system in place to switch to whatever currency was required. Of course, there were firewalls built into the system. An operative could only withdraw up to 100,000 at any 6-month period, and the directors had to know in advance how much and what it was being used for. Each time a withdrawal was made, access codes were changed in an attempt to circumvent repeated withdrawals or outright theft. They failed, miserably.
Geller had a way of lapsing into stretched silences that struck Price as dramatic and irritating, but she waited him out.
Alpha Deep 6 found a hacker. Before DOD, the CIA, or the NSA knew it, they cleaned out the bank. It was a theft so embarrassing that only a few people knew about it, And they were sworn to secrecy, mind you, under the penalty of termination. And I don't mean a pink slip on your desk at the end of the day's business. Conventional wisdom at the time thought this heist was supposed to be Alpha's retirement fund. But shortly after the cyber heist, they were allegedly killed. Supposedly in a double-cross by field commanders who knew about the heist ahead of time. The hacker was found in a Zurich hotel suite 2 months later, sans legs and arms, and a few other body parts, one of which was shoved in his mouth. As for Alpha, allegedly their remains were found in burned-out compounds, one outside Damascus, one in northern Sudan, during 2 ostensibly botched raids on Muslim terrorist strongholds. Supposedly, what remained of Alpha Deep 6 was identified by CIA and NSA forensics teams. Question is, how could they use DNA testing on dust?
A cover-up.
So one would gather.
You keep saying allegedly, supposedly. Exactly what are you implying?
Alpha Deep 6 is back from the dead.
How's that?
Their violent demise was carefully orchestrated, and by their own hand. They knew the end was coming, so they arranged their deaths and their resurrections. I'm surprised you never even heard a rumor about this.
If I did, I shrugged them off as wild gossip by lower-tier operatives, with more time and imagination on their hands than substantive work to perform. Geller, what does all this have to do with the current threat to our nation's transportation network by Red Crescent terrorists?
I'm getting there, bear with me. Is the smoke bothering you?
I'll manage.
Another shot down the hatch. He glanced at the bottle, showed Price a weak smile.
Oh, please forgive my bad manners. Drink?
No, go on.
See this? The Ace of Spades with a death's head. Their calling card back then. A mock tribute to their victims, or a warning to future casualties. This was taken by NSA operatives last night from the crime scene at Claremont Studios. They were there before the DC police arrived. Advanced knowledge, but I'm assuming not until the play was in motion. It seems this signature card was left behind expressly for them. Perhaps as a middle finger to the agency and everyone else in the intelligence community. But I really couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
Huh? Never mind. Alpha is back, and they're letting their former employees know their heads are on the chopping block. Do you watch the Josh Randall show?
I heard about the murders. I know a former CIA paramilitary operative with more ego than good sense had his head blown off last night.
Live and in color, before a national audience. Now, if you watch the replay carefully, there's no mistaking, despite the hokey disguise, the killer was this one.
Geller stabbed at a picture. Price looked at the grizzled face, bald dome, eyes hidden by shadows. But she was struck by the ridges of bone hung over the sunglasses like some birth defect or grotesque plastic surgery. She looked at the other members of Alpha Deep 6, 2 of them black. Price read their cold, pitiless eyes. She knew the type. Men blinded to all but their own animal instincts and passions.
Sociopaths.
Michael Mitchell was the shooter. He vanished without a trace, dumped 2 grenades on his way out of the studio to seal his exit. Like the others, he can kill, and is a veritable ghost in the night. 3 tours of duty in Vietnam, like Richard Cramden and Ryan Ramsey's, they were all special forces. The others, Delta, Marine Recon, saw action in Panama, Gulf War. All of them, no wife, no kids, no ties. With no past, no roots, no one who cares for them or whom they care about. They were the perfect deniable expendables. They were chosen to become the perfect assassination machines.
I suppose it wouldn't do me any good to ask how you know all of this?
You know how it works. Information's bought or bartered. If not, you beg, borrow, or steal. In Alpha's case, they had more extreme methods. Last night was payback on the Josh Randall show. A grandstand moment to announce they've risen from the grave. The word I get from my sources is the late Captain Jack got cold feet at the last minute way back when, over the real agenda behind the staged deaths of ADS. Either way, you could say he signed his own death warrant, promoting himself all over the cable talk shows, shooting off his mouth about things he had no business revealing for civilian consumption. I'm thinking if Acheron didn't get him, the CIA or the NSA eventually would have yanked his ticket.
Acheron?
She watched as Geller looked away, focused attention on the bottle, his hand trembling as he lifted the glass. He'd slipped.
It's, believe they have chosen handles. From Greek mythology, ancient Hebrew, various playwrights and mystics. All in reference to hell, the gates of hell, eternal damnation. I know, you want me to get to the point.
Sure.
Bottom line, these men not only helped create the global arms race, they were the global arms race. They were the original shadow merchants of death, the real movers and shakers who sold far more than just fighter jets to Saudi Arabia. Allow me to run some numbers by you. Out of the 169 countries on Earth, 50 are presently at war. The U.S. is the #1 arms exporter to third world countries, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to where the rest of the hardware goes.
And you're telling me Alpha Deep 6 is responsible for all these conflicts?
Someone has to do the legwork, make the deals. Are you aware we've shipped $130 billion in weapons and military assistance to 125 countries in the past decade alone? It's easy enough to verify if you care to.
The enemy is us?
I always believed you were something of the altruistic sort, a lady of principle. I admired that in you when we worked together. But I always admire the virtue in others I know I can never possess.
Careful, Max. Whatever you've heard about flattery does not apply here.
Sure. Sorry. You see, what the voting public does not know is that the military-industrial complex of this country is seeking to create wars, unleash whole campaigns of genocide, perhaps even drive the human race into World War III. 3 reasons. 1, the military contractors need to keep the plants running, or, simply put, there would be a lot of people out of work. Likewise, some heavy brass at the Pentagon. 2, since Vietnam, there are certain circles within the intelligence and military communities who saw the creation of future conflicts around the globe as a means to justify their existence, gain personal glory in history, albeit a shadow note.
And they'd get rich in the process.
Obscenely rich. 3, by 2020, it's believed by our top scientists there will be 15 to 18 billion mouths on this planet to feed. They believe if something isn't done to contain the swelling numbers on this planet, there'll be mass starvation, natural resources depleted, nations swept up in anarchy with the collapse of the global economy. The shadow group that have knighted themselves the inheritors of the Earth are seeking to accelerate what they see as the natural process of evolution, to weed out the weak before they devour the strong.
The lions eating the lambs.
Precisely. Simply stated, these powers want the strong, themselves, to survive. That's why Alpha Deep 6 was created in the first place.
To bring on Armageddon.
That's one way to put it. Alpha delivered the whole Sorcerer nuke package to the Pakistanis, thus ensuring their nuclear weapons program. Same thing with the North Koreans. Further, they were involved in training and arming the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and they were instrumental in bolstering both the Taliban and Al-Qaeda during that 10-year conflict.
Busy boys. And you have proof of all this?
Nothing in writing. If you don't trust my word, I can send you to sources who can back me up. Men so high up in the intelligence and military communities, they're the next closest thing to talking to God. They'll also tell you that Alpha Deep 6 is responsible for creating and landing the Red Crescent in this country. You know anything about them?
Only what I've heard on CNN.
Well, here are a few facts you won't get from the media. Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, a few other marquee terror groups were, so to speak, read the tea leaves by ADS in the late 80s. But it took until the early 90s until they became believers in the ADS infidels and their vision of the future. Before our government froze the first million, the major terror orgs were cleaning out their banks, transferring every asset they could get their hands on into ready cash. They began buying up diamonds from West Africa, precious gemstones from India, Myanmar, Indonesia. They also invested heavily in narcotics, mostly heroin. It was Alpha, using the Red Crescent network of operatives, that helped these terrorists map out a contingency plan to keep their jihad afloat. Now, from various methods of surveillance and intercepts of chatter between Red Crescent operatives and other terror orgs, we believe, but cannot verify, that somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 to $2 billion, hard currency, jewels, diamonds, narcotics, is stashed in underground armed fortresses they call the Bank of Islam, secured by Red Crescent forces. We believe Alpha Deep 6 now wants to rip off this bank. In addition, they have marshaled a small army of fanatics to invade and wreak death and destruction on this country's ground transportation networks, to take all intelligence eyes off their violent resurrection and Vanishing Act 2.
She stiffened, braced to grab her Browning as he suddenly reached into his briefcase. She stayed on edge, even as Geller produced a CD-ROM. He placed the disc on the table.
It's all here.
All what?
Dates, places, times, people, The entire alphabet. The who's who on Alpha Deep 6. And the shadow world that created them.
Price watched Geller nod at the disk. The list of questions she could put to him was too long, an instinctive fear mounting, warning her to get out of here. He pushed the disk across the coffee table.
Take it.
Price picked up the subtle note of insistence. If she took the disk, it might confirm whatever suspicions he had that she was still actively involved in covert work. If she didn't, the farm and its warriors might lose out on invaluable intelligence.
I told you, Max, I'm retired.
Really? Is that why I had to go through about 6 cutouts from every intelligence and law enforcement agency we know of? Then you finally get back to me using about 4 different back channels. Not even the almighty NSA know exist?
Say I take it. What is it you expect me to do with the information?
It would appear that you still have friends and sources in very high places. Pass it on. You still believe in freedom, truth, and justice, don't you? Good. The password is resurrection.
No sooner was Bolan in the air, the Black Hawk soaring now over I-64 at top speed, than he had raised Bagnola at his Justice Department office. He and the Big Fed had known each other since mile 1 of what was the genesis of the executioner. Those days were light years distant now, when Bagnola once hunted a young soldier during his war against the Mafia. But they were of like mind, immutable in principle and commitment when it came to solving the problem of dealing with the enemies of national security. A quick sit-rep, Bolan printing out the grid map of the blocks surrounding the Greyhound terminal in Richmond, and Bagnola filled him in.
They what?
The order just came straight from the Office of Homeland Security, who received their orders from the President and who just passed it on to this office. Before your intro to this butcher, Mocktaw, believe me, the President will hear about this, and I will move mountains to find out who this son of a bitch is. It was already believed the bastards intended to pack lockers with plastic explosives before they boarded their respective buses. Every terminal from Miami to Maine, New York to Los Angeles is being locked down by local and federal authorities. Buses are being emptied of passengers, luggage searched. Same thing with all trains, national and local rail service. It's a logistical nightmare, as I'm sure you can imagine. But we tackle the major cities first, take it from there, and hope.
I don't like it. FBI inside the Richmond terminal, alerting the Red Crescent.
You know how it goes.
You're right.
Look, the descriptions you passed on, Stryker, match up. They're being watched as we speak.
Pull those agents back, Hal, discreetly. Don't let them approach those 3. If that happens...
Understood. The bastards might panic, and just go ahead and light up whatever they have. I've alerted Special Agent Wilkinson you'll be landing shortly, and that you are in charge.
Bolan moved into the cockpit hatchway. The interstate in both directions was gridlocked, he found. A vast parking lot east to west, the state police having erected checkpoints, staggered every other exit. With national alert, all civilians were ordered to stay home, get off all buses and trains at the next stop if they were traveling. But Bolan wondered if it was too little, too late. The skyline of Richmond looming ahead, Bolan spotted the Black Hawk soaring above the city, ready to report to him any suspicious vehicles, specifically buses that might have pulled out of the terminal before the FBI descended.
There's a stadium directly across from the terminal. Set it down in the lot.
Got it.
Bolan went and opened one of 3 war bags. He opted against going in loaded to the gills, even though once he was spotted by the terrorists, they would know he wasn't any late-arriving passenger. The executioner decided to march right through the front door and mark the position of Red Crescent operatives from agents inside. He hoped to do it quickly, with as little mess as possible. There would be panic, chaos, of course, but a hard charge into the terminal, wielding the HK-MP5 could prove disastrous. One clean, quick headshot each, then, with the Beretta, would have to do. Bolan stood by the door gunner. Roughly 200 feet below lay the interstate, groups of civilians standing outside their cars. Arguments appeared to break out in pockets, stranded motorists flailing their arms. It didn't take a mind reader, he knew, to imagine those thoughts swarming with panic and terror. Then, recalling the omen of ASAC James, He looked at the smattering of 18-wheelers, spotted a U-Haul, several cabs.
Stryker,
Yeah, Hal.
nail these bastards.
If only one of them is out there, Hal, I'll make damn sure he is on a highway to hell.
Beyond grateful for fresh air, Price felt relief as she slipped away from Geller. She wondered if she was being unduly paranoid, scanning the bowels of the garage, an itch going down her spine, her heart racing. It was empty of traffic. No sound anywhere. Too quiet. Too still. Her surveillance working down the gauntlet of parked vehicles as she hastened her strides. She spotted her GMC backed in against the wall. She wanted to play back the entire meeting with Geller, hash over all the questions he left hanging, but the nagging instinct was back, stronger than ever, warning her to get out of the garage. She reached her vehicle, hesitated, looking over her shoulder, and keyed open the door. She scoured the garage, unable to determine where the sound originated, but aware someone had just stepped out of a vehicle.
Get yourself together, woman.
Hopping in, she shut the door, slipped the key into the ignition. Staring down the garage, she saw dancing silhouettes, but no bodies. It was almost as if they were using cars for concealment. They were advancing her way. She was about to twist the key when she spotted it out of the corner of her eye. Price froze at the sight of the signature card on the shotgun seat. She glimpsed the shadow rise up in the rearview mirror, the weapon aimed at the back of her head.
Damn it, Geller!
All passengers inside the terminal are asked to remain seated or standing where you are. Those passengers at boarding gates are asked to step back to the center of the terminal. Passengers are asked to leave or place all bags on the ground. This includes purses or any item that can be carried.
Qasi Al-Zad saw the dream vanishing before his eyes.
Nikrasi.
The seat trembled beneath him from fury, ears ringing, sweat breaking out beneath the bill of his cap. Glancing at the other two in the seats ahead and to his right, he found them, eyes wide and darting around the terminal. Contingency plan locked in place, though. The three of them were ready to martyr themselves. So it was written during their correspondence by hand-delivered mail. So it was spoken by God. It was easy enough to read between the lines of the announcement. Something had gone terribly wrong. The glory of jihad about to be derailed when they were so close. The logical conclusion was that one of the cells had been captured, talked, betrayed the operation. Two agents stood at the ticket information counter, huddled with Greyhound employees. Three more breaking open lockers with small drills, working with methodical, grim purpose. No FBI stenciled on the backs of windbreakers, but Al-Zad noted bulges beneath their shoulders betraying concealed sidearms. Earpieces, the glaring tip-off the building was about to come under siege by American law enforcement. The run to Chicago would never bear sweet fruit. But there was hope yet. He caught the eye of a windbreaker by the lockers. The infidel looked away, watching him without watching. Was the FBI man taking special interest in the three of them? He found commotion in all bays beyond the doors on both sides. Passengers ushered from buses. Large gaggles herded near the gates. Greyhound employees and armed security guards trying to soothe nerves. Hands waving down the battery of questions. A quick tally of the anticipated body count, and he figured that between the three of them they could bring the building down while consuming 400 infidels in God's divine retribution. He looked to the others, held their stares. He didn't know these men, their names, or their countries of origin. That the three of them were of like mind and spirit, nurturing the hearts of lions, was enough to succeed in Pyrrhic victory. No choice, no turning back. How it had all been arranged was a miracle by itself. Tactics changed, naturally, to circumvent the enemy's high-tech counter-surveillance. But the ends of retribution always justified the means.
Inshallah.
Qasi Al-Zad unzipped one of the two bags, granting him easy access to the Ingram Mack 10. It was time. He rose with his brothers, aware, too, he would see them shortly in paradise.
Once again, Greyhound regrets any inconvenience to our travelers. We ask that all passengers remain with their baggage and follow the instructions of the uniformed personnel in the terminal. Again, no buses may be boarded at this time. Please remain with your bags. Thank you for your patience.
Khalid Amnan was almost beside himself. He would not be denied. They were swarming the terminal from every possible entrance, FBI or SWAT or whoever, armed with submachine guns, full body armor and helmets, creating a ruckus as they began searching carry-ons down the line. Other armed enemy began surging into both men's and women's restrooms to clear them out. The building was sealed then, locked down. So be it. The more he believed the American said, the merrier. He was prepared, expected then, in fact, to have arrived well before now. Close to 2 hours and no bus arrived or departed. Repeated messages over the loudspeaker regretting all delays, instructing all passengers to remain calm, stand where they were. Since the first announcement, the knot in his gut warned him he wouldn't leave Washington, never make it to the Port Authority, the dry run and reconnaissance in vain. A lesser man, he decided, would have felt defeat, but initiative shielded him against failure.
Sir, are these your bags?
Amnon lost the smile, but enjoyed the cold touch of the small box in his coat pocket as he wrapped his hand around it.
Yes, they are, sir.
He thumbed the switch to the on position, forced confusion and anxiety onto his face as he glanced at the armed phalanx around the gate. Without asking, the FBI man unzipped his bag and froze.
What the
From the enemy's perspective, the executioner knew bombs on wheels was the next logical phase in their unholy war. Airport security might have been nailed down, all bases covered as well as humanly possible. But it was next to impossible to protect America's ground transportation network. Consider the enormity of checking every bag or purse, running a metal detector over each passenger, choked webs of stalled, impatient travelers, the vast nationwide system of countless trains, subways, buses. Consider every moving company, every 18-wheeler or van, cab or car on the road, in the cities at any given time, unless the country locked itself down, declared martial law. All it would take to perhaps push America to the edge of a police state was 1 or 2 rolling bombs lighting up an interstate, a major highway, or taking down an entire terminal, a few hundred bodies buried under the rubble. Bolan heard the shooting inside the terminal. Blueprints of the Richmond facility and perimeter committed to memory. The executioner shouldered his way through passengers bolting for the lot, Beretta 93R leading his charge. Just as he feared, the RC operatives had panicked at the sight of agents inside the terminal and were now going for broke. The executioner spotted the first terrorist and drew target acquisition. Just inside the door, the enemy swept the Mack 10 around the terminal, the doomsday bag bouncing off his shoulder. The Red Crescent operative whirled, ready to barrel through the door when Bolan squeezed the trigger. The 9mm subsonic round blasted through glass, cords smacked between the would-be martyr's eyes, a dark cloud of blood and brain matter jetting out the back of his shattered skull, the Dallas Stars cap flying.
One down.
Bolan threw wide the door and entered the bedlam. Price hit the ground on her shoulders, rolling up between 2 SUVs 1 row down, her sunglasses flying. Digging out the Browning high power, she thumbed off the safety, sprung to her feet.
What the...
Mitchell Acheron hadn't budged, the killer grinning. Was he winking at her, blowing a kiss with his weapon? He was still enjoying his belly ripper when she framed the laughing face in her sights, squeezed the trigger. Even before the first 9mm round blasted out the window, He was gone.
Shit!
Hunched, she searched the garage, thrusting the weapon around each corner as she surged down the line of parked vehicles in the direction of the exit ramp. If there were in fact more gunmen on the prowl, she had to believe they had all escape routes covered. She stopped, listened to the silence. Popping up, she saw the back passenger door open, the bald dome emerge. Acheron ducked as bullets tattooed metal. If she could draw him deeper into the garage, then doubled back for the GMC. She saw the GMC's tires flatten out. Worst case, she could hope the attendant or some civic-minded individual heard the racket and dialed 911.
Might as well come to Daddy, Babs. Now, Max, I know you didn't have to worry about that sorry little sack of shit hurting anything. But me? Well, you're looking at a man-sized predicament. What the hell? Consider me your incubus, baby cakes.
Fucking nut job.
She was darting across open ground, saw the exit sign that marked the service stairs when she spotted 2 more gunmen in black. They opened up with MP5 subguns, chasing her to cover. Running on, she flinched as twin streams of subgun fire blew out a line of SUV windows behind her, glass slashing her back, bullets drumming metal. They were forcing her to run toward the service stairs. They had her out in the open seconds ago, dead to rights, could have dropped her easily. They wanted her prisoner. A pall of silence descended behind. She stopped, peering around the corner of a Jaguar. It was as if they had vanished. They were close. She could feel them. She looked to the service stairs, maybe a dozen yards or so away, but it might as well have been the dark side of Jupiter. She looked back, glimpsed a shadow about 6 cars down, the Browning jumping in her hand as she rode the recoil, vandalizing a Mercedes. Price was ready to bolt for the service stairs, looking back at the gap she would have to sprint across, when 3 more of them materialized, black leather trench coats flowing behind them as they marched through the door, MP5s leading the way. She peered at the tall, dark one in the middle, wondering where she had seen him before. Then it hit her.
Remnant.
They had a hostage. The woman was honey blonde, slim, the one on Cramnon's right flank holding her to his chest, hand over her mouth. Had they snatched what could pass as her twin on purpose? Or was it just a fluke?
I know who you are, Cupcake. Make it easy on yourself. Hey, I promise, Babs, I won't let my men savage you. I'm a gentleman when it comes to the fairer sex.
Cramnon ran a short burst up the woman's back.
Oh, God.
She slumped back against her SUV cover.
Come on, Babs. We got more victims ready and waiting.
The executioner knew he couldn't spare a second. He discovered 2 of Bagnola's people were down by the lockers, blood pooling around their skulls. The killer opted for headshots, bypassing body armor.
Clear the building. I want a perimeter, no less than 3 blocks out. You copy?
The justice agent kneeling beside the bodies of fallen comrades looked up at Bolan.
I heard you. The last son of a bitch went in the men's room.
Get out of here.
Bolan wheeled and marched for the men's room. 15 civilians had been cut down. Where they weren't surging out the nearest door, a stampede of flailing bodies. The soldier found walking wounded, limping for exits. He spied the heap near the westbound gates, the New York Dragon's cap beside his tattered carcass with doomsday bags. 2 helmeted, armored FBI agents towed the body, secured the ordnance. Bolan made the opening to the restroom, hugging the wall.
Hey, what the fuck?
Nick Rossi.
Beretta up. The soldier whipped his weapon around the corner as the Red Crescent thug triggered a burst into the back of a guy Bolan figured for no more than 20. Attempting to grab a hostage must have failed. Now 1 more innocent person was dead. Bolan saw the terrorist pull into a stall. Braced for sudden incineration, the executioner hauled out the mammoth Magnum 44 Desert Eagle and charged around the corner. The would-be mass murderer was scrambling behind the door, thrashing against the tight confines of the stall. Bolan tapped the hand cannon's trigger, aiming for a bullseye midway up. The 44 slugs blasted the door off its hinges, the ruined slab banging down on the body crumpling to the toilet. Bolan drilled another 44 round between the killer's eyes, splashed the wall with a gruesome mosaic that left no doubt. Weapons holstered, Bolan tapped his tactical radio.
Wilkinson, I'm in the John. I'm coming out. Get some people in here to clear the ordnance.
He spotted the detonator box on the floor, thumbed off the red light. The executioner felt the urgency ratchet up to another level, unable to hold down cold rage as Wilkinson entered.
We may have another situation, Cooper, and I'm afraid it's already on the highway.
What?
We may have a rolling bomb on the way to Norfolk.
There's nothing like a broken heart, huh? What do you think, Little Miss Independent? Seems you don't have too much luck with men. And I'm not talking about the fruitcake, Max.
They were moving on her, tightening the noose. She spun in all directions, glimpsed two shadows one row over. If she scored anything, she couldn't tell. It was as if they could feel the bullets coming before they left the barrel. Sliding between vehicles, she saw the two goons peeling away from Cramden. The bastard moved too quickly.
Referring to your former husband, Babs, Kevy, the defense lawyer? Understand he liked to wave his little flag around outside the marital bed. Piece of shit, huh? I mean, how could he fuck around on something that looks as good as you? Bet that hurt. Stung the old pride. Hey, you still need a little comforting? Nursing a broken heart, are we? I'm here for you, Cupcake.
She ignored the taunting and risked stopping. She stretched out to look under the chassis of an SUV. There, not a second too soon, she thrust the Browning out, sighted on the pair of legs on the other side. She blew the bastard off at the ankle. Price was up and running, weaving between vehicles, the exit ramp at 12 o'clock.
You fucking bitch, I'll rip your fucking head off!
She gathered steam, darting across open ground, angling for another row of metallic cover.
That ought to keep him quiet.
She looked back, straining her ears. Nothing but another vanishing act. She reached inside her windbreaker to unbutton and ready another clip. Up and bolting between cars when he seemed to rise up out of nowhere. She was sweeping the pistol around to blow the smug look off Cramnon's face when he buried a fist in her gut.
Like that, didn't you?
Her head exploded from the second blow, lights threatening to wink out as she toppled into a car. Price felt her knees buckle, instinctively knew she was empty-handed. Cramnon grabbed her by the hair, jerking her head up.
Ha! Handsome, aren't I, Babs? But they say even the devil was in love with his own beauty. Welcome to my world.
Tabrizi caught his shadowy reflection on the monitor of his laptop, the dyed blonde hair lending his sharp features a ghostly sheen. Planning, intelligence, and faith were critical components of the operation, equal to courage and commitment to decisive action. And the operation, he thought, had fallen into place, as if orchestrated by divine will, the dream of jihad about to become reality. What the infidels thought they destroyed in Afghanistan and Iraq had risen up as Red Crescent. The new organization had refined its strategy, he knew, always searching for new methods to stay one step ahead of the American authorities. Use smaller cells, appear Western in every way, keep it simple to primitive with communications, do not integrate in Arab communities for fear of informants, remain alone, quiet, patient, obey their laws, keep moving. It worked. And now he was here, on board with the weapon and explosives, armed with secured pager and cell phone detonator picked up days ago. The rest now, as his enemies might say, was up to him. According to his map, he was south of Portland, north of Oregon City. He found they were crossing the steel bridge spanning the Willamette River. Exact detonation point didn't matter, as long as he ignited the payload and derailed the train. Ahead were suburbs, the train cutting its path between the Cascades and Coast Range. Harim Tabizi looked out the window at the passing countryside, clouds shrouding snow-capped peaks he viewed. He'd positioned his laptop and briefcase to discourage company, hogging every available inch, so he was still alone at his table. Glancing into the open briefcase, aware the Taurus Model PT-58 was hidden beneath papers and folders, he looked around the car, wondering when the moment arrived if he would be forced to use the weapon should one of them wish to play hero. They slept, read, or watched the morning news, he saw. Smiling to himself, Tabizi imagined the ancient beast, Al-Jasaka, place a flaming sword in his hand, heard the creature urge him to go forth among the infidels, burn into their souls the sacred seal of those condemned to eternal damnation in the fires of hell. He was more than ready now. He took the cell phone from his coat pocket. Tabrizi looked at the miniature screen and nearly shrieked. Access denied.
Oh God, no!
Tabrizi felt sweat break out on his forehead, his heart pound, the cell phone visibly shaking in his hand.
Excuse me, ma'am, if you could please move to the front of the train.
What?
Two porters were ushering passengers from their seats, one of the red caps walking straight for him.
What's wrong?
Nothing, ma'am. Please remain calm. We're just getting off at the next stop. Leave all luggage and personal possessions behind.
Tabizi shot a look out the window. Two Black Hawk helicopters hovered outside.
Sir, please put down the cell.
Tabizi found the porter nearly on top of him, something too aggressive in face and tone, igniting another blast of panic. He turned to his phone again.
Sir?
The porter, closer now, mere feet away.
Focus!
It felt an eternity as he waited, stared at the screen, imploring God. Access granted. Tabizi glimpsed the porter reach out, the expression on the infidel's face warning him he was perhaps ready to get physical. Instinctively, Tabizi snaked out the pistol. He scored a bullseye between the porter's eyes, the body pitching back. He felt the hysteria, then sensed anger and desperation. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a big infidel charging him. Tabizi stole a microsecond to smile at the would-be hero and pressed enter. Bolan wasted no time pondering. With all the Blackhawks, state and local police helicopters swarming the skies, how the Grand Charter Tour slipped the aerial net. There was no such thing as a perfect world in the war business. In minutes flat, soaring due southeast over I-64 at top speed, the Blackhawk streaked up on the big gold coach. Despite the state of emergency declared by the White House, Bolan found the interstate heavy with traffic in both directions. Standing in the fuselage doorway, high-powered field glasses ready, the executioner weighed the dilemma as the pilot cut back on the throttle and veered off the highway to fly parallel to the coach's port. With one hand, Bolan grasped the harness, looked into the glasses, adjusting the focus. There was no positive confirmation of a Red Crescent cell on board the charter, as he recalled the sitrep from ASAC James. There was, however, a warning flag raised by one rider in particular. Apparently, a group of students from the University of Syracuse were on a week-long break. The Ramada Hotel in Virginia Beach, its final destination. According to James, the group had reservations, which would swell the Ramada to near capacity when the students arrived. Bolan believed there were two possible targets. On the inbound to Norfolk side, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, James told him, was blocked off by state and local police. Contingency plans were in place. Steel spikes were stretched across the highway. Delta Force snipers in Blackhawks ready to blast the engine housing to smoking junk. medevac choppers and paramedic crews on standby. If the bus plowed through the barricade, a massive explosion probably wouldn't bring the tunnel walls down. The other target could be the Ramada itself. Bolan feared the body count could reach well into triple digits. 64 aboard, including driver and 2 professors. But it was the passenger with the Spanish passport and student visa who grabbed Justice's concern. The same 26-year-old student who, Bolan was informed, hadn't attended a single class or even signed up for one in 2 semesters, lived alone off campus. James was informed the department had intended to investigate the person of interest, suspicious the passport was bogus, confirming he'd recently made 2 overseas phone calls to Damascus. Bolan lowered the glasses and saw a Black Hawk shadow the coach, order and strategy already passed on to that crew by his pilot. The gunship then shot over the coach, nearly skimming rooftops of other vehicles in full view of driver and passengers. North, the soldier spotted a state police cruiser racing down the left lanes, lights flashing. It was the trooper's job, Bolan knew, to pull the bus over or attempt the stop.
Any moment now.
The soldier-framed young faces aimed to the front, anxious stares fixed on the black warbird. He was searching for one nervous rider, believing instinct would let him single out a Red Crescent operative ready to pull the trigger on his mission. Ha! Midway down, port side, Bolan focused on the swarthy face, saw his expression torn between agitation and anger. He looked out the window, frenzy in his eyes. Whoever he really was, the soldier knew a savage cornered animal when he saw one. The hostile made his move, nearly walked all over his female seatmate, bulling his way into the aisle, reaching for the overhead. The executioner tossed the binocs aside and delved into the war bag.
We're on!
What is wrong with you?
Jabal Ohali, a.k.a. Enrique Cordoba, ignored the woman. She sickened him, this vile creature who boasted about her sexual exploits, as if he were supposed to be impressed that she fancied herself a connoisseur of many cultures and races. He had other things to worry about. Somehow the enemy knew about him, but he anticipated this problem before leaving Syracuse. 2 bags were below in the storage compartment, one in the overhead. He hoped the combined blast from 200 pounds of Semtex could take out at least a 100-yard stretch of interstate. If he went for the glory now, battered vehicles would be lifted by the firestorm, pulped garbage cans on wheels sailing off the road. A chain reaction of speeding, out-of-control vehicles slamming into one another was sure to follow, the Holocaust piling up wreckage for a great distance behind, the dead and dying strewed all over the highway. The payload was primed, ready to blow, but first he had to punch the numbers on his cell phone, activate the signal.
Hey, what are you doing?
The swirl of light catching his eye, he spotted the state police cruiser, barreling up the side, then unzipped his bag. Certain the trooper would wave the driver over, he dug out the cell phone and Beretta 92F.
Hey, he's got a gun!
Some shrank in terror. Others surged forward.
Hey, cocksucker!
Hey, man.
He grabbed his girlfriend by the hair and hauled her out of the seat. The executioner intended to play out a deadly hand, his ace in the hole on reserve but ready to fly. SOS, shoot on sight. For surgical removal of the hostile, Bolan opted for the Heckler & Koch MSG-90A1. The latest state-of-the-art sniper rifle had been recently adopted by U.S. Marine Corps marksmen. The most critical feature was the mounted Hensoldt ZF 10x42 telescopic sight. With a range of 1,000 meters, the executioner found he could frame his target in the thin black crosshairs, as near perfect a reach-out-and-touch shoot as he could desire. Secured in a sturdy canvas harness, the executioner took a knee in the fuselage hatchway, weighing factors that could make the grim job one of the most difficult sniping kills he could recall. Dropping a stationary or walking enemy was one thing. Positioning himself from a moving helicopter and trying to shoot a target within a moving bus with a hostage was nearly impossible.
Stupid Americans!
Arm locked around the whore's throat, O'Holly spun, backpedaling up the aisle.
Come on, buddy. You don't have to do this.
Fuck you!
He thrust out the Beretta.
Please don't hurt me.
Shut your mouth, stupid whore!
He turned his attention on the driver. The old man he found was tapping the brake, the sudden lurch nearly knocking him off his feet.
There's a cop! I can see him, old fool! Drive over him! What? Are you out of your floor? The gas now or I will kill you! I will drive myself and kill everyone on this bus! Do it!
O'Holly pulled the weapon toward the windshield. The bus surged forward.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The kingdom come, thy will be done.
Shut up, whore!
O'Holly was suddenly forced to split attention between passengers and an armed helicopter. The gunship hovered directly above and maybe a quarter-mile down the highway. He sidled down the aisle, away from the windshield. He knew there wasn't much time.
Ah, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!
The bus slammed into a police cruiser. Senses adrenalized, O'Holly locked on to sudden movement behind.
Get him!
Some football star rushed him. Without hesitation, O'Holly moved.
Marcus!
Bolan couldn't trigger a clean shot.
Shit!
The executioner was bringing him into the crosshairs once more. Then the enemy wheeled, pulling back, covered by the driver's partition, as the soldier had begun to take up slack on the trigger.
Bring her in closer!
As Bolan rode out agonizing seconds, the Black Hawk dropping, cutting hard to starboard. He saw the bus gather speed, then plow into the cruiser.
Damn!
The gunship settling into position, the soldier watched the cruiser become the first casualty of sudden demolition chaos. For a heartbeat, the cruiser seemed glued to the coach's nose, then jerked forward. The bus picked up even more steam next, smashing into the bumper. Sheer brute force of impact appeared to lift the cruiser's back end, holding it suspended. Thrown ahead, the cruiser went into a half-spin before it was bulldozed off the road. It slammed down on its roof, glass spraying, then flipped across the shoulder, top to wheels and back again, burrowing into thick brush. The executioner refocused the optics, finger curling tighter around the trigger.
Come on, just one headshot.
Faster! Up the shoulder! Now, or I'll kill you! Shut up!
The driver looked about to weep, shaking his head.
I am serious, infidel! I will kill you! Drive up the shoulder, now!
O'Holly braced himself as best he could as the driver shot the bus up the shoulder.
Faster! Go!
Okay.
O'Holly would have sworn he saw the bullet coming.
Oh!
Less than a nanosecond later, he felt the impact against his forehead and dropped to the ground.
Asshole.
Bolan turned away from the highway of death, depositing the sniper rifle in the war bag. In both directions, he found the interstate a stalled line of vehicles as the Black Hawk turned to fly north. One last look at the charter coach, and Bolan saw the survivors filing off the bus. They would have memories of this day, nightmares even, grieve for their dead friends, but they were alive. Anarchy had been unleashed. The skies swarmed with military and medevac choppers. He couldn't begin to count the crushed vehicles, the numbers of maimed or even dead inside metallic coffins or laid out on the road. Small comfort, but he knew it could have been worse. His perfect shot had saved as many lives as possible. How many more were out there, he wondered, taking his cell phone, tapping in the numbers on the secured line to Bagnola.
You know who you've reached. You know how to leave a message. Do it.
That's weird. Where the hell is he?
Aware he needed to track down the next killing field, the executioner put Bagnola's AWOL status out of his mind, went to the radio, and dialed up ASAC James. Hal Bagnola felt a cold, almost paralyzing fear he hadn't known in a long time, perhaps ever.
If it's true, God.
Showing 2 Arlington County patrolmen his Justice Department credentials, the big Fed lifted the yellow crime scene tape, somehow moved on wooden legs deeper into the bowels of the garage. Forensic teams and detectives were hard at it, shooting photos, talking to witnesses huddled in the shadows near the exit sign, examining shell casings. Bagnola saw the plastic sheets draped over 2 bodies.
Oh.
He stopped, afraid to venture any farther, but he had to know. After hearing about the shootout on local news in his office, he choppered straight to Crystal City, his stomach so knotted it was all he could do to keep moving, breathing. The whole time he wanted to kick himself, a dozen or so should-haves and what-ifs flaming to mind. Fearing the worst, he turned off all channels of communication to the farm and Bolan until he was positive. Bagnola found a big plainclothes detective moving toward him. He showed the cop his ID.
Detective Mahorn. She's over here.
Mahorn led Bagnola toward a covered heap near the exit.
It's like fucking Sada City down here. Believe me, I know.
The big Fed spotted her GMC, shot to hell, piecing together his own scenario, judging the line of vehicles with battered windows, frames scarred by bullet holes. He could see she put up a hell of a fight, running while being shot at, returning fire. There were 2 bodies, Bagnola heard, 1 male, 1 female. No ID on either victim. Bagnola thought he was going to be sick as the detective knelt beside the body. He waited, looked at the cop, and nodded. He pulled the sheet back. Bagnola felt his heart skip a beat, staring down at the mane of honey-blonde hair. Her face was turned away, but something told him it wasn't Price. Bending for a closer look, he felt his face flush with shame when he discovered he was right. This was, after all, somebody's girlfriend, wife, or mother, or sister who had been gunned down.
Is that your undercover agent?
Bagnola shook his head. This was no hit, it dawned on him. It was a straight kidnap. Why? Who? Oh, he knew where to start the Q&A, and Mack Skeller would talk, make no mistake. There was no hole deep enough for the treacherous SOB to hide, no safe haven far enough where he could run for cover. Barring the bastard's suicide, Bagnola would get his hands on him. If he didn't talk, if he danced, if he lied, Bagnola entertained a number of ideas that would allow the truth to set Geller free. Bagnola looked toward the other body.
I'm sending in my own team to help you with your investigation. You have any problems with that?
None at all. I understand this is a federal case, since it looks like your agent was snatched.
How many of them were there?
We're hearing 6, including the dead guy. Submachine guns, probably military issue, big guys, black leather trench coats. That's about all the description we've gotten. Looks to me your agent capped that one over there through his ankle. Nearly tore his foot off. Way I read it, the others didn't care to haul the baggage.
The attendant see anything?
No. Heard the shooting, called it in. Laid low in his cubbyhole during the fireworks. Can't say I blame him.
They just drive out of here?
Witnesses said they flew off the roof.
Bagnola unwrapped his cigar and stuck it in his mouth.
Flew? As in birds? Hang gliders? What?
They choppered off the roof. By the time we could scramble our own bird, they were long gone. I regret to tell you we can't even say in which direction they vanished.
This was orchestrated with the utmost planning, with someone high up in the shadows of the intelligence, military, or black ops community pulling the strings. Again, why grab Price? He believed he already had some clues, and he didn't like where his line of thinking was headed. Someone knew, or thought they knew, about the farm's existence. It had happened before. Was Price then going to be used as some blackmail chip? Or was it something else, more sinister?
Keep me posted.
Bagnola turned away. The country was going up in flames, under siege by an undetermined number of terrorists, the president on the edge of dumping the nation under martial law. Now this. Coincidence? Planned in advance? The farm would have to know, and soon. Then, there was Bolan, he thought, aware of the history between the executioner and the farm's mission controller, both personal and professional. It would be, he knew, one of the most dreaded phone calls he would ever have to make. Wherever Bolan was, whatever fight he was engaged in at the moment, Bagnola would hit him with the next to worst of all possible news, and he knew the executioner would move mountains to get Price back.
May God have mercy on these sons of bitches if they so much as ruffled her hair.
The kidnappers didn't know it yet, but they were in a world of hurt they couldn't even begin to imagine in their worst nightmare. Artemis Dawson dragged the last body bag over the gunship's floor. Braced for a dressing down, he slid the bundled and squirming heap out the hatchway of the Black Hawk, dumped the bag on rocky earth, the cargo inside thrashing to break free.
That's it? 6 bags of dung? The man said 10, Artie. We needed at least 10. This is not good. This is where I start to get a little pucker.
Dawson showed Ryan Ramses a big smile, then bobbed his bald black dome at the line of body bags. Despite short-changing an important detail of the operation, he was still pleased with the outcome. The good news was he hadn't lost a single man, not a scratch or a ding to show for their trouble. That left them about 20 strong at present, while they waited on the other half of Lazarus to rise up. Letting the man think about the grim feat he'd pulled off, Dawson was never sure what might spew out of A.E.'s mouth, but he was certain a few choice racial epithets were buzzing the man's thoughts. Fine by him. He was, and always would be, a farm boy from Alabama, where the old South was grinding through civil rights changes, but where he still had to fear a daily lynching.
Boy, this bastard has a lot of fight in him. Shut up!
Dawson drilled a boot into the package.
We had 12. I reckon them seeing a big, angry Negro boil up out of the dark, cocked and locked first thing before dawn. Well, they got a little shitty balls.
All right. 6 it is. We'll live with it.
Dawson looked up the gorge and found the others marching out of the mist. He exchanged nods with a few of them he'd served with in Special Forces or Black Ops in the lower Americas before Ramses got down to business.
All right, people. Get these sacks of shit out of that damn cave.
The Black Commando breathed in the cold, clean mountain air. He was grateful to cool off after sucking on the grit and dust of Iran, sweltering in 100-degree heat. It had been a hard and nerve-wracking chopper ride just to get to target in the deep northwest edge of the country. Intel was on the money, and for that Dawson had been thankful the right wheels were clearly greased. So he'd bagged the Iraqi Fedayeen, still in hiding from coalition forces, snapped up 6, dropped by tranquilizer guns. He knew he didn't need to detail the blow-by-blow to Ramses, how he and his men were forced to mow down a half-dozen who chose to stand and fight. 6 would have to do. Dawson looked up the towering, broken cliff face. About 1,000 yards in the air, the plateau was an ideal spot to hole up. Clouds shrouded them from any Turk military flyovers, but few in their right mind, armed or not, ventured into wild frontier country controlled by Kurd rebels who blew away outsiders on general principles of hostility and distrust. Somewhere up there, in the clouds swathing the snow-capped peaks of Mount Ararat, he thought, Noah's Ark was parked. Or so went the legend. With what he knew lay ahead for all of them, there were going to be more than a few who wished to God they had their own oversized lifeboat to save their bacon when the skillet got hot.
I hope it wasn't wasted effort. Me and the boys hanging it out there to get you this Fedayeen shit.
Nothing about any of this is wasted effort, Artemis.
Do tell. So how you plan on explaining the facts of life to them, Captain?
I've got a few ideas.
Promise some slice of pie?
Yeah, Artemis, that has some definite appeal.
Dawson stared at the scarred face, thinking the man's own mother would have considered abortion if she could see him now.
How about our Kurd comrades? They gonna pledge allegiance?
I'm still working on it.
Sounds like problems.
It's the chief, Muddy. The shitbird didn't move fast enough for me when we broke them out, so I hit him with a piss shower to get his ass in gear. He's still looking kind of steamed and surly, having evil thoughts about yours truly, if you get my meaning.
But they'll play ball?
Oh, they'll dance. Trust me. It's all in those facts of life you mentioned, Artie. Or should I call you Apollyon?
Midnight tonight is the deadline given by
The Red, White, and Blue Cab Company was a stroke of genius. For one, the percentage of Arab immigrants driving cabs was high enough they were nearly invisible to the average American as long as they were behind the wheel. A step further, and they were viewed by the infidel, for the most part, as ignorant lackeys, non-entities. Best of all, there were the vehicles themselves. Since being recruited as this cell's operational director in Syria, Iqbal Muhammad had the utmost faith he would succeed in this glorious endeavor. There was training, naturally, both physical and technical, parameters established involving infiltration, the safe passage of ordnance, among other strict guidelines on how to live invisible among the enemy. Passing himself off as a Lebanese Christian, under, of course, an assumed name and bogus passport, skillful fine-tuning of details had brought him the vengeance he and his chosen 6 drivers had craved for so long. Take, for instance, the 3,000 pounds of plastic explosive shipped piecemeal to his garage during the past year, concealed in engine parts, among new tires, inside paneling, all of it primed with detonator cord, homed into radio signals. The payloads were now divided between the 6. Packed in their trunks, topped-out fuel tanks would ignite additional fireballs to the primary explosions. He had to smile, laugh at the beauty, the simplicity of it all. 6 years since launching the small business, keeping a low profile, obeying their laws, drawing no attention to himself while raising a family of 4, and the sleeping lion finally roared to life. Iqbal Muhammad felt too good to be believed.
Jesus, I can't believe this shit! Another explosion!
Leaning back in his swivel chair, working on a cigarette, he split attention between the television mounted on the wall of his office, the dispatch radio, and the frequency monitoring all local and state police bands. He savored the panic, anger, and outrage he heard from infidels sworn to enforce law and order. His city, Baltimore, was going up in the cleansing holocaust of jihad. It was happening all over their city, across their land. The reports of mayhem were coming in so fast, it was all he could do to focus. Standing, he went to the war map, stuck a black pin into the area known as Canton, replacing the red flag. It was a fashionable neighborhood, well known to his drivers, choked with restaurants, art galleries, a veritable smorgasbord of ripe targets. Due to the outbreak of jihad, the chaos in their streets was shaping up even better than he had envisioned. Panic had fanned the flames of simmering anger, the poor and oppressed seizing the opportunity to lash back, vent rage and frustration at the wealthy. The power structure they felt kept them pinned under its boot heel. Riots and looting were sweeping across the city, mobs embroiled in hand-to-hand combat with National Guard troops, police officers, state troopers.
God, we need help down here! We got looters crawling out of fucking woodworks!
Yechrabdita.
He looked at 2 other black pins stabbed on I-95 and 83. 2 of his drivers had touched off their 500-pound payloads. Aerial news shots revealed to him what he believed was at least several hundred feet of roadkill, infidels kneeling by victims, pulling at their hair, silent shrieks caught on film. Whoever was out there on the highways was trapped, thrashing in panic.
3 left.
The killing wouldn't end with the last car bomb. 2 green flags marked current positions of his snipers, both of whom toted RPG-7s in nylon bags to their rooftop fire points. 8 warheads between them, they could knock out half a city block. If caught, they were wrapped in plastic explosives. Their final act would be charging American authorities when they ran out of bullets and warheads.
Inshallah.
Captivated by another startling image, he turns up the volume on the television.
There's been a massive blast and derailment of the Coast Starlight train on the West Coast. This on the heels of the utter destruction of the Greyhound terminal in Washington, D.C. Panicked citizens are asking, where is Homeland Security?
This just in, Karen. Another local explosion on Pratt Street has devastated an entire city block of restaurants. Scores feared dead.
Yes, number 4. Praise God.
It would be clear to the authorities who was responsible, but Muhammad was prepared for them when they surrounded his garage and office, burst inside, weapons searching for him. One of his finest soldiers, his 16-year-old nephew, positioned at one of the only 2 ways in, was weighted down with 50 pounds of plastic explosive. He had his own vest laid out on the desk, but decided he could wait until his nephew went to paradise before shrugging it on. He had no deep, consuming desire to martyr himself.
Saeed?
He grabbed the HK-33 assault rifle canted against the wall. No answer. Heart racing, he wondered why. If intruders had breached the building, the security buzzer hadn't sounded. Checking the small bank of monitors, he found nothing but white fuzz dancing in his eyes.
Saeed! Answer me!
Torn between watching the door and hauling up the vest, he didn't see the black-clad invader until it was too late. He swung the assault rifle toward the figure crouched in the doorway, but the M16 beat him to the punch. The raking burst blew his legs out from under him, his arm going numb. Nearly passing out from agony, he found himself on his back, wondering why he couldn't move his hand to pick up the assault rifle. Then he saw the ragged lump of gristle and meat, blood jetting from the stump where half of his hand was blasted away, along with the weapon.
How many are out there?
Looking up, he stared into the big commando's icy blue eyes, fear rippling through his bowels at what he found. They were pitiless, the eyes of a man who had seen and dealt out plenty of death, eyes of retribution. He feared his misery had only just begun at the invader's hands. The commando repeated his question, his voice sounding as if it echoed from out of a crypt. Strange, no one else entered the office behind the invader. No sounds of an armed force stampeding the hall, swarming the garage. Only one man?
You cannot stop it. So arrest me.
He lay there bleeding, clutching his arm, the invader kicking away the HK, then looking over at the war map. This was America, he thought, felt confidence swelling, erasing some of the pain. They had laws, rules of engagement here. They had a constitution, something called Miranda their authorities had to honor. He was down, shot, perhaps bleeding to death. He needed medical attention. He had rights, the right to counsel, the right to remain silent, even if he was a terrorist, a mass murderer by the enemy's standards. He was smiling at the commando, then saw something darken his face as he examined the war map another moment.
Looks like I don't need you.
The M16 aimed at his chest.
No, wait! You can't! I have rights!
The executioner seethed as he watched the madness ripping apart the heart of Baltimore. He knew about the Coast Starlight from ASAC James, as did the rest of a terrified, panicked nation. The body count was rising with every slab of wreckage removed, every hunk of rubble lifted. Would this day of horror never end, he wondered? Were the attacks over? Winding down now to death throes, nothing left but to tally dead and wounded? Was the anarchy he found from his bird's-eye view, harnessed in the hatchway of the Black Hawk, all that remained to deal with? Even if that was the case, he knew the fallout would sting bitter poison into the nation, perhaps for years to come. America, Bolan thought, had changed forever, once again. Whether or not he'd done everything he could was moot. Call it hot intel, luck, or fate. But his one-man blitz on the cab company may have saved lives. It helped his cause that an informant had stepped forward at the last moment, relaying to the FBI information about shipments of plastic explosive to red, white, and blue from a Brooklyn dock. He wasn't sure how he knew it, but Bolan suspected the savages had help from inside America's borders. If that were true, the executioner would ratchet up his lethal skills to yet another level, leaving no doubt to his victims there was such a thing as hell on earth. Cradling the sniper rifle, the soldier took in the bedlam as they soared over the inner harbor, veering into downtown Baltimore. The skies were choked with military and police helicopters, the streets packed with emergency medical vehicles, police cruisers, fire trucks, National Guard transports, whatever their howls whipped away by the frenzy, the combined klaxons of official sirens. Tear gas clouds boiled over the mobs, chasing looters away from stores and shops. Other ant-like figures scurried down surrounding blocks. Fires engulfed brownstone buildings, helmeted police and guardsmen rolling in waves. Was this the beginning of the real horror and bloodshed? Was this the end of America as he, as freedom-loving, right-living people across the land knew it?
Last of the bastard snipers has been taken out.
Good. Turning toward the small, bolted-down metal table, the executioner stared at the war map. As he had suspected, the red and green flags proved to mark the target sites for operators still at large, black pins signifying opposition victory. No sooner had Bolan cashiered out the cell's leader than he raised his crew chief and gave their positions. Instinct told Bolan it was over, at least in Baltimore. What next, he wondered. Then Bolan saw the red light flash on his satlink. That would be Bagnola, he knew. He switched the big Fed on the secured frequency.
Striker?
I'm here.
We have a very serious situation.
Bolan, feeling his own strain, knowing already something was terribly wrong on the big Fed's end, caught the edge in his voice.
I'm listening.
Mack, it's Barbara.
I damn well hope the picture you've painted is nothing short of perfect.
Barbara Price was becoming aware that she was coming back to life. As she groped her way up from the black hole, cracked open heavy eyelids, the sound of men talking in low tones filtered through the sludge in her brain. Recognizing Cramden's voice, she wondered where they had taken her, strained to pinpoint the direction of the only sound nearby. Vision blurred, her senses numb and tingling still from whatever it was they shot into her arm. She recalled the lights being doused when they dumped her into the chopper for the rooftop getaway. She breathed slowly, deeply, quietly. How long had she been out? Why did they sound right on top of her, or speaking around her as if she were invisible? It was the dope, she knew, her senses warped with its thick residue, reality fogged.
My friend, I have told you, I've been there many times. I was their courier, a cutout to both sides.
That much I already know.
I have left out no detail, no matter how small. I know every inch. I can count the number of stones. The picture, my friend, is as perfect as a Rembrandt.
Fear not. Trust me. Is that what you were going to say?
I would assume, if there were no trust on your part, if there were fear or doubt in your heart about this, you would have already sought out an alternative.
I always have alternatives.
What are you saying?
Think about it. If it goes bad for us...
Listen. You do your job, I do mine. We are professionals. Everything will fall perfectly into place. It will be classic, exquisite beauty of it all as we speak.
Like looking at a fucking Rembrandt.
Precisely.
And we all live happily ever after?
Paradise.
A few more seconds of steady breathing, and she brought the world into focus. She found herself in a cushy high-backed seat, her hands and feet now cuffed with steel. The back of Cramden's head aimed her way. He sat one row up, 2 o'clock. She looked at the low ceiling, squinted against the soft light, her eyes dry and stung raw, but her brain felt as if it were solidifying. Shimmied in her seat by an unseen force, and with the narrow dimensions of the curved fuselage she saw ahead and above, Price knew she was in an aircraft. Leather seats built for comfort, bulkhead paneled with mahogany polished to mirror sheen. She figured the ride for an executive jet. Peering around the edge of the next seat, she found two new additions to Cramden's crew. Togged in black, big pistols and shoulder holsters, they sat in what she assumed was a small communications module. The partition blocked her view of their monitors, but she bet they were tracking air traffic, plotting whatever the course, gathering intel. She noted several palls of cigarette smoke hanging above heads in more seats forward, legs sticking out in the aisle. Cramden had beefed up his force, but she couldn't be positive from where she sat how many additional guns were on board. There was something far more insidious to this game, she was certain, than just her abduction. By now, with police sure to have responded to the mayhem behind her, not checking in as promised, Bagnola, the farm, and Bolan knew she had vanished by force. They would take action instead of hitting panic buttons. And if she believed in nothing else in life, she knew Bolan, the man and the warrior. Whether for personal or professional reasons, or some of each, Bolan would move heaven and hell to track her down. She was 100% confident about that. Several pressing questions right now, though, consumed her anxious thoughts. What did they want with her? What were they going to do to her? How far would they go to get whatever it was they wanted out of her? Information? Was she a bargaining piece on their chessboard for whatever their endgame? She saw Cramden rise, turning toward her in that slow-motion float. As he smiled and took the seat across the aisle from her, Price was certain of one fact. She was looking at the face of pure evil. Cramden struck a thinking man's pose.
Not going to fire off a bunch of questions?
I'm sure you'll tell me only what you want when you want.
Oh, you are a player, Babs. I like that. No Cosmo girl here, flying into hysterics. But from what Max told me about you, and from what I've learned on my own time, I'd be heartbroken if you turned out any other way.
Price was determined not to be goaded. She held his eye.
I'm thinking, Cupcake, maybe you're wishing life had worked out a little different. Basic female nature, all that nurturing instinct telling you should be a wife and mother, instead of Miss Independent, out there all those years in the shadows where my kind dwell. Could have had a nice home in the suburbs, married to an honorable man who loves his wife, respects his wedding vows, soccer mom, cook Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas shopping, kitchen, bed, and home, the order of your day. Simple, but sweet and safe. Do I sound a trifle politically incorrect?
She thought of the cold-blooded murder of the woman in the garage, the anger burning in her heart. This monster had robbed not only her of life, but also turned some loved one's present and future into a hell of grieving, a crime so senseless whoever she left behind would cry in their souls, wanting justice, wondering why. Since Price doubted he could read minds, he had to have caught something in her eyes.
Thinking about that woman? I had to do something, Babs. Smoke you out. End a nasty little standoff. Cops were about to show, and then it would have turned real ugly. You want to talk about an unnecessary body count. But hey, let's put our shaky beginning behind. Let's look toward the future. You know, as a former president once said, let me be perfectly clear. You are going to give me what I want. Make no mistake. And I'm not talking about some sport fucking. I'm gonna have a drink. You want one?
That's very generous of you, but I'll pass.
We'll talk again.
He walked away.
Laugh now, bleed later, you fucking prick.
The decision was simple, the starting point logical, the course of action clear. As far as Bolan was concerned, there never was an option. The executioner was going straight to the well, or rather down into the abyss, where the demons who had the answers he needed dwelled, those beasts whose blood he intended to shed. Crouched behind a thicket of brush, the soldier took in the lay of the land, assessing the enemy's setup, weighing the situation as far as he knew it. The Beretta 93R, threaded with sound suppressor, was the weapon of choice. Once inside the split-level home, the HK-MP5 subgun, with fixed laser and commando flashlight, snug for the moment around his shoulder, would take care of upping the ante. According to both the Black Hawk's sensors and his own infrared heat-seeking handheld device, the targets totaled 4. One hostile, the pilot of the Belljet Ranger, looked oblivious to everything but his cigarette. Displaying a pistol in shoulder rigging, he puffed, as content as a newborn, shuffling around from foot to foot. Standing amidships on the starboard side, the pilot was hidden from any watching eyes in the target's house, as if he feared being caught gold-bricking instead of guarding the perimeter. Aware of who was inside, Bolan doubted the others would prove as nonchalant as their flyboy. In fact, he was sure of it. Considering what was at stake, the abduction of Stony Man's mission controller, with several dire scenarios attached to the crisis, Bolan had marshaled every available resource, called in markers, one of which was an associate of Geller's at the NSA. Geller was AWOL. No surprise to Bolan. Less than an hour ago, flying eyes in the sky, the soldier knew, spotted the NSA intel-gathering wizard disembarking from the now-grounded chopper. And he was accompanied by Bolan's favorite butcher. The executioner could venture a good guess at what was going down here, but he would get the whole truth soon enough. Make no mistake, Bolan determined there would be an answer. He wasn't in the torture business, but he'd do what needed to be done. The NSA intel wizard had snapped up prime turf in historic Annapolis, the wood and stone split level perched on a hill, providing its owner with a scenic view of the Severn River. Bolan's Black Hawk crew was watching Geller's 60-foot cabin cruiser, the Doll Baby, just in case the enemy bailed, forced to use escape hatch B once he crashed the butcher's fun and games. Not too shabby for a government employee who probably brought down all of a mid-range 5-figure salary. He'd worry about home invasion after dropping the pilot. Bolan slid forward into open ground. Adrenaline seemed to propel him ahead, as if a strong wind were at his back, carrying him to target. He was less than 10 yards from the smoker when the hard man seemed to sense Bolan's presence.
What?
The pilot held the relaxed pose before he made his move. Mr. Nonchalant wheeled, a lightning-fast 180, the pistol out and tracking. Bolan punched his lights out. The 9mm round drilled between the eyes. Bolan sheathed the Beretta. Taking the HK subgun off his shoulder, the executioner recalled his last words to Bagnola.
I'll take care of it.
Bolan bolted across open ground. William Baines took enormous professional pride in his work. He considered himself a master craftsman and a student of human nature. Over the course of several decades, learning his trade from the CIA and Vietnam, he had come to know each and every one of his subjects. He could recall every delicious moment spent with them, from introduction to farewell, so intimate it fell just shy of sexual intimacy. In fact, when he was finished with them, he knew their likes and dislikes, fears, hopes and dreams, their failures, foibles and follies so well, it felt as if he were taking their souls with him to bed at night. Sometimes, truth be told, he might even tuck a souvenir under the pillow. With all his experience finding inner truth inside a subject, he usually knew in which classification of human nature they belonged. There were 3 categories of subjects, he thought, sipping open the tool bag settled on Geller's desk. Snivellers, shitters, and sharks. He already knew Max Geller was no shark. He began the ritual, slipping into his black leather apron, taking his time getting fastened in, breathing in the fear he smelled oozing out with Geller's sweat. Gloves next, wiggle fingers, cracked knuckles, a master piano player about to claim his seat before a captive audience. He ran a look over Geller's naked, flabby body, bobbing his head, serious now, as if examining an exotic insect he was about to dissect.
Relax. Relax, buddy.
Baines went still, smiling to himself, feeling the moment. They were in the subject's study, Geller strapped to the metal chair brought in for the occasion, the legs already bolted down from the small drill gun. Gorman, as ordered, was busy stripping walls of paintings, flinging the man's art to the floor in search of a safe.
Do you mind? I'm trying to work.
What do you think I'm doing? Tap dancing?
Clumsy pig. Just relax, Max.
Baines strolled to the wet bar. He took his time, building a whiskey, swirling cubes around the glass.
Not bad.
He returned to his subject, glass and bottle in hand. He considered asking Max if he wanted one, then decided to just leave it in his sight, tempt him to beg for one. Baines was warm and fuzzy, turning to Geller. The subject, he saw, trembled, a pissed-on leaf, sweat already coursing down his face.
Please, I only did what Graham did.
Baines put a finger to his lips.
Shh. Relax. It's gonna be fine. I'll walk you through this. Shucks. I'll be as gentle as if you were a virgin, Max. I promise, sweetheart.
He pinned the crotch area, putting on a grim face, then dug the white filter mask from his bag.
Please, tell me you're not a shitter, Max.
What?
Baines waved the mask, then flipped it on the desk.
God, I love my job.
He picked up the propane wand and flicked on the blue-orange flame.
No! No! Ooh, that was a nasty one, Max. Ever hear of silent but deadly? I guess that answers my question, though. You most definitely are a shitter.
God. Oh, God, please. I don't know anything. I told your guy when he grabbed me at the hotel. Please.
Baines put down the wand, took up and examined the prod. Battery fully charged, he could crank up the juice from 5 to 10 to maximum 25,000 volts with a twist of the dial.
Listen, for the love of God.
God isn't here in the room, Max. God doesn't care about you. Hey, I was just thinking, Max, I'll bet the only thing you know about Annapolis is that it's home to the United States Naval Academy. By the way, you ever do a midshipman, Max?
I've got it. I found the safe.
Good.
Baines glanced over his shoulder at Gorman, then turned back to Geller, smiling. A few more inches of sizzling juice lowered toward his now spastic thighs.
Now, Max, how do you want to do this?
32 right, 18 left, 7 right, 11 left.
Max, how disappointing. I thought you had a little more fight in you, but from the smell of it, you had a lot of bran this morning.
Whatever I had on Graham and a few of the others, it's all on the discs.
You're lying, Max.
I swear to you, I'm not!
You gave copies to someone, I'm sure of it.
No!
You worked with the woman.
Cramden had me arrange the meeting.
You know something about who and what she is, Max.
She didn't tell me anything. She said she was retired.
Then you failed.
I did what Cramden wanted.
You're holding back, Max.
Anything I knew about the Middle East connection, anything about Red Crescent and Alpha, it's all...
Calm down, Max. Damn, son. I haven't burned or snipped off anything yet. Show a little courage, huh?
No one knows but me.
If you say so.
Why did you do that?
Look at me. I've been doing this a long time, Max. I've seen and broken every bullshitter, con man, filthy liar, and hard case who thought he could never be cracked. I've done women. When I tell you I know when someone's lying to me, it might as well be carved in stone. I can smell a lie like the fart you just ripped. And you're a goddamn liar, Max.
Swiftly, he went to the desk, dropped the prod, snapped up his Beretta.
You think you can keep on lying to me, asshole?
Oh, God, no, don't do it.
Love the Gucci loafers, Max.
Baines strode toward his subject and aimed the Beretta at Geller's foot.
No! 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 No!
Tariq Mudal listened to the scarred, axe-faced commando while grappling to keep his expression free of true feelings. It was the second time now Axe-Face laid out what was expected of the Kurds. The same condescending voice and look, telling Mudal the American thought he was dealing with a bunch of ignorant peasants. Their obvious contempt enraged him. At the moment, there were only 10 of them against his 16. The American commandos, who spoke many tongues, fanned out, hugging the rocky wall on each side of the cave. Most of them appeared more concerned about staying warm, dancing from foot to foot, attention split between briefing, the fire, and dark maw that led to the gorge. The other commandos were outside, he knew, sentries posted to watch their gunships, perhaps looking to the night skies for Turk aircraft. Beyond not trusting these arrogant Americans, Mudal plain despised them. What they proposed, however, was indeed tempting, staving off his urge to cut loose with auto-fire. He could wait. Besides, the others would come running at the first shot fired. With only one way out, it could prove suicide. Mudal remained still, kept a grip on withering patience, felt the anxious temperature rising from his men grouped behind. Gauging the depth of their excited murmurs, Mudal knew most of his men were willing to go along with the insane scheme. But he had reservations, and he was their leader. It was his right to question motives, weigh risk against gain, and make the final decision.
If you choose to go, I strongly urge you do not eat anything from this moment on, or sit in here filling up on tea. There will be no stops once you are on the way to Ankara. You will, however, be given a bucket.
Was that a grin on the commando's lips? Mudal wondered, feeling his ire rise.
Well, Mudal, do you and your people accept our terms without conditions, without question? I need an answer now.
Mudal turned to the commando, recalling his arrogance, the casual contempt he was treated with back at the prison. He knew their lives were only worth the degree to which they performed the commando's wishes. The decision was made, but he enjoyed the impatience building in those dark, evil eyes. Smiling, he spread his arms.
I can feel the love.
Mudal watched the anger and confusion shadow the scarred face, the man glancing up at the scowl on the black commando, then looking back.
Is that a yes or no?
Mudal stood, taking the assault rifle with him.
When do we leave?
Adamnan. What kind of name is that?
Paul Turner stepped into the general's quarters. Looking around at the Spartan furnishings, he nodded approval. For all the rumor of the man's greed, General Ataturk Hamsi kept it simple. Nothing ostentatious, not even a chauffeur tooling him around Ankara. Low profile, that was good. A man pretty much thinking only about retirement, looking ahead to golden years of comfort and leisure. The flashy ones always drew attention and started rumors that could have a detrimental ripple effect. Turner held on to the black nylon bag. Approaching the desk, he saw the Ugrak base commander staring at his tribute from behind a cloud of smoke. Greed was good, too. It motivated. Before getting down to business, Turner helped himself to one of the strong Turkish cigarettes, the lean, swarthy general frowning, leaning back in his chair. Turner was a handsome man, nearly as dark as the general, thanks to plastic surgery, Those pigmentation injections, years in the sun on a remote Seychelles island, waiting on Lazarus to come to life. Someday soon he'd return to the good life. The job first.
Adamnan, General Hamsey, was the abbot of a monastery in the Middle Ages. Seems he had horrific visions of the tortures of hell, or so the story goes. Sinners thrashing and wailing in lakes of fire, ripped apart by wild beasts, chained to molten pillars made of snakes. Demons running around, shooting flaming arrows into their eyes, piercing various body parts with red-hot spikes.
Is that so? And which are you, sinner or demon?
I believe each of us makes our own heaven or hell right here on Earth.
Turner took a sheet of paper from the pocket of his black leather trench coat and flipped it on the desk. He waited while the general perused the list.
Those men had better be worth every dollar they have been paid. If they do not live up to expectations, they will suffer far worse than any torment Adamnan conjured up.
No need to make threats. They know what to do. These radio and radar operators will perform from here to the border, I assure you. After that, you are on your own. Is that bad for me?
Turner dumped the payoff on the desk.
Count it on your own time.
These bills are old.
But they're American. Also, you'll find a name and phone number of a man in Switzerland we have used who will take care of it.
Turner pulled back the drape, looking out at the American fighter jets. 20-some F-15s and F-16s were fanned out on the tarmac, with as many Blackhawks, Apaches, and Hueys jumbled up on helipads, close to massive fuel trucks, ammo depots. He could already envision the complete obliteration of a few $100 million worth of American hardware. He smiled at the picture and stared south toward the lit urban sprawl of northern Ankara, aware that a ghastly version of 9/11 was roughly 24 hours away from erupting on the city.
Talk about hell on earth.
Where's the rest?
You'll receive it at the border, General, as agreed upon with the man I sent before. You care to share the joke, General?
You speak of this Adamnan, the tortures of hell. My friend, if what I hear is true about what is down there, where you and the others will be going, you may well discover unimaginable suffering yourselves.
Whatever evil churned inside this butcher, Bolan didn't much care. He felt cold anger over the savage boasting to Geller about past work on helpless victims. Whatever created the monster inside the man, Mocktaw could take it to hell with him.
God, please, no more!
You'll take more, and you'll like it.
Oh!
He'd heard and waited long enough. Geller's pleas and Mocktaw's chuckling and sadistic taunts having drawn him to the open doorway, the executioner made his entrance. Subgun up and leading his charge into the study, Bolan sighted on the black-clad figure by the bookcase. 2 steps in, the executioner tagged the butcher's comrade from the blind side. Hot subsonic lead shattered the hard man's skull. Brain turned to gobs of raining mush, the CD-ROMs flying from his hand. Tracking on, Mocktaw in high gear, Bolan opted for a crippling touch. He went for the gun hand first, squeezed the HK's trigger.
You cocksucker!
Several rounds blasted the Beretta away, the thumb and meaty part of the butcher's palm disintegrating in a red mist, a stream of blood shooting from mangled glove edges. Going low, Bolan chopped Mocktaw off at the ankles, toppling Mocktaw on his back at Geller's loafers.
I'll kill you for this!
I'm sure you'll try.
Quickly, Bolan picked up the CDs and tucked them into a slot on his combat vest. Mocktaw thrashed around in his pooling blood.
Do you know who I am?
Bolan scooped the Beretta off the floor. The executioner found Geller a blubbering mess. The man responsible for drawing Price into a trap appeared so shaken with terror, he might as well have been on Mars. It was decision time for one of them.
First one who talks gets a pass.
Fuck you!
Bolan considered tossing the Beretta onto the floor, giving Mocktaw 3 choices: surrender, suicide, or certain execution. Considering Price's life was at stake, No time to choke Mack with his own poison to get answers, and knowing this monster had not a shred of a single redeeming quality.
Fuck it.
Bolan drilled him with a shot to the chest. Geller strained at his bindings.
Don't kill me!
Talk, Geller, or you're next.
They call themselves Alpha Deep 6. Used to be Special Forces. Went underground about a decade ago, but now they've resurrected themselves. They're trying to be the masters of the global arms race.
How do you know them?
Well, they were still underground. I kept them apprised of the Red Crescent. NSA intercepts whatever came my way. I gave it to them. They created a damn thing, trained and funded them. They just wanted to know what we knew.
And you had no problem with it?
Things were different then, you know that. I just took their money and gave them info on the whereabouts of their former employers. I didn't know they were gonna go crazy. Holding them responsible for their near death after they clean out those DoD slush funds?
What's price to them?
I'm not sure, but Alpha's chief, Kramden and Mokhtar here, thought she worked for a covert agency they believed illegal and off the congressional books. I think she's leverage. A bargaining chip, maybe.
Where'd they take her?
I don't know. And I don't know what they're gonna do to her. Maybe it's all somehow a part of this Operation Lazarus.
How so?
It's Alpha and its new recruits who use Arab cutouts to infiltrate Red Crescent into America. I don't know, but the Bank of Islam's involved too. They stashed so much money there, You know that raid in Anatolia? I think Lazarus started with that. I don't know. But it's big. Real big. I think they got their own 9/11 planned.
You're telling me Alpha used what happened in this country today as a smokescreen? Why?
The terror funds.
What the hell? This is all about a bank heist?
Listen up, assholes. The hour of truth is upon us. Lazarus has risen. We are now officially into Operation Leviathan.
Marching into the room, Kramden claimed the far end of the massive cedar table, all eyes aimed at their commander-in-chief. Their minds, hearts, and souls were in the game of their lives, the future theirs to take. But it never hurt to go over it all once more. Beyond that, he sought to separate the wheat from the chaff. Then there was his own peculiar, frightening gift to throw into the equation. The first time it happened, he wasn't sure what he saw, but half his platoon in that long-forgotten war in Southeast Asia had been wiped out the day after the event. Call it an aura, the energy of life force radiating from within. But he could see it, a sign, for better or worse, foretelling a man's fate. Often he saw the aura like a faint halo, enveloping a man's head. Red hue shimmering in white, he thought, shone for the warrior who would go all the way and come out the other side. Then there was gray fading to black. Pity that man's fate. It was the color of death. Collecting his thoughts, he helped himself to one of Acheron's smokes, his right-hand man offering him a light. They were gathered in an abandoned monastery, perched on a rocky cliff with a bird's-eye view of the blue Mediterranean waters of Larnaca Bay. This area of eastern Cyprus was controlled by the Turks since 1974, when they kicked in Greek teeth. Times changed, regimes fell, and loyalties shifted allegiance, but money was still king, Kramden knew. As part of planning Lazarus, he gobbled up a big chunk of change, greasing the right Turk officers, snapping up countryside, the envy of any rich Eurotrash. 12 of the best commandos sat before him. He felt like a proud father, thinking these men could have been his own children, if he had a bloodline to inherit his coming new earth. As father in spirit, he knew the hearts and minds of each and every warrior before him. He knew their pasts, their triumphs and failures. He could identify with their struggles, perhaps empathize with the suffering and falling down that had led a few of them to this point in their destinies. Using recruiter cutouts, he had culled them over the past several years, hand-picked from Delta, Special Forces, SEALs, Marine Recon. Beyond proven lethal talent on the battlefield, all of them shared one thing in common. They were addicts. And as such, they weren't normal, whatever normal was anyway. But he knew what it wasn't. These men, his adopted sons, could never be satisfied, no matter what or how much they consumed. Always one more mountain to climb beyond the next hill, one more fight to win, the whole world their personal battlefield. Whether substance abuse, degenerate gambling, sex of the natural or aberrant kind, whether hooked on their own anger or hunger to control and dominate, they had once been runaway trains, chasing whatever howling wild beast that drove them to the certain derailment of self-destruction. Until, of course, he had come along and saved them from themselves, shown him there was another way, their savior. Before he handed the chosen the keys to the kingdom, he wanted to be clear they understood what they were up against. Smoking, he wandered a look over each man, searching just above their heads for the first faint glow. Nothing yet. Could be the adrenaline, their bodies so charged he could almost smell the testosterone through the clouds of smoke, the acidic bite of strong, bad coffee. They had trained, drilled as a unit to the extreme, just for this moment, in the harshest deserts North Africa could serve up. They had killed, drank, whored together as a unit. They knew one another's thoughts, fears, moves, and skill in battle so well they were one. They had studied every shred of intelligence, every computer graphic of the target and layout he had drawn up, all of it gleaned from reliable sources on the ground, and pity any poor bastard whose information wasn't on the money. With the like-minded lions on the other end, they were a good platoon strength going in. Getting out, gone, and vanishing again was yet another matter.
I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you this, but humor me. I want you to think of the worst firefight you've ever been in. I want you to recall the most vicious hand-to-hand combat you have ever engaged in. I want you to remember the most gruesome, violent, mutilating, eviscerating death you have ever seen. For those of you who were in Iraq, I want you to see those mass graves. I want you to mull over what you heard went on in their torture chambers. Whatever you have seen, done, experienced before now will prove a happy hour circle jerk compared to where we're going and what will happen. Now, I won't shit you. There are going to be those among us who aren't going to make it. If you've studied, if you've listened to me and your handlers, if you've trained hard enough, as I know you have, your chances are a little better than 50-50.
50-50? Cramnon looked around for the grumble. It was the Marine sniper, Chambliss. Cramnon watched Chambliss shake his head, lips moving but no sound coming out. There was an angry but distant look in his eyes. He could have exploded over this display, but he had a soft spot for the Marine, aware whatever insanity raged inside was engineered by constant pain. Chambliss had served his country with honor and courage, lost half his skull from an Iraqi landmine in the process of hunting Fedayeen. Cramnon looked at the lumpy patch of purple flesh on his shaved head, where the steel plate replaced bone, searching for a glow of rising aura. They shared something in common. Chambliss was a decorated soldier, a hero among lions coming home from war, only to find his wife pregnant by another man. There was divorce, the whore remarrying, a stranger now raising the soldier's natural children. His pain didn't end there. Because of his injury, Chambliss suffered from agonizing migraines that could drop him to his knees, if not for painkillers. How long had it taken babysitting the man while he puked and sweated his way through heroin withdrawal?
You care to share with the rest of the class, Chambliss?
50-50, you say, sir. With all due respect, we're going in blind as bats, sir. One, you can't tell us for certain how far down and in we'll need to go. Is it a few city blocks, a mile, or what? You can't give us a fix on numbers. You say anywhere from 50 to 100 or more. That's quite a margin for error, sir. Then we're up against maybe landmines, booby traps, some nasty surprises you say may or may not be waiting for us. Stuff you hinted at they've got waiting, but can't be positive where or what it is.
The Delta Commando, Stevens, couldn't keep his mouth shut.
I mean, we signed on free and willing, sir. We've been ready to go for months, hell, years, some of us, don't get us wrong.
Other than our raw talent and experience.
Good looks and a giant swinging pair.
How in the world, sir, are we going to pull this off? How are we going to do this?
How, you ask? Oh, ye of little faith. We're going right through the front door.
Barbara Price felt sick. Whether due to the drug's lingering grip, a creeping sense of fear and utter sense of aloneness, she couldn't be certain. She only knew she was in serious trouble. Whatever was next, she suspected it would only get worse. She had drifted off into another deep coma during the flight, unable to fight off the effects of whatever the shot. With no sense of time, she was clueless how long they were in the air, where they had landed. Vaguely she recalled being ushered from the jet to a large stone building high on a cliff. Did it even matter where she was? What was this, she wondered? Was she losing hope? They had dumped her in a small room with stone walls. She sat on the edge of a metal bed frame. The wooden shutters, nailed over by a thick board, kept her in the shadows. They had left the door open, light from the hall spilling into the room. Voices, Cramnon doing most of the talking, floated through the door from a distant point. She stood, listening to a minor heated exchange between Cramnon and another man. At the door, she looked out into the hallway and found a long, empty corridor, stone walls, and high ceiling. No sentry? Was Cramnon taunting her? Her hands and feet were now manacled together. There was no way she could move double time. And what? Walk right out of here? They'd hear the rattles of chains anyway. Surely an armed guard was in the vicinity, at the other end of the hall.
No.
She shuffled across the room. An inch or so to spare, she raised her hands, wedged her fingers into the end of the board. Where they had driven mason nails into stone, the wall was cracked, enough so the board began to give as she tugged. She was wondering what she'd do even if she opened the shutters, when his voice hit her from behind.
Unless you're carried on the wings of angels, it's about a 60-foot drop, Babs.
She turned to Acheron. The ghoul's smile warned her this wasn't any standard check-in. He took a step into the room and flipped a canteen and a sandwich onto the bed. He lingered. She was positive he was reaching to close the door. Price stood her ground, ready to fight. Acheron took another step closer. Price steeled herself, thinking maybe she could reach his eyes.
This is nice.
Fuck you.
Oh, now that's what I like to hear.
Hey, you! Playboy!
Acheron lost the smile, standing there, deciding.
Your master calls.
No man is my master, lady.
He didn't budge. Price wondered if he'd defy Cramnon.
Hey! What the hell are you doing down there?
Shit.
Acheron backed out through the doorway. Price found her hands shaking. She'd gotten lucky, but there could come a time soon when Cramnon wasn't around to keep the pit bulls on their chains.
Any questions?
It was time to dismiss the troops, he knew, having just restarted the bottom line. The coming battle would settle all unresolved matters, answer any questions, clear up all doubt. This, Cramnon thought, would prove the final few hours he would ever see a number of them alive. He'd measured them, heard their gripes, seen more than enough. One last look at Chambliss, and he didn't like what he found at all where the Marine was concerned. A part of him grew heavy with foreboding knowledge.
You have a little more than 4 hours before we launch. You had your last meal on the flight. I would put the coffee down from here on. But in your kits, the big brown pill will thoroughly clean your systems out. I believe I can spare drawing a picture of what might happen should you not heed my advice. The white pill is optional. It is speed. Should you wish to take it, I want to know 1 hour in advance, and I will tell you when to take it. Clean your weapons, check your gear, rig your chutes, get some rest if you can. That's it. Good luck. Dismissed.
They gathered their intel packs, smokes, and rose as a unit and filed out of the room. Acheron was shaking his head at Chambliss, the Marine muttering on the way out the door.
Something is definitely wrong with that guy.
Chambliss? Yeah, I know. He's not going to make it.
Shit.
Bolan fought to get himself refocused. It was critical in helping reach the final goal, he knew, gathering intelligence, checking facts, laying out the next leg, lining up contacts in country. But far too much time was ground up once again before he was finally on board the Gulf Stream climbing into the clouds. 30,000 feet above the Atlantic, and the soldier, heavy, tired and worried, shut the world out, pulling down the porthole cover. Alone in the cabin, he tried to sweep his mind of grim thought. Thankfully, Geller had proved a goldmine of information, filling in the blanks as best he could, the soldier eventually dumping the setup artist in Bagnola's capable hands. Some of what Geller told them was verified by the Big Fed's own wealth of sources. Alpha had been allegedly killed in 2 botched raids on terrorist strongholds, bodies burned beyond recognition. Whatever could be dug up through official channels on Kramnin and his brigands was standard DoD fare, service records and so forth. Beyond that, black ops, he knew, were never left to dangle in full view of public or congressional scrutiny. According to CIA agents in Turkey, there had been a recent attack on a remote military MIT compound in eastern Anatolia, details sketchy, which left the soldier wondering who was covering what and for whom. There was also confirmation of a breakout by forces unknown of Kurd prisoners branded terrorists by the authorities. Not a single Turk soldier or prison guard was left breathing in their butcher's wake. Many of the prisoners burned alive in their cells for reasons Bolan could only guess. The whole murdering band had vanished east for the mountains into what Bolan knew was some of the most dangerous real estate on the planet. As for the Bank of Islam, Geller didn't have a clue to its location. No one in the intelligence community could point Bolan in that direction. Even several of Bagnola's sources appeared to shrug it off as wild myth. Bolan, though, had a strong hunch it not only existed, but had a rough idea of its location. The good news was the attacks on his country appeared to be over, but who could say? 2 more Red Crescent operatives had been taken down by the FBI, one in Houston, the other in Miami. He couldn't even begin to assess the fallout, backlash, how long or if America would recover from the murderous catastrophe. But for the warrior, it was over back home. Another bloody horizon waited. The executioner now knew who was responsible for cutting loose the human bombs. The question of where they were needed solving first. No matter what it took, he would hunt down the savages and retrieve Barbara Price safe and whole. Bolan knew the lady well. She was tough, strong, resourceful. But if these bastards wanted the truth about who she was, whom she worked for, they would stop at nothing. By now, the farm knew she'd been abducted. Whatever their tasks, dealing with Phoenix Force and Able Team operations, they would make the time, lend him all the help he needed. The Stony Man warrior was certain their hopes and prayers were riding with him.
Thank God.
Bolan thought about settling in for the long flight, but felt too restless. He should sleep, but doubted even a quick combat nap would come. Bolan tried to shut down a grim train of thought before it began rolling, spiraled anger down to depression. Still, if something happened to Barbara...
Focus, Bolan. Clear the mind.
The executioner stood, went and unzipped his war bags. With time to kill before the real thing started, Bolan decided the hours ahead would be best spent stripping and cleaning his weapons before he was locked and loaded for the flight of his life.
Goddamn sure someone's going down.
Let go of me.
She felt the tension, the adrenaline of pre-combat jitters swarming her like an electric field. She tried to view her surroundings.
Face front, bitch.
Whatever, Acheron.
Price looked at the ride that would take them to Operation Leviathan. Parked in a stone building, gutted for service as a makeshift hangar, the military version of the Douglas DC-3 was undergoing last-minute pre-flight checks. Clearly the two men in bomber jackets and olive-drab fatigues appeared more interested in the missiles mounted beneath the Dakota's wings than standard mechanical and instrument inspection. Shuffling up on the plane's stern, she counted 6 pods, each one holding 3 warheads. With stabilizing fins, she judged the missiles 6 feet in length, fat like well-fed man-eating sharks in diameter. While Bomber Jacket 1 fiddled with a remote box, adjusting horizontal deviation, aiming the outside pods, port and starboard to 10 and 2 o'clock, Bomber Jacket number 2 tapped away on a computer keyboard. As they toted war bags and parachute rigs, Price counted 12 commandos in combat black suits climbing into the fuselage. She knew exactly what this was all about. She stopped as she felt Cramnon tug her arm.
How are we looking, boys?
Bomber Jacket number 1 pushed the dark aviator shades up his nose, showed Cramnon a broad smile.
Whenever you're ready, big man, she's all yours. She's topped off, packed down, ready to cruise and bruise. A few minor adjustments for the added weight on board, but your supernova package inside is hooked and ready to cook. All you have to do is punch in the code I showed you, but watch your GPS once you hit the red zone. Timer and altimeter will do all the work after you get her online. You and the boys just jump, wave goodbye to your shooting stars on the wings.
I don't plan on being anywhere near that close to ground zero.
The ordnance you're unloading? I would certainly hope not.
This had better be the encore you promised.
Let me put it this way, Chief. You drop this curtain call, and you will not have them screaming for more. Show's over.
And this is all about money, Cramnon?
You heard all that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then it's definitely not about love, Babs.
This her? Bomber Jacket flashed her a grin. Another lady killer.
Get your mind on the job. Anything happens to her, she so much as breaks a nail, I'll hang you by your balls from the nearest tree. Just in case you can't control yourself.
Cramnon produced a wad of rubber-banded American hundreds from his coat pocket and slapped it on the man's chest.
That's the last of it. Go sample the local talent when you get there. Just make damn sure you and her are there when we land.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me being AWOL, Chief. Just make sure you don't forget me on payday.
Before I leave, how about wishing me good luck, Babs? Hey, you might really want to think about things while I'm gone. Next time you see me, I'll be rich enough to buy a small country, although I'm more of an island kind of guy. I may come back looking like the man you've always dreamed about.
Somehow I seriously doubt that.
Cramnon pushed her away.
We'll see about that, Cupcake.
Gordon Buck Walters licked his middle finger and stuck it in the air. It wasn't Doppler radar, but a poor farm boy from Kansas could damn sure tell which way the wind was blowing. Shuffling for the deep southwest corner, burdened with his war bag, he figured the stiff breeze wasn't shifted much by those rusted, crappy metal TV antenna sprouting on the apartment rooftop, the likes of which he'd seen in every Muslim city from Casablanca to Karachi while working CIA Black Ops. The wind was sweeping in nice and steady from the steppe, east of Old Ankara. Maybe Noah's ghost up there in Mount Ararat on the border with Iran now lent them a helping hand with good strong gusts blowing over the vast East Plains, keeping it honest for them, downright calamitous for scores of unsuspecting Turks out for a late-night stroll or cup of tea. Factor in the hills that ringed the town of Kemal, Ataturk, staked as the country's capital, and Walters figured they were safe from having to whiff the nasty stuff. On the move, shuddering at the image of dying the way he'd seen thousands of Kurds go when Saddam got nasty after Gulf War, Walters watched two of his four-man team hustle into position, claiming their roost. No longer necessary to tromp around as Askeri Inzabat, Walters knocked the white helmet of the Turkish military police, branded with "As Is" off his head, looking back as Grimm drilled the steel plate into the door jamb of the service stairwell. Midnight lovebirds or any party crashers of the armed variety would have to blow the door, but Walters sure as hell hoped they were long gone by then. Grimm, he saw, scurried to the far northeast edge, depositing 4 iron talons already fastened with coiled rope at the base of the retaining wall. Judd and Gregory unzipped their hefty war bags, hauled out, and began assembling the 2 rocket launchers. Snugging the comlink over his bristled scalp, Walters crouched at the wall and took a few moments to get his bearings. From his buzzard's eye view, he found plenty of nightlife stretching up and down the traffic-choked main street. The wide boulevard stretched south, ending about 6 clicks down before it rolled up at the gates of the presidential mansion. There were hotels, department stores, the famous Kokatep Kami, which was the Turk version of Saks, gobbling up what few blocks remained. The Hayder Pasa train station was due southeast, bustling with late arriving or departing travelers, that particular patch of real estate ripe and ready for a few bullseyes. Across the city and promenades and parks, old Ataturk had raised a few statues to his War of Independence, but Walters didn't see any Baghdad-style toppling of his late honor in the near future. Panning on, Walters lingered a gaze on the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations, wondering what treasures were housed inside those walls.
Back to business, Buck. You ain't here for the sights.
Quickly, he began digging out the Russian hardware. An RPK-74 with 45-round banana clip for him, AK-47s for the younger guys, 3 RPGs, and a fat bag of warheads, Makarov sidearms, enough spare clips to tackle a small army if it came down to shooting their way to the evac site. A lot of their hardware, he knew, was custom-built from the first bolt and screw on up. There were plenty of Russian armorers standing in the unemployment line after the wall came down. The big boss man, peering into their collective futures, had dropped a fat wad to buy the best weapons designers he could hunt down in the motherland. Those launchers, about to blanket a chunk of Ankara with doomsday clouds, were recoilless, self-propelled, hand and machine-tooled from spec. It was the payload he stewed over. Walters looked up, laying the weapons on the deck, Judd and Gregory setting up high-tech shop. The 2 Delta commandos were fresh off a war, blooded in battle, Fedayeen scalps on their belts, and Walters figured there was at least 35, could be closer to 40 years in age difference between him and the Delta Specials. Judd hacked away on his keyboard, fiddling with gyroscopic sat dish, Gregory adjusting the azimuth on both launchers.
What about windage, Judd? Any deviations down the line for the first series of targets?
Everything's fine, Gregory. Wind holding steady. We're good to go. Good to hear, son.
Walters checked his chronometer and glimpsed the Delta hot shots hauling the first set of 10-round magazines.
God damn it!
Walters jumped back as the projectile rolled for his feet. He flashed the kids an angry look, both of them frozen on a knee, clearly anxious and aware it could all end before it got started.
Jesus, people!
Bending, Walters reached out, wrapped his hand around the 85mm projectile. There was Arab lettering on the warhead. Carefully rolling it around, he thought he'd rather be holding a cobra by the hood. Saddam Hussein was painted on the shell. He was looking for cracks in the casing, wished he'd taken the time to inspect each of the 100 rounds, but was unwilling to show the kids he wasn't the man of steel as reputation proceeded.
Which one of you hot shits is the artist?
That'd be me, sir.
Oh, you got a real talent, Judd.
The Delta specialists returned to prepping launchers and snapped the first 2 10-round loads home, bottoms up, near the breach. Walters then scoured the eastern skies for the comet he knew was coming. He took a knee, cradling his light machine gun. Nothing to do but wait for the green light. This was either going to be a night to remember, one for the ages, or all of them would be in hell long before the next sunrise.
Hostile is down. You're clear in the front end, old man.
If that hadn't been Chambliss cracking flip on the comlink, Cramnon would have ripped him a new one, big enough to drive their transport truck up his Semper Fi sphincter. But they were on. Leviathan was thrashing up from the deep. Time to go gut the beasts down below.
Rodrigo, park it.
The back end stopped, nearly bucked up against the wall. It wasn't even a short reach to the top edge, Cramnon saw. Picture perfect. This was as easy as it would get. RPK-74, with fixed bayonet slung around his shoulder, combat vest and webbing weighted down with spare clips, and a mixed bag of grenades, Cramnon grabbed the top of the wall. This was the moment that either marked the beginning of the rest of their lives or the end. Well over a decade in the planning, laying his life on the line time and time again just to create the Red Crescent, dreaming of the day he could make it happen, hoping, craving his one shot, spending virtually every dime of pilfered DOD slush funds to pave the golden road, payoffs, weapons, aircraft.
So far, so good.
He was up and over the wall, swift and dropping, jacked up on adrenaline. Acheron, Ben Stevens, with his hand-held heat and motion sensors, landed beside him. Cramnon led the charge, combat instincts sparking like severed live wires, absorbing his surroundings. The big stone warehouse appeared deserted, a dim, naked bulb hanging on both ends of the structure. His sights locked solely on the prize. Regardless of whatever security their millions could buy, the commandos had opted for the ancient ways of shock and ambush instead of high tech. Cramnon surged past wooden and metal crates, all of which were empty. Heads swiveling this way and that, sound-suppressed Beretta 92F leading the way, he knew Chambliss had them covered from above. The young Marine was perched on the rooftop of the next warehouse down. Cramnon hugged the line of crates, checking the third hand, timer preset for 30-second intervals on his chronometer. He waved his slack men to a halt, counting down the seconds. A glimpse at the heap crumpled up against the wall, and Cramnon allowed himself a smile. One neat, dark hole between the Mark's eyes, the guard's scrambled brains still running down the wall, and Chambliss had proved himself beautiful in his madness, showing off his rep with the sound-suppressed HK-33. Peering around the corner of stacked crates, Cramnon found the camera in a slow roll, going left. He bolted for the steel door, crossed the patch of no man's land, then flanked their backdoor entrance. He found Stevens looking up from his monitor, giving him the peace sign. Two assholes watched as Stevens worked 5 fingers of his left hand up and down 3 times before giving him the middle finger. 33 yards deep in the hole, then, Cramnon found the young Delta stud smiling as he used the middle finger flag to indicate direction. The commando smiled back at Stevens, then lost the expression as Acheron gobbed the keyhole with plastique. The others were foaming at the mouth to get the fireworks lighting up the hole. He loved these guys. Get a bunch of men together who weren't afraid of death, and the world had definite problems. Ramses heaved on the titanium crowbar. They weren't even down in the dark bowels yet, and already the stench was choking off the oxygen to his brain. The grate was massive. He was afraid it was so heavy, so wedged into the alley floor, it would take 10 Samsons and Goliaths just to budge it a couple of inches free.
Fuck. Just keep going.
Although drenched in sweat, Ramses felt confidence swell, aware Dawson was on the other side, his black mug a mask of simmering rage and determination. The miasma almost making him retch. He worked the bar in tandem with Dawson's huge muscled arms. those pistons the size of engine blocks, rippling with each mighty, angry heave. Ramses could have cursed Cramden for this shit detail, but the plan was mapped, nailed to specific tasks, all logistics computed. It had to go by the numbers, or the small underground city would become their tomb. So they had to wade through a sea of raw sewage. The good news, or so Cramden told him, there were no nightmare traps waiting to spring on the way in. Just in case, Cramden had left him with 2 Fedayeen walking dead.
There!
The manhole was up. Ramses strained to bring the hooked end in his hand just a little higher.
Jesus, this bastard's heavy. Could use some plastic.
Who you telling, Dawson?
They began inching it over in the direction already agreed on. Ramses looked up and met Dawson's flaming orbs.
Down.
Right. Ooh.
As Dawson hauled up his custom Russian saw with 200-round box magazine, Ramses snapped up his RPK-74. He looked over his shoulder, the troops poised to kick Kurds and Fedayeen in gear.
Shake a leg, ladies.
The executioner felt his anger rising. Greeted on the tarmac by an underling 2 hours and 47 minutes ago, the soldier had been whisked to a sterile white room, his Spartan temporary quarters, according to the aide who showed him in. Now as he paced around, the soldier felt he might as well have been locked in a jail cell. Both farm pilots had been steered to an undisclosed waiting area. None of them had been issued a base pass, but Bolan held onto his sidearms, thinking something was wrong with the setup the longer he was left alone. There were delays, excuses, apologies handed off by the underling roughly every 30 to 40 minutes. The general was busy with unspecified but urgent business. The general was in conference. In other words, Bolan wasn't exactly feeling the spirit of cooperation. He considered hauling the satlink from his war bag, have Bagnola light a fire, but then decided he'd go find the base commander. Besides, given Turk inclination to spy on American operatives, he wouldn't put it past his hosts to have the walls bugged, maybe a mini-camera hidden in the light fixture. Perhaps it was a mistake, not flying direct to the American air base at Incirlik, down to business with members of the home team. But from all indications, and if his own hunch was right, the Bank of Islam was somewhere in Ankara. Slipping the war bag over his shoulder, Bolan was out the door. He looked both ways down the long, narrow corridor, every bit as stark white and sterile as a hospital. No arrows or markings to point the way around the base. The soldier homed in on the chatter and low hum of instruments to his left. Marching, suspecting there was more to their stall tactics than some undeclared emergency, Bolan stopped at a thick glass partition. Looking in at the massive room, he found it choked with banks of monitors, digital wall maps, and other assorted tracking and surveillance high-tech equipment. He figured it for the base command and control nerve center, but with floor-to-ceiling windows at the other end, fanning in a half-circle around the sprawling bays, it could likewise pass as the flight tower. 4 operators in Turk uniform manned a bank of monitors. Considering a Turkish military outpost had been reduced to a smoking crater in Kurd rebel country by what was believed some type of flying bomb, the soldier found it strange the room wasn't jumping with a platoon of alert, grim-faced controlmen. Instead, Bolan found them engaged in more clock-watching than anything else, and sensed they were ill at ease. Or perhaps waiting? On what? Orders from the base commander? Just then, Bolan spotted the short, lean, uniformed figure roll up on his left flank.
Colonel Stone, I presume?
Huh?
Bolan turned and looked into the dark eyes of the base commander, the soldier not bothering to hide the anger in his stare.
My apologies for the delay.
The Turkish commander held out his hand.
I am General Hamsi.
Cramden tagged the first armed shadow as he bolted from the office cubicle. Whether the muffled bang of C4 had alerted them or not, Cramnon couldn't be sure, but they had come to life on Stevens's monitor, 3 steps into the warehouse. Cramnon found Hostile 2 reaching for the red button to sound the alarm below. 2 more to the chest, overkill, but Cramnon wasn't satisfied until the body slammed the wall, crumpled on its haunches, twitched out. Acheron and Stevens approached.
Warehouse is all clear.
Good.
Acheron keyed his comlink.
All right, everybody, fall out.
Roger that.
Cramnon paced off the steps from the edge of the outer office wall. They could have moved the crates, but if they were arrogant, they might just be lazy too. 30 paces toward the middle of the warehouse, sheathing the Beretta, Cramnon put his shoulder into the big crate that supposedly marked the spot. He looked down.
Acheron, flashlight.
Gotcha.
Nice.
In the poor light, the naked eye would have missed it. So far, inside information was panning out. Cramnon slid free his commando dagger from the sheath on his shin and prodded the putty they had smeared over the ring. Working the blade carefully, chipping away at the putty and probing for wires, he exposed the ring, but he wasn't going to be the one to pull it up. Standing, Cramnon plucked the TAC radio off his belt to place the first of 2 calls.
Showtime, boys.
The incident, as I said, is still under investigation, Colonel.
Uh-huh.
The more the man's lips moved, the deeper Bolan's suspicion that Hamsi was lying.
Understand, this is a most regrettable tragedy, an embarrassment to our government. An entire base was destroyed. Officers, soldiers, men with families were killed. Many of them burned alive in this savage attack. Yes, we do believe it had something to do with the simultaneous attack on the prison. As for motive, who can say how the mind of a Kurd works? Those people, they are little more than terrorists, murderers who blow themselves up in our cities, killing innocent women and children. We are at war with these people, and the incident the other night was simply another example of their barbarism.
They were still standing in the hall. There was no invitation by the general for Bolan to join him in his quarters, brainstorm over tea. The Turks, even hard-by-the-book soldiers, officers, or MIT agents, Bolan knew, were, as a rule, gracious and hospitable to foreigners. Hamsi was feeling him out. Bolan was certain the general was itching for him to be on his way, the incident, as he called it, a whopping mystery yet to be solved. Sorry for the inconvenience, the waste of his time.
And the Bank of Islam, General?
Hamsi smiled, shook his head, shrugged.
I am afraid, whatever you have heard, Colonel, it is rumor, speculation, myth. If it existed here in my country, as you implied, do you not think with our vast intelligence resources we would know?
You're telling me I made a long trip for nothing.
Perhaps not. There is a thriving terror network, we believe, right here in Ankara. The CIA, as I'm sure you know, lends us invaluable assistance in tracking down these criminals. We have picked up recent chatter, the usual references to a big event, you understand? But we believe they are planning an attack on our country that could rival... Well, we do not know what they intend. But I was in the process of mounting an operation to strike what I believe is a large cell here in the city.
And?
Please indulge me a little more time. By then I should know more. I could use your help. Feel free to move about the base. I can have food and whatever beverage you like sent to you and your men, while I look further into the incident of the other night.
No, that's okay. I'll stick around until you get back to me.
Very well, Colonel. If you will excuse me now, I will get back to you shortly.
A curt nod and bow, then the general marched away, Bolan watching him round the corner. The executioner picked up his war bag, lingered at the glass partition for a moment, and then moved into the flight control room. Hamsi was hiding something. Call it gut feeling, years of hard experience trampling through countless nests of vipers. But Bolan knew Hamsi was dirty.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Come on, Haji. Move your ass!
Cramnon saw, beyond the hate he found aimed his way by their Fedayeen booby-trap detector, the Iraqi was scared.
Cause ordeal nafatok.
Now!
Cramden stayed hunkered behind a stack of crates, a good 20 yards from ground zero. His troops and curd mules fanned out beside him. The Iraqi stared at the ring, but bent at the knees, grasped the ring, tugged, hesitated.
Pull it up, Haji! Pull it!
Cramden slid behind full cover of the crate. He waited a few seconds. The blast never came. He broke into the open, flying up on the Iraqi, grabbing him by the shoulder.
Way to go, boy!
Cramden stared down into the hole, the stone steps falling for maybe 20 feet. His small army gathered around him. He didn't need Stevens to tell him there were no hostiles at the bottom, or in the first 100-yard vicinity of the tunnel. He could feel the absence of threat. He shoved the Iraqi closer to the hole.
This is where you start spreading some real sunshine, asshole.
Bolan decided to give Hamsi another 30 minutes of jerking his chain. By then, the soldier would have mapped out how he was going to lean on him. Or maybe he wouldn't get that far. Midway across the control room, the executioner felt it in the air. Treason. The members of the four-man team made a pretense of watching their screens, but Bolan felt their grinding unease. They fidgeted in their chairs, threw him hooded looks, fiddling with knobs and dials as if trying to busy themselves, watching him without watching. One of them was breaking out in a sweat.
What the hell's going on?
Instinct told Bolan to lug the war bag along. His nerves were twitching, adrenaline ready to burst at the first hint of trouble. But what trouble? He was on edge, trusting raw gut feeling, but where was the threat? It was here, somewhere on the base. He could feel it, much as, he imagined, a man bleeding in the middle of the ocean on driftwood knew a man-eater was somewhere in the water, closing, unseen, about to chomp and tear flesh. And the soldier was positive sharks of the human variety were now circling, blood in their noses. But who? Where? How many? Take the attack on the base in Anatolia. Turks were staunch, even rabid believers in an eye for an eye. Yet beneath the surface act of sounding off about Kurd savagery, Hamsi seemed almost, glib? Willing to shrug off the attack as the cost of Kurd rebellion and the Turk military's ongoing war of attrition with homegrown terrorists? Second, if the unknown attackers who freed the Kurd prisoners had one flying bomb at their disposal, it stood to reason there were two, maybe more just such potential conflagrations with wings. The flight tower, the whole base, in fact, should be bristling with beefed-up security, hopping with enough armed and technical manpower there wouldn't be an inch of elbow room to spare. The radar screens should be swarming with sorties, Turk fighter jets, Black Hawks, practically choking the skies above Ugrak, sealing an aerial net around Ankara and well east. Moving to the observation deck, Bolan found every radar screen clear. Warning number 1. Turning, he looked over his shoulder. One of the operators was up and shuffling for the exit. The soldier's combat radar began to blip, sensing there was more to the operator abandoning his post than a nature call or coffee refill. This was all dead damn wrong. At the window, Bolan surveyed the airfield. Every warbird was grounded. F-15s and 16s, Black Hawks and Apaches sat like ghost ships. He spotted shadows meandering near the fuel trucks, maybe a trio of silhouettes around the distant hangars. There was no discernible activity, no maintenance crews, no aircraft landing or taking off. He looked at the vast steppe that stretched away beyond the fencing to the east. Other than the burning lights of distant villages, there was nothing there but rugged, barren plain. Too empty, the night way too quiet. He scoured the northern, then eastern skies, thinking he should find at least one military bird up there. Nothing. Warning 2? Considering this base, though built recently and with the aid of a hefty chunk of U.S. dollars, housed the bulk of Turk soldiers, fighter pilots, and flying hardware for the Ankara region. Something should be rolling down the runway. Mechanics at work. Something. A red light flashed in his mind as he noted how packed in neat rows the aircraft were parked. Bolan scoured the heavens again, bells and whistles going off in his head. Then, as if sensing it coming, he felt his stare pulled east. It was a dark speck, nearly invisible to the naked eye, but the shape and bulk of a transport bird, even with lights out, was unmistakable.
What the hell?
It was descending hard, low, and on a collision course with the grounded warbirds.
Oh, shit.
Bolan sensed movement from behind. He turned just as the last Turk was clearing the exit. Once called Angora from the time of the Hittites, going back over 1,300 years, the town had seen its share of wealth, thanks in large part to its central location in a land that had changed names, people, and boundaries for about 10,000 years. With north-south and east-west trade routes, the ancients primarily bartered fine goat hair, while garnering for themselves spices, gems, and other exotic goods from the east. The land had also seen about as much bloodshed as the Black Sea was wide and deep. Everybody from the Mongols to Alexander the Great to the Romans to Persians and Arabs had passed through in stampeding waves, staking their claim, grabbing up what they wanted, and leaving behind their mark in various ruins and monuments throughout the country. Truth was, the Turks, diluted blood of their cousin Huns, had stayed on. Whether the underground city was dug to hide treasure or spare various and sundry rulers from invading hordes, Cramnon couldn't say. Whether it was burrowed beneath what had become modern Ankara by Romans, Greeks, or Arabs, or even Ataturk, Cramnon didn't care either. They were going for the gold. Where the end of the line stopped at his vault to paradise on earth, he had a rough idea, already counting off the paces to himself. But he knew for damn sure the hunkered hostiles of a terror organization he and his men helped bring to life had invested a lot of time, sweat, and cash into a series of booby traps that, once sprung, would leave no doubt anyone brave, reckless, or fool enough to venture down here would know the true meaning of horror.
Come on, Haji.
Cramnon forced the Fedayeen to keep moving, prodding him with a jab to the kidneys with a bayonet whenever the Iraqi hesitated or flashed back a mean face. With a vague idea of what ambushes awaited, he had come prepared to navigate through at least one of the ghastly obstacles. Torches set inside iron flanges on the walls, the dancing lights spaced and alternated on each side every 30 to 40 yards. Cramnon shuffled ahead, looking for telltale signs the horror was about to start. It was hot, sticky, the walls reeking of mold, a faint coppery taint of spilled blood in his nose. That particular odor brought a smile to his lips. Getting real close now, he sensed, fisting sweat out of his eyes, the troops and Kurds strung out in single file behind him as they trailed in his steps, which followed the Iraqi. The tension behind him was like an invisible steady blow to his shoulders. And then he saw it. It was so obvious he fought to hold down the laughter. The stone pathway had been laid out in sections of 3 blocks, the corridor perhaps 12 feet across, sloping gently toward the first pillared corner. Imagining these blocks nearly the size of what the poor Slavs humped for the pharaohs at Giza, Cramnon spotted the evidence of recent uprooting and replacement of ancient stone. It flared in his eyes like a neon sign urging him to halt. He also saw the dark splotches of crimson, the lazy bastards too trifling to bother giving the blood pool a thorough scrubbing. Careless? Or were they making it appear all too easy? There was concrete plastered over what had been rows of holes on both sides of the wall, hardly blending in with the dark, ancient blocks. How fresh? Impossible to say. The Iraqi, either sensing the danger or getting a whiff of blood, stopped in his tracks.
You know the drill, Haji.
Cramnon poked the bayonet into his spine. a nice, painful nudge that got him moving. The Iraqi lurched ahead, his feet landing on the middle block. Cramnon jumped back as rows of steel fangs shot out from both sides of the wall. The Iraqi was clamped in the teeth with such force, flesh erupted, bones snapped and splintered like matchsticks.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Cramnon turned away as blood and gore bathed his face. Bolan now knew he bore witness to a smoking gun. Whether the flying bomb was manned by martyr or steered by autopilot, it wouldn't sway the end result of the coming Holocaust. Bolan, angered over the obvious treachery, aware there wasn't a damn thing he could do but watch, stood his ground by the observation windows. Just before the aircraft sailed over the fence line, warheads were jettisoned from the wings of the flying wrecking ball. The rockets streaked in different directions, but the brunt of devastation was preset for the jumble of aircraft.
Shit!
He braced for a hard dash to deep cover. The first wave of explosions ripped into the far end of the Warbird parking lot. The deck trembled beneath his boots, the massive windows shimmied the shockwaves. Bolan knew what terrible wrath was devouring Ugra.
Cluster bombs.
He was spinning on his heels just as the winged leviathans of wreckage began to spew out of the erupting trash heap below. The shock and horror were anticipated, the other Fedayeen now crystal clear on what sort of gruesome fate awaited them. Cramnon heard his walking dead snarl curses at his back, their brother in jihad pinned upright like some grotesque, gigantic, half-splattered bug, feet sort of dancing in the air as the mangled body twitched out the last of nerve spasms. The architects of this death trap had left no more than 2 to 3 inches between the bars, aiming any vertical impalement for the average-sized man, roughly skull to groin. The Iraqi was a shredded mess, his brain exposed where one spear had sheared off the back of his skull. That was about as pretty as it got. Blood, guts, and body waste were running off the boots, pooling on stone, shards of bone sticking out from where his right and left arms had been shot through from lances, skewering the sack from opposite directions. The good news was that there was a 3-foot space below the last row and the floor. Plenty enough room to crawl to the other side, dragging behind their human ambush detectors, weapons and bagged ordnance. Just in case the terror bankers were making it look too simple and inviting, Cramnon grabbed the titanium rod from Chambliss. Bending, he stretched out the pole, pushed the end down on the next 2 rows of blocks ahead. New stone was set over spring mounts, a pressure plate releasing a trip lever beneath the block. How the ghoulish engineers set it all back in place for the next poor schmuck wasn't his concern. Once safely across, he'd let the Iraqi on deck take point.
I'm not going.
What the fuck?
Cramnon wheeled on the Iraqi. Tossing the pole back to Chambliss, he fisted a handful of hair.
Come here, you rotten.
The Iraqi struggled, took a swipe at Cramnon's arms with cuffed hands. Acheron was all over him next, driving him to his knees, using the butt of his rifle like a blackjack. Cramnon didn't have the time to beat his will into them. He decided a display of his charming personality was in order.
I won't die like that for you. You will just have to drag my dead body.
By all means, have it your way. Thor, get your ass over here. Coming.
The big shadow boiled up from deep in the pack, shouldering his way through the Kurds, their own parting for the muscled behemoth. Chad Summers, former Green Beret, was indeed a beautiful, fearsome sight, Cramnon thought, smiling at the red, white, and blue war paint masking his face, bare muscled arms the envy of any Mr. Olympus. Cramnon stepped back from the Iraqi as Thor reached behind his shoulders, then hauled out one of his 2 battle axes. Thor drove the axe down, buried the blade in the Iraqi's brain. Tariq Mudal, wretched, felt the bile writhing in his stomach like a nest of angry snakes. Breathing through his mouth not only didn't stem the tide of evil stench, but it also seemed to draw the poisonous fumes deeper into his lungs, ballooning his belly with yet more queasy acid. Up to his knees in sewage, the slimy filth even now worming into his boots, squishing between his toes. He questioned the sanity of men who would rather wade through raw human waste than use the stone walkways. Unless, of course, they knew something he didn't. Middle of the pack, Mudal watched as the scarred monster jabbed each Iraqi in turn, bayonet between the shoulder blades, the commando cursing them to move faster. Submerged in the evil sludge almost to their shoulders, the Iraqis probed the bottom with poles. Mudal believed the 2 point men were searching for mines, booby traps. Then he corrected the thought, since Scarface and the black commando nearly shuffled up their asses. They must have been feeling for some hole, fissure, or drop-off point hidden at the bottom of this vile mud, waiting for one of the Iraqis to vanish into the soup. He hoped that happened. Maybe then they'd walk the rest of the journey to whatever final destination on dry stone ramparts.
Hey, asshole! Puke on your own time!
The black commando's eyes were framed with menace against the soft glow of hanging naked bulbs. It was all Mudal could do to keep from cutting loose with his assault rifle. Trouble was, the other team of Americans had snapped up the bulk of his men, including his 2 top lieutenants.
Gracious bastard. I'll get you.
Mudal saw the commando prod the Iraqis on, bayonet nudges to the back of the skull as they splashed and clambered to a higher point. Then the commandos lifted their nylon bags and weapons over their heads, taking their sweet time, feeling their way with cautious, probing steps. The lead commandos slid up to their chests in the sludge. Mudal felt his own way in their wake, taking their cue, lifting the AK over his head. An image leaped to mind. Following the scarred monster, he hoped the commando stumbled into a fissure, swallowed down into the quicksand of sewage. Barring the commando choked to death on shit, Mudal began scheming other options for the near future, just in case his first wish didn't come true.
Colonel?
Bolan recognized the voice of his pilot, clawing through the gonging in his skull. A noxious concoction of burning fuel and the sickly sweet bite of roasting flesh hauled him to his senses. Buried under splintered metal and beads of glass from the demolished workstation, the soldier swept the garbage away, tasting blood on his lips.
Fuck.
If a few cuts and dings were the worst of his injuries, he'd take it. Had one of those cluster bombs been cut loose his way, or the flying bomb itself impacted a direct hit on the control tower? That neither happened confirmed absolutely what he already suspected. At least 5 snakes were meant to slither off into the night. How many other Turks on base were bought and paid for? And what exactly did the attack mean? Was it the beginning of something far more insidious already in the works? A diversion? Bolan could venture a pretty good guess what had happened here and why. If he wasn't sitting right on top of the Bank of Islam, he was in the neighborhood.
Time to make the donuts.
Rising, glass slivers falling out of his hair, banging aside the crumpled shell of what had been a table, Bolan took a moment to get his legs under him. At least 2/3 of the control room was trashed. Bolan saw his flight crew materialize out of the thick clouds drifting to his right. They were armed with Beretta sidearms.
Colonel, I'm all right. No, I will be all right.
He kicked through the glass and smashed ruins of high-tech equipment in search of his war bag. Moments later, retracing his steps, he tugged the war bag from the pulped shell of another workstation. Unzipping the bag, he hauled out and handed his men 2 mini Uzis, 3 spare magazines each. He put it to them, clean, direct, and simple, hooking a TAC radio to his belt.
What do you want us to do, sir?
You 3 are on your own.
We're coming with you, sir.
Just don't get in my way.
The executioner took an M16 M203 combo for himself. One final look at the leaping sheet of fire beyond the observation deck, and Bolan led the way to the exit. Time to do what he should have done when he first laid eyes on Hamsi. Cramnon knew with every yard covered, they were closing on the enemy lair.
Everyone, keep your eyes peeled for fresh stone.
Yes, sir.
Cramnon kept scouring the floor and walls for telltale indicators. Down to 2 walking dead, he had been forced to shove the severed hands of their late and unlamented squawking brother in their yaps. No problem if he ran out of live guinea pigs. He'd used the gory meat inside the body bag Thor toted to probe the way. The light began to dim, Cramnon feeling the hair rise on the back of his neck. Just like that, the torches became spaced farther apart.
Showtime yet again.
He stopped, gave the hand signal, 3 flashlights mounted on assault rifles flaring on. Acheron set down the Iraqi package, his ankles now cuffed, the Fedayeen gagging on the meat lodged in his mouth, squirming to break his bonds, aware he was up next. As they danced light over the walls and floor, Cramnon smiled at the glaring discrepancy in the stone coloring. He saw they had cut blocks in even rows down both sides of the wall. A vague idea of what was coming.
Chambliss, give me a hand.
Coming.
Cramnon knew it would be dicey. A nod to Acheron, then the 2 of them dug their hands into the Iraqi's shoulders. They hoisted him off the floor and tossed the Fedayeen ahead, dumping him on the middle white stone. Bolan sent the door crashing in. Leading the charge, he swept the quarters with the M16 M203 combo. Empty.
Shit, he's bailing.
The general and his 4 snakes probably already had made their escape, and Bolan surged back into the doorway. Senses pummeled by the wailing of the bass klaxon, Bolan saw 3 uniformed armed Turks charging down the hall. He was drawing target acquisition when the Turk with the pistol threw his hands up in the air, skidding to a halt. Bolan cautiously advanced on the officer.
Who are you?
I am Colonel Ghazi Toulouse.
Where's Hamsi?
That is what I am attempting to find out. I was coming to arrest him.
Acheron hung back, but itched to get moving, aware they were all on the clock of the guardians of the terror bank. The Fedayeen was mashed between 2 giant slabs of pulverizing stone. He couldn't say how many pounds per square inch had left little more than muck, gristle, and powdered bone at Cramnon's feet, but Mitchell knew he'd rather eat a lead sandwich than find out firsthand. Sure, it was over, as fast as lightning winked. Sure, the victim, squashed like a bug, probably never felt it coming. Still, it was a hell of a way to cashier off the planet. Feeling the tension ratchet up behind him, Acheron watched Cramnon nod at Chambliss, both of them crouched on haunches on opposite sides. They wedged the titanium pole in place, 4 or 5 inches up, midway through, Acheron fearing it wouldn't be enough if the block sprung forth. Acheron listened for any warning groan, steel maybe buckling, the walls shuddering as they strained to blow. Stepping aside, Cramnon smiled, waving on the point men.
What the hell are you waiting for, gentlemen? This ain't no disco. Step up to the plate. Time is money.
Your turn.
Reaching behind, Acheron jacked their last Fedayeen to his feet. Acheron lifted him by the seat of his pants. No sense risking an uncooperative spirit at this late juncture, he figured. Rotten SOB may be kicking the pole out of spite. Acheron hurled their Iraqi tripwire to the other side.
Dalama.
General Ataturk Hamsi knew it was impossible to cover every base. There was no such creature as the perfect plan. Yet so far, it was going exactly according to how it had been laid out for him by the American cutouts. So why did that disturb him so badly? Did it all appear too good to be true? Was fate prepared to play some cruel joke? When this dream was first hatched, it couldn't have landed on his doorstep at a more opportune time. Years before the first of the American cutouts brought him on board the operation, he knew he'd never become a rich man, much less even reasonably comfortable, no matter how high up the chain of military command he climbed. If a man wanted to get ahead in Turk uniform, corners needed to be cut. A new course had to be charted, with a keen eye always aimed at the bottom line. He was getting older, wondering where it was all headed, wondering if he had wasted his life in service to politicians who were either ungrateful or corrupt, chasing down Kurd guerrillas, or plugging up one hole after another in the terror dike in his country, which was bound to burst someday. Truth be told, he didn't care what the Americans or the jihad fanatics did over here. Why get chewed up in the middle of a war that couldn't be won anyway? He was in it for the money. Pulling through the door that led out from the last main corridor of the command and control building, Hamsi was thinking he was too old, in more ways than one. His lungs burned, strained for oxygen, but he was tempted to halt for a quick smoke. There was no time, he knew, for such indulgence. Once he boarded his Black Hawk in the air and putting behind a world on fire he had helped create, he could smoke up a storm, perhaps break out the good cognac. Far from home free, he knew that Colonel Tulruz, a by-the-book team player, was looking to impale his head on a spike. Hamsi knew the dog, always lapping at the heels of officers and politicians behind his back, was bent on using him to make an impression, advancing his career at someone else's expense. For days now, Hamsi recalled the man's hooded looks with every new order handed out. These days, the snake practically shadowed him to the toilet. Hamsi was certain his phone was tapped, the walls of his office bugged. Yes, perhaps he'd been careless, discussing the operation with the insolent Adam Ant, or whatever his real name. No matter, another 100 feet or so, as he found the blades spinning to life on his Black Hawk, and he'd be flying for new but golden horizons. There were other pressing matters to iron out once airborne. Beyond the nylon bag hung from his shoulder, he was burdened with the human baggage of the 4-man technical team. They had been transferred from Incirlik several months back, delivered to him by another cutout, insinuated into the scheme. It had been his task to further break them in, explain the parameters of their roles, feel them out for duplicitous motives. Whoever these fellow countrymen, whatever their own reasons, all he knew right then was that it was done. It was happening as designed. 2 stops remained before he reached the border and received the remainder of his payoff. Then Hamsi would be free at last from Turks, Americans, and his contentious wife. As for the pack of hounds trailing him, he would make the foursome understand in no uncertain terms they needed to go their own way. They might tote M16s, but if down the road they needed additional persuading to seek out their own arrangements, Hamsi had no problem allowing his Beretta to explain the simple facts of life.
Talaba.
Hamsi picked up the pace, crossing the hangar. The Black Hawk, parked at the deepest northwest corner of the base, was the only aircraft spared the Holocaust. Surely that was another red flag for Tulruz the Snake to wave over his vanishing act. The cluster bomb shellacking alone nearly razed the entire base, and Hamsi knew no amount of the most plausible explanation would keep his scalp off the Tulruz's trophy mantle. It was a fearsome, unexpected, even unholy sight, no matter how he justified his motives. He had been running out of his office when the first series of explosions rocked the compound, his cue to bail. On the run, he'd seen the smoking ruins of both officer and soldier barracks, a sea of wreckage and hellish destruction so vast he believed only a miracle could have spared even a few souls. He felt no pity, No mercy, no shame. The dead or maimed were soldiers, after all, understood the risks of war long before they decided to become fighting men. Life was tough like that. Hamsi squinted against the brilliant sheen of firelight in the hangar doorway, nearly laughed with glee as he closed the gap to his freedom ride. Scorching winds then began gusting in his face, carrying to his nose the stink of burning fuel and cooking human flesh. Unbelievable, he thought, the awe and might of American killing ingenuity. Even at a good 2,000 meters from the conflagration, he could still feel the rage of the firestorm, his face heating up, sweat breaking out on his forehead.
Stop!
Hamsi felt his heart lurch, recognizing the voice.
Lose the weapons!
He nearly stumbled, fear then hardening his limbs, adrenaline propelling him forward with sudden speed and greater urgency. He was digging out the Beretta, whirling toward the big shadow rolling out of the fire glow. Cramden sensed that their time was up. His last Fedayeen, a blubbering, bloody mess, Cramden was forced to hold him upright by the scruff of his neck.
Come on, Haji. You'll be getting your virgins yet.
Once more the lights faded, reducing the corridor to deep shadows. 100 paces ahead, he saw where the walled depression forked. That would mark their final point before the planned split of his team, and the march jettisoned into juggernaut status. They were close to the end zone. He listened for boot heels rapping on stone, the slightest breathing of men lying in ambush. Nothing down there, he sensed, searching for hunkered shadows framed in the distant dance of torchlight. Back to work, he watched flashlights wash over the path ahead. Cramden found 3 slabs of white stone across. Not good. Whatever the hell it meant, there was no time to ponder.
Let's go.
He shoved the Iraqi ahead, the Fedayeen stumbling, pitching face down on stone. Cramden was lurching back when twin funnels of fire shot from both walls.
Whoa!
The dragon spray ignited the Fedayeen. Cramden lifted his RPK as the flaming scarecrow pinballed wall to wall, then shot down the corridor. The executioner gave these vipers the option, but experience warned him they were a lost cause. Forget the fact the Turks didn't look kindly on foreign agents gunning down their own, dirty or not. Bolan needed a live one to sing the blues. They formed a barrier to Hamsi, the general clawing for his sidearm, which presented the soldier with his potential songbird. The executioner zipped the line of 5.56 millimeter flesh manglers left to right, M16 stuttering on full auto. He bowled 2 flailing Turks into their master. A glimpse of the pistol sailing from Hamsi's hand, and the executioner raked them again, starboard to port. The last 2 snakes were spinning, then pitching back to take their hopes and dreams to hell, when Bolan became aware of the paper tornadoes swirling around Hamsi.
There.
Cramden stilled his trigger finger. He waited until his flaming comet danced over enough stone down the corridor, drumming feet, sure to set off any more surprises, and then cut him down with a short RPK burst up the back. He looked at the roaring tongues. They formed a flaming X, but for whatever reason, a 2-foot gap would allow them to crawl under the funnels. A whiff of gasoline, and he knew napalm was the consuming fire of choice. Cramden spun on his troops, snapped his fingers at Deckel, who threw him an RPG and bag of warheads. Stretching out on his belly, positive the shooting had echoed all the way down to the deepest bowels to scramble the enemy, Cramden crabbed under the dragon fire. This was it, he knew, squeezing by the demon tongue with inches to spare. The big ticket to paradise was just around the bend.
They're coming!
Barbarians at the gate. Come on, everybody, get dressed. They're here.
His fighters had war-gamed enough down here, and they knew the drill. Time to earn their keep. They were 78 strong, called from various organizations to be the guardians of Muslim finances here in the netherworld beneath Ankara. They were well-trained, experienced, blooded in battle. They believed in the strict tenets of Wahhabi, what the West in its arrogance called fanaticism. They would stand their ground and fight. But for how long? And how many invaders were on the way down? Would many of his fighters throw down their weapons at the sight of overwhelming force? He would see soon enough. Bolan was sickened by the sight. Hamsi was on his knees, his hands desperately slapping at bills. Whether or not Tulruz would hold his pledge, the general belonged to Bolan for takedown and the first round of questioning. Bolan wasn't banking on blind faith in the colonel. The executioner was going to do it his way. Advancing, Bolan spotted the armed shadows bull into the hatch. Helmeted and togged in flight suits, they took one look at Hamsi, the strewed bodies, whatever their cut of blood money being swept away in the cyclone, and swung their pistols toward the stony man warrior.
Go!
Bolan had his own pilots.
Sorry, boys.
The executioner hit the M16's trigger, blew them both dancing across the floorboard and sailing out the other side. He eviscerated the money bag.
Oh!
Hamsi lurched to his feet. The paper storm burst in his face. Bolan aimed the muzzle between Hamsi's eyes.
This is where the road forks.
Fire at will, girl.
With a thumbs up, Walter splashed the Delta studs, his best wry grin.
What an asshole.
Just fire.
Walters watched the first line of rounds arc over the rooftops of buildings along Ataturk Boulevard. They worked their fields of fire in opposite directions, drawing them together as the warheads began erupting in sidewalk throngs. The detonations began to drop victims where they walked, stood, or sat in sidewalk cafes, street corners, alleyways, and courtyards. Within seconds flat, they were writhing on the ground, bodies contorting in impossible positions, nervous systems set on fire before they shut down altogether, foam streaming from the mouth. VX nerve gas was a bad way to go, and it wasn't all that quick. The body burned up from the inside, organs feeling on the verge of exploding, while victims believed they were being incinerated, lungs starved, every gasping breath like drawing fire into the mouth. Fender benders started banging the night next, horns blaring as a few shells were dumped into traffic. Panning on, Walter saw the stampede break out in full earnest at the train station, bodies flailing on the platforms, thrashing out of the boiling clouds, runners tumbling to the tracks. Carefully, he checked those billows of doom, watching if they were shifted by wind. No telling how those lethal umbrellas might get pushed in whichever direction. What with alleys, canyons between the larger structures. From what he could tell, as the puff adders of chemical death blew and expanded, they held a steady course to the west.
What, me worry?
He lowered the glasses while the kids did their thing, pulled out a pack of smokes. Too bad, he considered, lighting up, easing back on the retaining wall. The only thing that would have added sugar to sweet anticipation of the reward at the end of the line would have been finding his 2 ex-wives down there in that hell.
Bitches.
Cramnon heard the enemy coming. A nervous last few steps, eyeing the floor and walls the whole way, he secured a fire point at the south edge where one corridor met another. He took in his surroundings, the RPK down for the moment, the RPG in hand. 3 rings had to be breached. Inside each pillared stone-encased circle was a series of courtyards, chambers, and antechambers. Everything from harem courts, sultan quarters, steam baths, to narrow tunnels leading to yet more chambers. His troops knew the drill, how to play it. Advance, drive the fight down their gullets, hurl as many bullets, warheads, and grenades as quick as they could, but keep advancing.
Go, go, go!
His squad peeled off to charge down the bisecting corridor the opposite way, Deckel and Bigelow hauling the bagged heavy artillery. A full squad of his own, plus Kurds falling in behind, Cramnin homed in on the drumming of footsteps down the corridor. Chambliss and Summers hunched up on his backside, likewise ready to cut loose with initial RPG volleys. Garson, Riker, and Sandoval were arming frag grenades, while Cramnin whipped his rocket launcher around the corner and triggered the warhead in sync with his rocket team. The enemy burst out of the shadows. The fanatics were just in time to get sided by the RPG blasts. 2, then 4 frag grenades he saw, rolling up into the first line of Mauled. Cramnin lurched back for cover as an errant RPG warhead streaked past his eyes and flew on down the corridor.
Close.
He fixed another missile. The game was on. Sweeping around the corner, Acheron held back on the trigger of his RPK-74, just as the first batch of opposition bounded into view at the far end of the tunnel. As he marched his team into open turf, Acheron kept raking the wave of dark armed shadows, his light machine gun slicing a crimson streak port to starboard and back.
I still got it.
He figured 10, maybe 12 sucked down a taste of hot lead and RPG blasts out of the gate. Acheron knew his guys would stick to the drill as they advanced down the wall across the corridor, driving another double RPG whammy into the boiling smoke before they filled their hands with AKs. The rest of his trailing wolf pack began unloading with AKs, RPKs, and one saw, yammering in the hands of James Sampson from behind. Downrange, the Bank of Islam fanatics were toppling, even as a wall of lead ripped off more ragged flesh before brute impact carried them back out of sight.
How do you like that, Haji?
The way they vanished, though, replaced in the next heartbeat by more shooters popping up over the edge, Acheron knew they were falling and coming up steps, which meant his squad's first task was dead ahead, at the bottom of whatever hell waited beyond the edge. Return fire kept screaming off stone, chips flaying Acheron's face. He burned out the clip, tossed the empty away, and filled the LMG with another long, curved, 45-round mag. He decided to check who was hit.
Motherfucker!
He saw Sampson was bleeding around the face, a muscled black arm gouged with bloody furrows. Acheron could tell the pain had only fueled his anger and determination. Teeth bared like a shark on his glistening black mug.
You forget about it, he's dead! Shit!
They were winging spray and prey from below, wild rounds whizzing past his ears. On the roll, he armed an incendiary grenade and pitched it.
Take that, motherfuckers!
Cramnin weaved his hard jaunt through the strewed bodies. He wasn't sure, but Cramnin sensed they had the enemy on the run. Thor and Chambliss on his flanks, Cramnin hit the top of the steps. 3 enemy gunners were turning tail, hopping and skipping over bodies heaped in their descent, halfway down and hauling ass.
Not so fast, Hajis!
Cramnin stitched them across the back with an RPK burst. Thor and Chambliss poured on the auto fire. 2 rag dolls were hurled to the bottom, the 3rd goon reaching level ground, gathering speed.
Not so fast, buddy.
He spasmed into a sort of twinkle toes lurch.
Ain't that the damnedest dance step I ever seen. All right, ladies, on those RPGs. Jensen, Hurley, get ready with them frags. Let's see what other fancy moves these Hajis got.
The Lama. It was worse than he first feared. Farouk Tabrik was hearing how they were either Americans, Russians, or Kurds, but none of his surviving front-line fighters could say for certain. Determining who the enemy was seemed the least of his woes. His suspicion many of his fighters weren't terribly eager to go to paradise for other men's money was becoming more evident with each downed comrade, each scream of pain flaying echoes to those still standing. He wanted to blow up with rage, curse several of them for blatant cowardice, but wasn't he, too, falling back? Fools. Time for Plan B, he decided. Whoever their adversaries, their hearts and souls were steeled 100% to the grim task. Only he was sure they hadn't bargained for this sort of rolling human armor.
Suicide bombers! It is time to meet Allah's glory!
The pace of the feeding frenzy tapered to a few choice bites. Acheron wasn't sure what the enemy was up to as he navigated through the litter of bodies. He just kept cranking out the LMG rounds. The looping corridor was pocked with archways, dark holes leading to whatever network of chambers, rooms, tunnels. Hard to count how many armed shadows had already vanished into cubbyholes as he jogged past 2 burning corpses, his nose swollen with the stink of cooking flesh. But Acheron still had contenders in the tunnel to deal with, as enemy lead whined off the floor, walls, and ceiling, a raging hornet's nest of auto-fire snapping around his scalp with inches to spare.
Son of a bitch!
Acheron stole a look back. Stone was down. He'd taken 3 rounds high in the chest. Jagged shards of collarbone jutted through the crimson rip in his vest. Acheron appreciated the Army Ranger's metal stretched out on his back, soaking up his life's juices, but waving them on.
Yo! I'll catch you up! Ah.
They knew the deal here when they signed on. Every man pulled his own weight. If he took a hit and he couldn't carry on, he was left behind. Stone shed his booty bag, slapped it onto Samson's leg, his fellow ranger stealing a second to snatch and fix the folded nylon to his belt.
Fucking sons of bitches!
Plucking a flash stun, Acheron felt the tug of lead as it tore over the booty bag hung from his lip. The archway had some Arab markings that Cramnon had drawn from the memory of their inside boy. Not much by way of light in that hole leading hopefully to the amphitheater, but flames began leaping beneath and just inside the arch. The RPK jumping around in his one-handed grasp, Acheron was forced to dart to his left. On the fly, he lobbed the steel Russian baseball into the hole.
Start clearing each and every goddamn room! Everything!
Auto-fire roaring as Cramnon surged past each hole, nailing 2 runners dead ahead on the fly. He felt a few rounds punch through his flowing mane. He knew he'd already lost Chalmers and Jensen, their loot bags already seized by troops still in the mix, but they were eating up turf faster than he expected. Cramnon halted to pluck and arm a frag bomb. His designated troops were already hurling their own Russian baseballs into rooms they had to clean up. The explosions were like the songs of angels. Cramnon flipped the steel apple through the archway.
1, 2. Now, that's better.
He was getting closer. With every bloody yard gained, every guard felled, he knew, spotting armed silhouettes as they wheeled around the bend for ring number 2. It was clear to him more than a few of the fanatic security force didn't have the stomach to stand and fight. But even if it was some other guy's riches, it was still their cash cow. He was thinking perhaps the lack of balls was something else more insidious. They might be luring them ahead.
Whoa!
The tremendous explosion from behind nearly bowled him off his feet. Acheron bowled first into the churning pall, his RPK stammering to nail the deaf and blind fanatics, ending their dance as he drove them tumbling down the stone rows.
Gecko! Bigelow! Move! Goddammit! Move!
Samson peeled off to his left flank, the black commandos saw fanning the amphitheater.
What the fuck? You girls need a dolly to haul that load? You want a wheelchair to roll your asses in?
The circle of stone, sloping down to the ringed floor, wasn't much in terms of size.
Start sweeping those chambers down the tunnel.
Got it.
Fuck. What now?
Samson flung one of the small battery-powered lights down the aisle. Acheron glimpsed the mangled orb in flight. Obviously, Samson didn't care the useless piece of junk had probably spared him a round through the hip. Samson flared on the backup mini-globe, bolted a few yards deeper into shadows as the spotlight illuminated the arena.
Get off, Bigelow! Faster, you bastards!
We're going as fucking fast as we can!
Acheron glimpsed the blood trail in Deckel's shuffle. The young ranger had taken a few rounds through the ribs. Despite that, he started lugging the heavy artillery down the aisle.
You gonna be able to manage that big gun all shot up, Junior?
What the fuck do you think, old man? I look like some slack nut six-pack of ass kick to you?
I like your attitude, boy. Shine on, son.
Fuck you!
Acheron went back to searching for fresh game.
Time to dial up the sewer rats.
Motherfucker!
Artemis Dawson choked down the bile, stifled the rage. At least they were out of the shit, on dry platform, waiting for the wall around the corner, down in the cul-de-sac, to come apart in smoke and thunder. The way Cramnon explained it, they needed the sewer as a secondary escape hatch in the event the first escape route was nowhere to be found. That, and it was the near picture-perfect linking point to the rest of the team, close to the gold mine. The more he sat, breathing in the stink, the longer they waited for the big bang to set them free, the hotter his rage burned. It was the rats, as big as small dogs, he was having ugly thoughts toward at the moment. Them and the Iraqis. He looked at the Iraqis at the edge of the platform, gripping the poles. The Fedayeen, he believed, were going to take a swing at one of them. Ramses, crouched at the edge of the platform, hugging the slimy wall, snarled at them.
Hey, boss. We need these assholes anymore.
Nope. Guess not.
Good.
Dawson rose from his haunches and hit the trigger of his Russian saw.
Damn, that felt good.
Allahu Akbar!
The suicide bomber flared to his mind's eye images of fallen comrades from 2 wars and close to a half-dozen special ops in nearly as many countries. Now, like then, he recalled brothers in arms who had been charged from their blind side by some fanatic hell-bent on setting himself off, taking out as many as he could in what Thor considered a chicken shit way to do battle. Call it adrenaline, memories of fellow warriors killed or maimed for life, 2 tablets of speed jacking him up. But Chad Summers was going for the gusto, believing he was in this man's war and checking out of the world for the glory and revenge.
Take the money and shove it.
This was for the pride of fallen lions. Somehow he had been spared the brunt of ground zero when the SOB had lit himself up. Others fell while he was still standing in the fight. Whoever sounded the alarm he didn't know, but he wasn't only grateful, he intended to dish out some sweet, heavy payback. A large chunk of the wall had been blown down. At least 5 of the team was bleeding out. The racket of battle seemed to lash the painful chiming in his ears from so many directions, the speed burning up his system, heart pounding so hard it felt ready to blow out his chest. He felt disembodied, as light as the wind.
Fuck this.
Shrapnel, nails, or whatever the bastard packed along for the suicide charge had torn off his left eyebrow to the bone. Blinded and burning in one eye, the blood streaming all the way down into his pants, Summers flew into the churning smoke.
Motherfuckers! Here comes the motherfucking Thor!
He unsheathed one of his double-edged battle axes.
The Axeman coming! The motherfucking God of Thunder!
He spotted the first of several armed shadows boil from holes across the wide chamber. He squeezed the LMG's trigger and charged to take it up close and personal.
I did not know they would use chemical weapons. I do not know, I swear, where the Bank of Islam is located. I only know it is somewhere in the city.
Bolan had Hamsi cuffed and on his knees, the soldier holding him in the hatchway, a wad of the general's fatigue blouse in hand. Mass panic swarmed a few hundred feet below, the soldier finding terrified throngs darting pell-mell, stampeding one another, or toppling still,
even as the clouds of death dissipated. Corpses littered square yardage for whole blocks up and down Ataturk Boulevard and beyond, the bedlam reaching from the train station all the way to the presidential palace. So much human and vehicular congestion, myriad flashing lights of emergency medical vehicles were stalled blocks from the heart of this open-air abattoir. A look moments ago through binocs, and the way the victims were contorted in death poses, foam bubbling from the mouth, Bolan knew the effects of VX nerve gas when he saw it.
Kill me if you wish. I have told you everything.
Bolan had a damn good mind to toss the snake out of the Blackhawk, a swan dive into the mass murder in the streets of Ankara he had helped engineer on the sly. His dream trampled, the general was faced with rough justice at the hands of fellow Turks, and it would prove punishment worse than a quick death by the executioner's hand. Knowing the Turk reputation for brutality when it came to retribution, Bolan saw a fair amount of pain in the general's near future before he was hanged or beheaded. Sure, he had snatched Hamzi away from Tolruz, the colonel, he recalled, reluctant to let the warrior have his way. But Tolruz had calamity on a scale never seen in his country to contend with, cutting both of them loose, vowing Bolan whatever assistance he could lend. Instinct warning him no one, American or Turk, could be trusted. The executioner knew he and his flight crew were hung out here by themselves for the duration. Alpha 6 preyed on Bolan's angry thoughts. They were in the process of cleaning out the Bank of Islam. But where? And was Price with the enemy? Was she a human shield? Or something else? How did they plan to evac? He figured they had more inside help than he knew about. The nightmare scourge of nerve gas unleashed intended purely as a diversionary tactic. The executioner would get answers soon enough. Bolan flung Hamzi back toward his co-pilot, who was monitoring military and police frequencies, all of which were either jammed or crackling with barely suppressed rage or panic as the enormity of the disaster reached the authorities. M16 M203 in hand, the executioner searched the rooftops of Old Ankara. Wind, elevation, and the distance to the death zone spoke the facts to Bolan. Scanning on, he knew their fire point would be high up, wind at their backs.
Bingo. They're over there, 30 degrees north.
I see them. We're on our way. Across the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard! Here comes Thor, motherfuckers!
Summers swept 3 jihad demons off their feet with a raking burst of flesh-eaters.
For Megalodon, bring it on, you sons of whores! For Blackwell, for Jugster!
He found fear popping out of their eyes. 2 of them, maybe still shell-shocked by what the puddle of goo splashed all over the floor had just done, were shuffling in a sort of comical duck walk toward him, uncertain to the point of near paralysis.
I am the Leviathan, sprung from the bowels of hell!
He had to keep moving into the heart of the enemy. All the grueling hours of training with the battle axes possessed mind, spirit, and body. He felt rage, absence of fear, and perhaps a death wish shielding him with all the armor he needed, until the inevitable lead hurricane dropped him.
Come to Papa, great Satan, you donkey dog assholes!
Look for gaps. Use rifle and axe to create an impervious strike zone around himself. Redouble the attack with each skull splitter, every amputating blow. One miss and he was screwed. But he knew he was dead on his feet anyway. Sweeping back the RPK, rounds chopping into an armed shadow vaulting what appeared a stone block for an altar and kicking him out of sight. Summers felt the first few bullets tear into his ribs. His charge faltered a half step, mouth and nose filling with more blood, the first jolt of fire searing through his limbs.
Fuck!
It was lag time enough for an extremist on his 2 o'clock to take advantage.
Allahu Akbar! Fuck you, Haji! Valhalla!
Trying to ignore the pain, Summers bowled ahead into the militant surge and drove the razor-sharp edge down through his skull, blood and brains exploding in his face. Holding down on the trigger, opposing another militant and slamming him into a wall, dribbling already with blood. Summers wriggled the axe around in the split melon.
Come on, you son of a bitch! Let go!
As still more shooters tore out of the gate and closed, a vicious kick to the lifeless sack's guts provided the final impetus to free the blade. They were coming, stumbling over rubble, slipping in blood and guts. His cue, his edge to double, even triple his onslaught. A militant suddenly hauled himself from a bed of stone and human flesh. Summers drove the blade through his arm just beneath the shoulder. The blood geysered from the ragged hole of his shoulder, but Summers was already past him, surging and swinging the blade. A clean swipe, and he sent a head flying away, flinching as his good eye was stung by spurting blood. Thinking he was most definitely all out of love, the god of thunder drove the blade back and chopped through another arm.
Oh, the god of thunder, motherfuckers!
Shambliss knew he was dying, and he was scared. In fact, he was terrified, the long, sleeping Catholic rising now, floating out of the cold inside, a bleating, even whimpering voice in his head telling him he was moments away from meeting his Maker. Small comfort he wasn't alone in this final act before the curtain fell, the bloody drama of full-bore battle raging around him, the howls of pain and animal-like grunts of men, dying where they stood their ground and shot each other up, were a reminder that only heartbeats ago he was in the thick of it. No guardian angels here. There was now no escaping the coming judgment. It was time to pay. The blood was streaming down the side of his face. Afraid to know, he managed to reach up, feeling around. Half his scalp was gone, but the horror didn't stop there as he gingerly touched the soft mush of exposed brain. The steel plate he discovered was sticking up like an obscene crown, a sick joke played on him by fate.
Ah, shit.
Shambliss felt his lips move, unsure if he uttered or thought the words.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
The noise of men slaughtering one another kept fading away, Shambliss thinking how warm it suddenly felt to die, when he sensed a presence. Before he looked up, he knew who it was, as the tall shadow of Cramnon parted the pall of smoke and stood over him, the man appearing to him a calm in the storm.
Hey, Captain.
Was that pity in the man's eyes? Anger? Disappointment? If so, then over what? That he'd lost some more cannon fodder? Robbed of another pack mule? He strangled on bitter laughter as it slammed him, a bolt of lightning. That's all he was to the man. And this was the pillar of strength he had bartered his soul to see him carried through all this?
You're not going to make it, son.
Shambliss shut his eyes as Cramnon lifted the RPK.
I never was.
Cramnon couldn't let his favored son die, bleeding out, brains dribbling down the ground-up burger of his face, guts pooling in his crotch. Beyond the fleeting moment of rare compassion, he was puzzled, even annoyed at what he saw take hold of the young Marine's face. What the hell was the kid sorry about, something other than getting taken out of the game before he tasted the sweet fruit at the end of the ride? Was that remorse he found? Contrition? What had he been mumbling a few moments ago? No, he hadn't been praying. Or had he? Say it wasn't so, son. Oh, please say the kid hadn't been praying. Only something told him that's exactly what Shambliss had been doing. And it hit Cramnon next. A sick anger that maybe he hadn't known Shambliss as well as he thought. That maybe he had never deserved special consideration.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Screw this.
Cramnon knew he had to jump back into the Tempest. Up to then, they had the momentum, but he sensed the tide was not only about to turn, but it could also drown them in their own blood. Hard to tell how many of his shock troops and Kurds were down from the Martyr's blast, but Cramnon figured at least a half dozen around Chambliss were laid out beneath the hanging smoke. They would bleed out soon enough. He turned away, cracking home a fresh 45-round mag into his RPK. A quick strip of spare clips and grenades from Chambliss, and Cramnon turned his attention to the berserker inside the jagged maw leading to a wide chamber.
Feel my mighty wrath!
He was a fearsome, beautiful sight to behold.
Something most definitely wrong with that boy.
Cramnon found Thor with the bee-eyed lackey impaled in the air, his battle axe wedged so deep into another militant's brain, the slaughtered but spasming carcass was held upright on his knees. The man was, without a doubt, his top candidate for the Alpha Medal of Honor.
Guess you didn't hear, dog breath. A guest is considered God's gift in Turkey.
Whatever stories he'd heard from others about Summers, he was now a believer. His only handicap's about to topple that mountain, where the blood blinding him in both eyes, and the trio of shooters closing the lead net from his six. Stepping up, Cramnon hosed the threesome. Firing on, he flung them back, but not before Thor was toppled from a half-dozen AK rounds chopping into his backside. Cramnon spotted the bloody snake next, San's arm, crawling out of the smoke, sliding over rubble, AK in one hand, the fanatic near lapping muck at his boots. A quick tug to free the blade, and he wheeled and strode toward the series of pitched battles raging in other off-shooting cubbyholes. He saw the Kurds firing from crouched positions by archways.
Fuck!
Aware they were something of a liability in a firefight, he still wouldn't tolerate the Kurds hanging back while his guys did all the dirty work.
Get in there, you cowards! Get the extra now! Fucking fight! Take it to these assholes! That's more like it. God damn!
Ramses shouldered into Dawson.
Motherfucker!
The black commando quickly passed the same bull treatment to the next guy in line. Ramses pressed his face into the slick wall, the platform shuddering beneath his knees. The ferocious pounding of the HE bombardment in the process of knocking down the wall cleaved shockwaves through his body, from scalp to the hair on his feces-coated toes. Even the rats bounced into the air as the hits kept on coming. He feared the roof would come down on their heads as smoke boiled over the platform. Rubble started pelting the cesspool in a meteor shower. Another dousing of filth became the least of his concerns, considering the bath he'd already taken, as a shell erupted somewhere down the tunnel, the back blast hammering the lot of them with flying stone comets. He was on his comm link before they were buried in a shit and piss tomb.
Acheron! Acheron! Cease fire! Cease fire!
It was clear to him the hole was pounded out, but he was sure the rocket boys couldn't see what the hell they'd done with all the smoke, backblast, and whirlwinds of debris in their gunnery sites.
Stop that goddamn cannon before you pound us into rat shit. You did it. I can see the hole from here.
Yeah, okay. The line of enemy shooters will be to your immediate left. 9 o'clock when you get through.
We're on the way.
Ramses turned on the troops.
All right, you bastards. Barrel through that hole and come out firing.
Got it.
You, Mudal, stay on my ass wherever I go. I go through a door, you and your people go left and direct fire only in that direction.
What was that look he spotted on Mudal's face?
Flip me the bird if you understand me, asshole.
Ramses peered through the smoke. He watched the smile form on the Kurd leader's lips. Then he saw the little bastard actually shoot him the middle finger. He would have blown him off the deck into the soup, but Ramses knew he'd need all the Kurd cannon fodder at his disposal before this was over. The executioner needed only one of them alive. He discovered his timing was perfect as he hopped off the Black Hawk and spotted his 4 spiders rappelling down the stone backdrop. As the gunship lifted off, His farm black suits climbed up the canyon of apartment buildings to provide cover and tracking. Bolan hit the edge of a courtyard wall at the end of the alley. He quickly raked the outer left hardman across the back with his M16, and they were in free fall, arms windmilling as they dropped a good 50 feet. He was adjusting his aim when the last two mass murderers twisted on their ropes, glanced down, and then flung themselves away from the wall, one of them triggering a wild burst of LMG fire on the flight down.
Shit.
2 lucky rounds chipped off stone above Bolan's head. Bolan tracked back on their fall, hurling deadly rounds at the dark blurs before they collided into the roof of a van. Every sheet of glass exploded as the shell caved with their hard landing. If they were injured by the impact, they showed no signs of slowing, rolling up and over their warped cushion, firing as they dropped and hit the alley floor. Bullets snapping past Bolan's ears, Bolan went low around the corner, stammered out a few 5.56 millimeter rounds, tagging one of them to the belly when he glimpsed the small dark sphere arcing through the shadows.
Damn!
Acheron knew if he didn't plug the holes and quick, the dam of shooters would burst, drowning them all in their own blood and guts. Forget the gold. If they didn't nail this down, they wouldn't even limp out of here, dragging their sorry bullet-chewed tails to the vault. It was going to hell, but Acheron would do his part to roll back the tide, or die trying. He armed an incendiary grenade, and then poured LMG fire into the next hole. Rounds scorching the air near his face. He was sure he scored flesh, one of the flaming lances arcing rounds up and into the archway before the dark shadow flew back into the chamber. He scanned the arena on the move, trying to find an instant solution to this mess. Whether succumbing to blood loss or waxed by this sudden renewed onslaught of terror jackals, it didn't matter, since Deckel was slumped over the autocannon out of play. Luckily, Deckel hadn't given up the ghost until he blasted out a hole big enough to drive a Humvee through. But the way for the link-up team was hardly paved. A lot of smoke boiled that way, but Acheron still sighted Ramses and his Omega team slip onto the back of the upper tier. Shooting from the hip, Ramses and shock troops began splitting up into 2- and 3-man teams. Lobbing frag bombs through 3 separate archways, they made their bull rush into those chambers. Experienced professionals, no question, but Acheron knew the manual on urban warfare was down the toilet on this one. It was every wild beast for himself. Acheron hosed the hole again, pitched the WP bomb inside, and then jumped back. It was a sweet, tantalizing aroma, human flesh being cooked to and off the bone in there. But Acheron was turning toward the arena pit, sensing a problem down there.
Fuck, Samson.
Samson's inert and shredded form was draped over the upper section of seats. The thought flickered through his head that with every one of the team biting the dust, his cut kept growing. Acheron was turning his RPK back toward the firefight, dancing in the hole.
Acheron! Acheron! You there?
Yeah, Greg.
I'm at the top of the last series of chambers, just in front of the vault. Wrap this shit up in 10 minutes.
I don't know if that's possible, boss. We're fucked down here.
Fucking make it possible, or you don't know the meaning of the word fucked.
The retaining wall just inside the courtyard absorbed the blast and shrapnel. No time to spare, Bolan jumped up and rolled over the wall. M16 parting smoke and leading the way, he hit the alley running. Where the alley widened to the north, a sheet of flames engulfed a box-shaped vehicle. Whoever the murdering savage, Bolan found the enemy spraying a threesome of downed figures in blue. Turkish police, he realized, with his Russian RPK. The murderous interruption lent the executioner a slim chance he could still bag a prisoner. Bolan needed answers, a solid lead to put him on the scent of the alpha jackals. The executioner cut his rapid advance to a march, lifted his M16. He was taking up slack on the trigger when his Black Hawk soared past the leading edge of northern towers, hovered, then bathed alley and enemy in floodlight. The savage framed in the beam for a heartbeat. Bolan caressed the trigger. The soldier was a heartbeat from following up with a crippling takedown round to the knee when the savage bolted out of the light. The enemy hobbled a few steps.
Fuck you, Galtag!
He then barreled through a door and vanished.
Damn it!
Ramses mowed down a mauled and staggering line of 5 enemy shooters, his RPK jumping and hammering out rounds, but he was tagging armed shadows as fast as he could. His troops were spread out and down in the sprawling chambers cut by pillars, alternating frag wallops with relentless AK and LMG automatic fire. He triggered the RPK, sweeping the arch ahead a few more seconds.
Fall back! Fall back!
Copy that, Acheron.
They were all on the same frequency to Acheron, but he found his shock force caught up in the frenzy of the slaughter, oblivious to everything but blood in their noses. He caught Dawson's eyes.
Everybody, out of the amphitheater, now!
While his squad blanketed archways in a fighting withdrawal, Ramses wheeled on the Kurds, lagging behind the gutless sacks, and he damn well intended to let Cramden know about this.
Come on, you bastards! Get out of here now! The roof's about to cave in!
Apparently they understood the order as they melted back. He focused on covering his own squad of real fighters, the RPK yammering out a long burst that raked the line of arches all the way down, zipping the stream of lead over a few crawlers and bleeders along the way. Ramses armed and lobbed a frag bomb toward a hunkered group of shadows to his 12 o'clock. As the thunderclap cleared his own 6, he turned.
What the
and nearly walked straight into Mudal's AK-47. Ramses read the intent in the Kurd's stare, crystal clear.
Oh, fuck.
It was funny, he thought, how he was paralyzed by the moment. Whatever anxiety and concern he'd felt toward Mudal or Kurd treachery, strangely enough sparking anger only toward himself. He hadn't watched his own 6, the Kurd hanging back, forcing him into a mistake. And now it would cost him.
Well, fuck this.
Ramses was bringing his LMG online when he felt the first of many AK rounds. He was falling, tasting the life's juices on his lips, when he heard another familiar rattle of weapons fire. There was a howl of pain that seemed to echo through the antechamber, but from a great distance, as he felt his body going cold and rigid, no pain at all, which signaled to him he was checking out.
Eat that, cocksuckers!
The lights fading, he looked up and thought he saw a big dark shadow lugging a Russian saw and looming over the rotten Kurd bastard who'd punched his ticket. Small comfort he'd see Mudal in hell.
I need that cannon in my lap, Acheron! Right fucking now!
Acheron spotted Dawson rolling through one of the far north arches.
Motherfuckers!
The Black Commando's eyes looked set to pop from their sockets, his rage aimed square at the fleeing Kurds.
Get back here, you fucking cowards!
He watched as the Black Commando chased the Kurds down the stone rows, unloading his saw. Dawson seemed to gather steam and fury with each kill, every row of descent. The Black Commando bowled them down with long, sweeping strokes, left to right and back, human pins ripped to shreds and screaming on the tumble down. The last of the Kurds was airborne when the hunkered reinforcements cut loose on Dawson. 3, maybe 4 dark holes blazing in sync with automatic fire.
Motherfucker! Son of a bitch!
Acheron grabbed his RPK, only Acheron found he was too little, too late to cover for Dawson. As the Black Commando was ventilated by the AK Tempest, jerking and twitching, but firing back until his skull puked apart in fat chunks. Cramden kept chugging ahead, RPK sweeping his flanks, sights set on the archway at the bottom of what was the last flight of steps. It wasn't the home stretch. He cautioned himself about getting too happy, but fresh adrenaline pumped fire through his veins just the same, heart pounding with joy. So beautifully close, he could almost smell the cash, could taste the gemstones. He checked the time.
Fuck.
His mood suddenly deflated. It then swelled back with rage and anxiety. The bubbled glass had been shattered. He read the frozen minute hand.
Damn it!
He reached for his radio, aware his flight crew was en route or already parked on the roof.
We gotta get the hell out of here, people!
We're fucking trying down here!
With the hefty cut his company pilots would carve for themselves, he didn't think they'd leave them stranded. Worse things could, and had already happened. A quick head count, and he found he was down to squad strength plus 5 Kurds, all of them looking mean and angry in tow. He was sure Acheron had taken casualties, which meant all of them would be hauling out double loads at least. And there were still suicide bombers, he feared, on the prowl. Cramden took point down the steps, ready to blast away at the first hint of his shadow. Garson and Riker, his slack men and demo team, ready with RPGs. Halfway down, he sensed the utter stillness, smelled the faint coppery taint of blood. They'd made it this far. What could stop them now? He hit the archway and froze at the sight.
Holy shit!
At the deep corner of what he assumed was the Sultan's sprawling chambers rose his private stairway to heaven. He gave a quick scan for enemy life.
Woolly Mammoth and Tiny Tim. Watch the beat at Arch. 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
He found whoever was the Bank of Islam's president had managed to while away his underground stint in relative comfort. There was a giant screen TV, videos and DVDs stacked beside it. A glance down the pile, he found they were addicted to American movies, mostly action flicks and porn. Further breaking with Muslim tradition, he spotted a fully stocked wet bar, most of the bottles half empty. A fridge he was sure was stuffed to the gills with meat fit for royalty. Divans, massive bed with frilly curtains, as he panned on, and Cramden left it to the imagination, the orgies that carried them through the lonely nights here.
Well, gentlemen, no time to dawdle. Garson and Riker, get busy.
Don't have to tell me twice.
They shot for the vault. The door wasn't much in terms of size, wide enough for 2 men to squeeze through at the same time, but there were 4 inches of steel to contend with. His safecrackers sliding over a divan, Cramden took a moment to watch as they began fixing and priming plastique to the hinges, the bottom, and top corners. Pretty sure a few dabs of C4 wouldn't bring the door down. He needed that cannon to finish blasting through. No crank combination handle, dial, or any sign of a keyhole. His humming told him there was a remote control lock midway down.
Acheron! Acheron! We need you here, pronto!
On my way, boss.
About fucking time.
Cramden turned. He found a Kurd audience gathered too closely behind him.
What are you bastards doing here? Get outside! Stand watch!
He was sure they were steamed they'd lost some of their cousins, forced by him to leave their mangled bodies behind under his threatening weapon.
You heard me, move!
To hell with them. He had their futures already mapped out.
What the hell?
Cramden caught the scuffling just inside the beaded curtain of the antechamber. He pulled his RPK up and reached for a frag grenade. He sniffed blood. Homed in on the direction of the sound, he surged through the curtain and smiled. Nothing but 2 corpses, belts of C4 dumped in blood pools, AKs clutched in dead hands. A section of floor was up, and Cramden followed the crimson trail toward a swarthy figure now pulling down a carpet, revealing, lo and behold, their exit. AK-47 hung around his shoulder. The final gatekeeper was riddled with holes leaking red fluid. It was the nylon bag, 6 feet long and bursting at the zipper, that commanded Cramden's undivided attention. He had the picture here. The going got too tough for these three. They had turned on one another, figured to bail with a piece of the action, the fighting and dying best left to lackeys. With a peek into the hole, Cramnon found it empty. The man who appeared to be some sort of chieftain he saw braced himself against the door, AK slowly rising.
Here, allow me to lighten your load, friend.
Create a path! I'm walking out of here!
Bolan hit the second-floor landing, veered and took cover behind a stone pillar. The enemy's instincts were strictly animal, wound tight for self-preservation. The executioner knew the type all too well. Driven by greed and bloodlust, they would take as many innocents with them as they could when they feared the end had come. No way out, their dreams vanishing like smoke in the wind. Whoever the savage, Bolan determined to call his final act on Earth. Bolan figured the enemy knew he was being hunted on the way in, so he grabbed the first available human shield. It was only a glimpse of the setup on the run, but the soldier heard the elderly woman cry.
God help me, please!
The enemy had an arm wrapped around her throat, the heavy RPK aimed in the executioner's direction, while he dragged her down the hall, backpedaling.
Shut up, bitch! The rest of you, back in your apartments, now! Hey, you! Lose the 16! Step out and grab some air, hands up! 2 seconds or the old hag here dies and I start blasting everybody up here!
All right. No need to go crazy now.
Fuck you! Just do what I say!
Unleathering the Beretta, Bolan tossed the M16 away from the pillar. The executioner whipped around the corner, Beretta tracking and locked on the saddle. He was dancing with his hostage as she tried to grind the ball of his foot into powder with vicious stomps. One tap of the Beretta's trigger, and Bolan painted a dark splotch between his eyes. The woman was hysterical, working her kicks up the length of the corpse's tag. The executioner left her to vent, scooping up his assault rifle. He then keyed his comlink.
Sit rep.
2 military police and several Turk medevac helicopters are now swarming Ataturk Boulevard, Colonel.
Thank God.
And Colonel Tulrus has changed his tune about cooperating.
What?
He's demanding Hopsy return to him at once, without delay.
The way it sounded, Bolan figured Tulrus was ready to cast the Turk version of an all-points net around the city. Bolan had other plans. In fact, he believed he had a solution to his Alpha problem. The floor seemed to ripple beneath Cramnon with each roaring blast. Cramnon batted his hand through the smoke. He looked over and found Bigelow slumped over the autocannon. A shove and Bigelow slid away, revealing a jagged steel fang speared through his left eye, the inside of his goggles splattered with blood. LMG in hand, stripping off his protective gear, he saw his troops shuffling into the chamber. It took several moments for the smoke to clear enough for inspection, Cramnon ready to launch himself into a victory dance straight for the vault. Instead, he felt sick. The door was still standing.
Shit!
The hinges were blown, and there were plenty of jagged gaps around the edges. The area where the main lock was housed was nothing but a smoking hole from a direct hit. But the gate to heaven was still shut. The door started toppling in a slow-motion sweep through the cloud.
Holy shit! Ha-ha!
We're in business!
All right. Tiny Tim, Woolly Mammoth, stand guard.
Got it.
Cramnon slowly walked over the door. He was almost afraid to walk into the vault. It was too good to be true. No booby traps, according to his humment, but he half expected to find a small army of shooters or 1,000 vipers come charging out of nowhere. Worse still, he was scared to death the vault was empty. Phantom fears aside, he entered the domain of gods. The huge room spun in his eyes. He felt weak, giddy. The LMG slipped from his fingers. He felt the others moving in behind, a stillness and silence bursting apart with so much joy Cramnon believed it was palpable, about to bring him to his knees, weeping. It was all unbelievably, fantastically true. Cramnon couldn't move as he absorbed the sight. There were too many pallets heaped with American Franklins to bother counting. They would need anywhere from 4 to 6 transport trucks, he calculated, to haul all of it out. It was a sickening shame. So much wealth, so few mules.
Look at all this! I can't believe it!
He saw Acheron, Garson, and Riker dip their hands into giant urns. Their eyes shone against the glitter of cut diamonds, drool forming on Acheron's lips. There were rubies, sapphires, emeralds, the whole range of gemstones. Cramnon knew the Red Crescent organization had gobbled up these precious stones from Brazil to Sri Lanka to Myanmar as collateral in the event all bank accounts were frozen by the West. Acheron held up a white brick. Cramnon was no drug peddler. Too much risk for too little profit. Nor did he want to waste time traipsing all over Europe to unload the stones. Cash was God.
You want it, Acheron? You hump it out of here. Let's start packing up, people.
What the hell kind of handle is Adamnon?
Paul Turner showed the 2 CIA men his big winning smile.
What kind of company outpost is called King Midas Station?
The kind with a golden touch.
Well, since this is the land of Helen of Troy, I suppose that's better than the Trojan horse. We all know what happened there.
Cut the crap. I assume that's it.
Turner kept smiling, hefting the fat war bag. He took a moment, looking around the shabby accommodations. The 2 CIA agents scowled, huffy and impatient for their money. They were out in the middle of the steppe, nowhere, to be exact. Just the 3 of them, hidden in the night, the stone hovel nestled into the maw of some foothills. The walls were festooned with maps, printouts of curd faces on Turkey's most wanted list. The computer station was tucked into one corner, radar and tracking equipment in the other cubbyhole.
You got it. Let's do this. You and your boys are a little too hot for us to get all cozy and drag this out.
Radioactive hot.
In other words, the sooner you put Turkey behind, the better.
In other words, the quicker we get out of your lives, the better.
Turner smiled. He was tired, but anxious to get on with it after his long drive in the Humvee, barely fleeing the Armageddon that had dropped on Ankara. He checked his watch. Hamsi was late. One of them was standing, holding a black leather bag, the other buzz-cut leaning back behind his desk in a swivel chair, smoking up a cloud. Turner waved his hand for the bag. With a scowl, the CIA man tossed it to him.
It's all there. Flight charts, frequencies to stations you wanted, refueling stops, passwords. You've got a real narrow window past Incirlik, but you're covered by my people there. Beyond your next stop, a couple 1,000 miles down the road. We can't guarantee you don't find some F-16s, AWACS, or Big Brother's eyes in the sky dogging you.
Bending, Turner rifled through the paperwork. Satisfied it was all there, he unzipped the war bag. He looked to the doorway as the whap of rotor blades reached his ears.
Ah, perfect timing.
What?
That would be the general, gentlemen.
Whatever.
Turner wrapped his hands around the Mossberg 500 special-purpose shotgun.
I apologize for all the inconvenience.
The first 12-gauge pulverizer hit the smoker square in the chest, blew him out of his seat.
You bastard!
The second agent was clawing for his shouldered Beretta. Turner took no chances and decapitated him with a near point-blank eruption. Another shell jacked into place. He strode for the door. He would summon Hamsi into the room alone, his pilots able to finish off the other 4 inside the Black Hawk. Standing in the doorway, a smile ready to greet the general, he peered into the swirling dust. He saw the lean figure materialize in the hatch. Recognized Hamsi, but...
Why are his hands cuffed?
Someone kicked the general in the seat and sent him flying out the door.
Shit!
Turner sensed a presence behind. He was turning toward the threat. He quickly glimpsed a tall, dark man with an M16 M203 combo. The first rounds tore into his legs. Cramden tried to focus on the good news. The storm of weapons fire he heard beyond the stairwell door signaled him their chopper rod was on the roof. The questions begged themselves, but he'd know in a few moments what sort of shape their Chinook ferry was in, how many gunships were swarming the skies. In short, if they'd even make it off the roof. The Alpha leader heaved himself the final few steps.
Get those RPGs ready!
He couldn't believe it. A 6-story climb from the bowels of the subterranean slaughterhouse to the roof of the warehouse. Close to 200 pounds of loot hung around his shoulders. A body count of epic proportions in their wake, ascending in belief they'd walked out of the fire. Now this. He was drenched in running sweat, every muscle and joint on fire and screaming back at him. Lungs burning and starved for oxygen. Adrenaline and energy reserves on redline.
This shit is heavy.
Suck it up, all of you. Anybody falls who can't make the chopper, they're on their own, and you will be relieved of your cut.
Cramden sprayed the lock with a burst of RPK fire. Following up with a thundering boot heel, he burst onto the roof. Cramden swung around the stairwell housing. Only one gunship for the moment, but where there was one flying shark, he feared a small armada of warbirds was in the neighborhood.
Go, go, go!
The first wave of troops broke across the roof, stumbling a path through a meteor shower of lead toward the landed Chinook transport being fired upon. Cramden watched his rocket men knock the Black Hawk out of the park.
God dang!
The fireball appeared drawn to the building, as if pulled by a giant magnet. The flaming comet hammered into the structure, the fireball blasting apart as it ripped off balconies, sheared away walls, slicing through any Turks with slow feet. A sky check around the compass showed it clear of roving gunships. Cramden had to believe the worst was over.
He did?
Cramden pointed at the body in the doorway with his LMG. Acheron nodded.
So why the hell's he still in my way? What, you think this sorry sack was destined for Arlington National Cemetery?
The sight of the bleeding savage heaped on the floor sickened Bolan. He'd sold his soul for a slice of the pie. Bolan was about to find out if he was only a bit player. Even so, he was sure this wounded animal knew something. Looking into the war bag, the executioner figured the payoff for the 2 CIA traitors was about $3-4 million in U.S. currency. He wondered how far and wide the treason spread its tentacles. There was a good chance, if experience panned out, he may never discover the whole truth. It happened. The ones at the top were usually insulated by their power, status, money. He believed in cosmic justice. If they didn't get it now, it would find them soon enough.
Hey, look, take half. Just let me walk out of here. Never saw you, forgive and forget.
You'll never walk again, and that's about to become the least of your problems.
2/3 of what's in the bag. It's yours.
You won't need the money where you're going.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means, Paul Turner, there's not enough here to buy your way out of hell.
You're taking it all? Son of a mother! Did Cramden send you? You're ripping me off?
I'm not with Cramden.
Then who?
I'm with me.
Bolan opened the black bag. One quick examination of the paperwork, and he knew exactly what he had.
How did you... Don't tell me. You're just a thief.
Let's just call what I'm taking a donation to charity.
Charity? What charity? What the...
Funds for the families of all the victims you alpha heroes butchered in 2 countries.
The executioner dragged him by the shoulder, away from rotor wash, flaying the door.
Hey, what the...
He slid him across the floor and dumped him up against the desk.
Hamsey talked. It's your turn. The woman. Where is she and what is she to Cramden?
Bolan read the defiance. He glanced at mangled legs no doctor could ever put back together. Something happened to the soldier next. Perhaps he was contaminated. changed somehow by the most vicious, ruthless acts he'd ever seen, from the terror holocaust stateside to Mackta to unprecedented mass murder with nerve gas. But Bolan felt a cold wall drop over the warrior inside. It was time to deal with these animals in terms they understood, and Bolan, who normally detested torture, drilled the savage in the leg with a kick.
The woman!
Sure, I'll tell you. Why not? Go after him. I'll send you, sure. You're just extra blue cheese on their salad.
Your buddy, the late Mackta.
Mackta?
Yeah, he said something like that, but here I am.
All right. I talk. What's in it for me?
A little less pain.
Stick your pain. I want cash. I want my legs fixed up on your dime. I want... Oh, Jesus! All right. Price was meat on the hoof.
What?
Human barter in the event a special ops force came hunting. Cramden and company heard rumors for years about a super covert agency. Right under the nose of the White House.
What bullshit.
If you say so. But they supposedly sanction the missions of these Black Ops supermen. You laugh. But since Cramden didn't like not knowing who his potential enemies could be, he wanted to know what off the congressional books agency Price worked for. Alpha intended to hold her up. A trophy of sorts. For an American public already shocked and outraged by 9/11 Part 2. They were banking on the voting masses balking at a perceived government conspiracy. That people would rise up against the government lying about the attacks. Think about it. Toppling of the White House, a palace coup by the common man, the haves, those with guns and power and money, slaughtering the have-nots. Reduce America to a living hell like Liberia or Sierra Leone.
Why do that?
To cover their tracks. Put the fear of Armageddon in their wake. Take immediate heat off them. Long enough so they could vanish again. But who knows with Cramden? He's fucking sick. He's just in it for the money. The rest would just be gravy.
Where is the woman now, Turner?
I don't know. Thailand, Indonesia? In the bag. Encrypted.
Where's Cramden's next pit stop?
Jordan. Another Bank of Islam.
Bolan sensed he'd gotten all he could hear, his thoughts locked on a plan of attack.
Go on.
What?
Bolan drew a bead on his chest with the M16.
10 seconds, if you're a praying man.
I did. I prayed for money. It's walking out of here with you. Just do it.
Okay.
Cramden anticipated the next round of problems, but there was always a solution where there was will. He knew whatever deceit, violence, greed, lust, schemes, and so forth beat in the human heart or churned in the darkest corner of the mind always revealed themselves in due course. With few exceptions, most human beings were weak, lacking in self-control and discipline. All that was required to uncover the secret heart was patience, observation, listening. That, and being tuned in to what made others tick. Obviously, they didn't think he could hear them. Both Kurds and a few of his guys were mumbling among themselves as he stood in the doorway, rotor wash in his ears, staring out at the night blurring past the Chinook. It was galling enough being forced to blast the vault to shreds, bring it down on all the booty they couldn't carry, and the simmering anger he felt was burning a fast fuse toward wrath. Going in, luck holding, he figured to walk away with at least 1/3. 22 bags piled around the floor, and he was now hoping for 1/4, though he feared it was more like a 1/5, if that. He was lopping 1/3 of the haul off the top for himself and his surviving Alpha comrades. With Ramses, Sampson, and Dawson a memory, he figured his end fattened by another 5 to 7 million. Problem was, he still had buzzards to pay from the border to the Far East, SOBs with claws out, praying he was sure, to whatever god they believed in, he was still among the living. He turned to the malcontents, grateful if nothing else for the wind sweeping away the stink of blood, sweat, and the raw waste plastered all over the sewer rats.
Shut your holes. I'll deal with you in a moment. Garson, Woolly Mammoth, Tiny Tail. What is it?
The huge, long-haired, bearded mammoth stared intently at him.
All due respect, sir. We've been thinking.
Speak up, son. You're among friends here.
We walked away with what? Maybe 100 mil?
More like half that number, soldier, if we're lucky. And a few of you, despite my gentle rebuke, must have a bunch of whores waiting somewhere. Since about 4 of these bags are stuffed with a whore's best friend. I got 1 bag alone, half loaded with heroin for Superfly there.
They broke his stare, looking to each other, waiting for the other guy to pick up the ball.
Say it.
Garson showed a pair, sat up straight on his bag, squaring his shoulders.
Sir, we're down to 17 shooters. We lost half our force. Do we, sir, really need the next round?
Oh, you guys. I love you like sons. So I'll state the obvious, let you figure it out, and decide. First, the next job will not be near the total fuck-up we put behind us. It's just us and them. No booby traps, half the number of guns, but the same amount of bread. All cash. We're backed on this round by in-country forces. It should be in and out. You already know that. Second, I'm a whole lot older, been around this world long enough to know whatever you think you have now isn't enough. Sure, your cut looks sweet at the moment, now that you came through the fire. Now you're all nice and relaxed. Big dreams just around the corner from becoming reality. Time to party. 3, 5 years down the road, after you've pissed half or more of it away on a good time, which you have earned, then maybe sink the other half in cars, beach houses, boats. You'll be kicking yourself in the ass, wishing you'd listened to the old man here and gone the distance. I don't want guys who bunt or hit and run on my team. I only want the home run hitters. Guys swinging to drop that 500-footer in the upper deck.
Cramnon gave Acheron the nod. As his second-in-command made the move from behind the Kurds, Cramnon drew his Beretta. It was beautifully choreographed, details already worked out. Headshots down the line, Cramnon drilled a 9mm bullseye through the first Kurd, launching him off his back. Acheron pumped 2 lightning rounds into the backs of the skulls of Kurd 2 and 3 before they knew what was happening. 4 and 5 were leaping to their feet, bringing up the AKs when their brains were ventilated 2 ways. Cramnon let his troops chew on their shot for a few moments. Garson and Wooly smeared in fresh blood, a Kurd twitching out at their feet.
Holy fuck.
Acheron, throw that garbage off my chopper.
Got it.
He leathered the Beretta and looked at his rebellious sons as they fidgeted, glancing at each other.
Now, where were we?
Bolan had jumped into this war pretty much on his own, and he would finish it, however the outcome, solo. But even he knew he would need allies to guide him toward the finish line. He would need hardware, transportation, intel, some firepower from above while he hit the enemy from the ground. On the Satlink, while the Black Hawk was en route for the American air base at Incirlik, Bolan finished giving the news to Bagnola. In short order, he laid out his plan to the Big Fed, the farm already working on the encrypted papers he'd faxed along, while his crew chief examined the flight charts. The executioner told Bagnola what he needed. He already knew it would take time to iron out logistics, hours that could maybe stretch into a full day. Beyond getting Colonel Stone armed with a presidential directive, there would be official feathers getting ruffled along the way. Bagnola forced to play the game, but only up to a point, before he spelled out the facts of life to whatever brass desk jockey didn't like getting bumped to second string. He didn't like the coming delay, but the soldier knew he had to ride out sometime in limbo. There could be no mistakes from here on. He was so close now, right on the enemy's bumper. He could feel them out there, heading for Jordan, laughing all the way to the next Bank of Islam, middle finger to the world. He wasn't sure how he knew, but Cramnon and his Alpha Brigands had made it out of Ankara, figure a chopper ride, but they were in the wind. Time, though, was a luxury neither Bolan nor Price had. The good news was, Alpha would keep her breathing until they broke her.
He didn't think the lady would cave quick, but everyone had a breaking point, a horror, some deep sleeping fear that once discovered by a tortured ghoul would snap them. Forget the Hollywood nonsense. Matinee idols up there laughing off every kind of pain that could be inflicted while delivering the one-liners. Everyone had a point of no return. The executioner may go to some extraordinary distance himself under torture, but Bolan knew he was no exception. In the flesh, there were no supermen. The executioner waved a long silence on Bagnola's end.
Make it happen.
And he was gone. Bolan felt the miles pressing down, but there was time enough to get a second wind. He would need it. The worst was yet to come. Cramden watched his troops, all heads back in the game, file for their jet ride. The Alpha leader looked at what he was about to finish paying for, as 5 bags were dumped at the feet of the big shadow he knew as Brick. The sleek bird was an ultra-long-haul executive jet, the Gulfstream 5, good for 6,000 nautical miles. It was a record holder for distance without refueling, cruising altitude of 41,000 feet. For their purposes, the cabin had been gutted, with the exception of a wet bar, which had damn well better be fully stocked. Cramden fired up a smoke, nodded up the slope.
Is that necessary?
They were special ops, seasoned Terminators he'd worked with before. Now they were loosely attached to the coalition forces across the border in Iraq, in charge of their own operations, carte blanche to hunt any snakes that had slithered away during Gulf II. Problem was, as he spotted the armed shadows hunkered in roosts up the dark foothills of Ararat, they knew how he operated.
I don't know, you tell me. You made it, but no Turner or Hamsey, and there's radio silence from King Midas.
Cramden knew that. He took it for a red flag, anxious to get out of Turkey. He'd known Turner since Vietnam, didn't think or didn't want to believe after cleaning up a loose end he would just skip off with $4 million of the payoff money. Stranger things had happened.
I take a ride over to King Midas. What do you think I'll find there?
A couple of dead CIA ops.
Then you answered your own question, Cramden.
You bring my hardware?
It's on the bird. Your sat link, too. 6 bottles of Scotch whiskey I threw in.
Cramden didn't have time for a pissing contest.
You're a good man, Brick. But I get the feeling the booze isn't on the house.
He stared at the shadow, reading the eyes.
You want another bag.
Like you, I have retirement plans.
Cramden was tempted to start blasting away, but smiled, aware the home stretch was one sunrise away.
What the hell? I'm in a generous mood.
General Karim Fawani was having a great day, but the greatest of all blessings was yet to come. The sun was barely up over the Royal Military Palace on Hashmi Street in downtown Amman, but he was a habitual early riser these days. Beating the sunrise by 2-3 hours wasn't owed to virtue of clean living. Rather, it was the personal fortune he had amassed, about to multiply 20-fold, or, with luck, good planning and cunning, skyrocket him to multi-billionaire stature by day's end that swelled him with invigoration to greet the morning, a song in his heart. Thinking of the future, he decided the electric tingle was more euphoria akin to divine and eternal ecstasy than to any mortal savoring of good fortune. Paradise on earth belonged to him, his flesh made immortal by his own hand, his own wealth. He settled back in the deep cushion of his leather chair, lightly scraped his salt and pepper goatee with the blade of his rhino horn dagger. Life hadn't always been so blissful, but the son of a poor carpet weaver had early on understood the value of money, fleecing Western tourists with cheap trinkets, costume jewelry, potions he hawked on the sly as aphrodisiac elixirs, the goods always stolen from local merchants. Even when he'd been a boy, he suspected he was destined for greatness, the answer as simple as the willingness to follow through with ambition. Those who toiled with hand and followed the rules, and the tenets of Islam, stayed mired in poverty. Those who used their intelligence, knew how to maneuver even the most stubborn of human mules to do the dirty work, rose to the top. He stared beyond the enormous mass of his polished cedar desk, itching to share all this joy bubbling inside with one of his wives. Instead of a quick romp, he settled on admiring the white marble floor, frescoed with birds, flowers, and those white sandy beaches he no longer had to merely dream of, while waiting for the infidels to march through the massive gold-edged double doors. His Omani banker, in fact, had just informed him the cash down payment was delivered to the Saudi contractor, who would gladly begin construction for his palace compound in the Seychelles. His service in the Jordanian military intelligence power base had, at long last, perched him on a gilded throne. All that was left was to simply wade through the coming hours, best handled by suffering fools and barbarians gladly. With the tip of his jambaya, he carefully flicked a piece of lint off the white tie silk of his military blouse. The motion jangled the medals and gold-plated ribbons festooning his chest. Never mind he'd never fired a shot in anger on the battlefield. He stared at the blueprints to the Bashad Citadel compound, but his thoughts turned to the Seychelles. Perhaps marble flooring could be gilded with gold around the edges. Maybe the concrete at the bottom of the pool could be laced with embedded diamonds, perhaps some sapphires, rubies. Women loved their glittering gemstones. How large should he have his yacht built? 200? 300 feet? How many decks? Teak or mahogany? What to name it? Something simple, but majestic. His daydreaming was abruptly shut down as 7 mercenaries bowled through the doors. He was about to smile at the 2 massive nylon bags, the tribute that would surely take the sting out of their insulting entrance, then saw the filth they tracked and smeared as they marched over gleaming marble. They were drenched in sweat, and the black fabric of their combat suits was ripped and torn in spots, darker shreds revealing wounds. As they closed, he sheathed his dagger, then rose, wondering which of these animals would dare breach his domain reeking of human waste. He recognized only 2 mercenaries, and even then Fawani had to stare hard at Abaddon and Acheron. It had been years since he'd first arranged the operation with the infidels, when Red Crescent and the Bank of Islam were but a dream. They looked up at his soldiers, 12 M16s aimed on them from the circular balcony. Fawani, as supreme leader, forced himself to remain calm in the storm and waved a hand at the balcony. 2 mercenaries brushed past Abaddon and dumped the bags on his desk. They fanned out, flanking their leader. Carefully he considered his opening, perhaps an inquiry as to why there were only 2 bags. But these were dangerous beasts, and their assault rifles were shifting a noticeable few inches his way.
Ahmed, take these bags from my desk and put them through the money counters.
3 conditions, non-negotiable. 1, you keep your toy soldiers clear of my plane. In fact, you keep them all bunkered in the command post out there. 20 guns does not, in my mind, comprise a skeleton force, as you put it, but you can call and fix that. 2, my guy flies the Apache, my guy drives the truck. 3, you will accompany one of my men and wait for our return at my jet. You will be free to go once we are ready to fly out. Any questions?
This wait you speak of.
You won't be there long enough to break a sweat. If it makes you feel safer, bring a few of your flunkies to keep you company. Help yourself to the wet bar.
Most generous of you.
It stops there. Maybe you caught some Al Jazeera this morning?
I heard something about a terrorist attack in Ankara. 100 dead in the streets. Nerve gas. A military base leveled by an aircraft loaded with explosives. Nasty business.
That would be us.
But, of course.
Your answer.
Fawani spread his arms, smiling.
Why all the hostility? I accept.
He watched as Abaddon began perusing the blueprints.
Oh, one thing you should be aware of. There is a possibility they may have mined the inner sanctum.
That's nice. Enjoy the wet bar.
Abdullah Raghib couldn't take his eyes off the hole in the floor. The more he dwelled on the numbers, what he could do with all that cash, the deeper his anger burned. Close to 700 million down there after the recent truck delivery, with a single bulb illuminating the opening like a beacon, and the dream seemed to speak to him as if God called his name, commanding him to take it. He hefted the block of C4 and then carefully placed it on his desk. Another 100 pounds, all of which could be primed to activate with the radio remote at his fingertips. But the decision to disobey the order from his lieutenant to mine the cash was made weeks ago. Besides, the man was in Damascus, counting yet more cash for deposit here under his watchful eye. Decision time. Ambition and dreams were useless unless the holy warrior cut loose the lion inside, seized initiative to unite all Muslims in total jihad. Armies needed weapons. The more, and the bigger the punch, the better. And martyrs had families to be compensated when they went to paradise. No more floundering about then, waiting on whatever the marching orders, sitting on other men's riches, watching his own dreams evaporate like dew in the morning sun. Not only that, with each monthly and growing tribute, the general scarfed up for himself, no more. Whatever his decision, he knew his men were behind him. They were Jordanians, Syrians, a smattering of Fedayeen bounty hunters with American blood on their hands. But they all agreed they were the ones who should put the money to use for the glory of Islam. Better than sitting around, sipping tea all day, dreaming of jihad, while guarding all that wealth from vultures in uniform or armed thieves with greater ambition and greed than good sense. He picked up his AK-47 and then stood. He was looking at Jabal and Habib, two of his best soldiers, Syrians who had helped ambush American occupiers.
My brothers, quickly! Secure the perimeter!
Raghib hit the deck, rubble plowing through the Syrians. It was less than a fraction of a glimpse of the slender object, but he pressed his nose to stone, wrapping his arms around his head. The missile impacted on the far wall, the blast sucking the air out of his lungs in its fiery vacuum. The wait was about to pay off, far better than he could have hoped for. If nothing else, it might spare Bolan precious ammo when the time came to strike, depending on who and how many were grouped in the vicinity. Crouched at the rear on the port side of the tanker truck, the executioner waited for the lone demo man to make his way toward the last fuel Leviathan in line. M16, M203 in hand, he gave his surroundings a final check, quickly reviewed and assessed. Considering that roughly 2/3 of Jordan was nothing but barren desert, there wasn't much in way of cover all around the compass, and other than a few Bedouins riding around in Toyotas, the soldier could have been the last man on Earth. Only he wasn't. Cramnon and his Alpha Brigands had been made from above. As far as satellites and spy birds went, it was a plus the compound, on the west end of the Jordan Panhandle, was plopped down on open terrain. Bagnola had moved all the red tape mountains, nearly putting his own Gulf Stream right into the fumes trailing Cramnon's executive jet. Using a Special Ops coalition base at the Iraqi border, Bolan had been choppered in and dropped off. A 2-click hike at pre-dawn using a handheld GPS, and he found he'd been just in time to watch the enemy depart the premises in a Humvee caravan, one transport truck in tow, gone for their second bank job. From what he could tell, Cramnon had left 2 goons behind to watch their jet, the logical assumption being that was where their loot from the Ankara job was stored. Enter a demo man, mining the tankers, the ammo depot, 2 Blackhawks, a dab at the corner of the CNC building, his first stop. While he wandered and fixed the charges, Bolan had spotted his comrade rolling toward the squat CNC station with its sat dishes and antenna, the hard man waving a cell phone at uniformed Jordanian soldiers. Bolan made his move. The demo man was squatting, all smiles, pasting a fat gob of plastique under the rear wheel flap, checking the red light on his radio remote, when he sensed the threatening presence.
Huh?
He rose, clawing for his sidearm. Bolan's fist hammered straight into that hawkish beak. Bolan mashed his nose to pulp. Crimson streamed off the man's chin. Before he could scream, the executioner reached down, squeezed his throat in a vice-like grip.
Not if you can hear me.
His eyes popping with agony, he managed to bob his head.
Good. Tell Kremlin I'm coming for the woman. Tell him if he harms her to take a look at you. A nose job will be as painless as it will get for Kremlin. Repeat that.
Bolan loosened his hold, but the demo man had trouble pulling his thoughts together through the pain.
Your life depends on your memory.
Yeah. I understand.
Good.
The executioner took the radio remote, stood, and drilled a kick off the demo man's jaw. Tuned to the distant bickering, the executioner began retracing his steps, his retreat blocked by the line of tankers. When the demo man came back to painful reality, realized the keys to the fireworks were in the hand of his assailant, Bolan knew there was a chance he would simply disarm the charges or remove them. If it appeared that would happen, Bolan might just start the show without Cramden. However, the coming wait played out. The executioner banked on Cramden's greed and savage nature to get him back here in one piece. There was any number of possibilities, all of them worst case for the enemy. Three hellfires appeared to have eviscerated the guts of the Citadel.
Nice.
With luck, 2/3 of the standing force was taken out with the opening hellfire shockers. Alpha 2 had the task of mopping up from the front, closing their end of the vise on the inner sanctum. Almost home, getting closer with each yard, every bullet-riddled corpse.
Come on!
Cramden led the charge across the rear courtyard, punched through the smoking maw, tuned in to moaning, scuffling, hacking. And there he heard, then spotted, the reeling armed shadows fanned out in a neat line, human bowling pins just begging to get dropped. His M16 spitting left to right, he swept the stream of 5.56mm flesh eaters in sync with his squad, all of them nailing maybe 10 mauled as they staggered around the rubble that led to the inner sanctum. The shooting began to wither on all points as Cramden led the surge into the inner sanctum. He keyed his comlink.
Mammoth, sit rep.
Henley's down. No other casualties, sir.
Good. Loco? White Lightning?
The Apache has the fort under control up here.
Good flying, boys.
He stepped through the drifting smoke. It was over.
About time something was fucking easy around here. Secure the perimeter, boys. Get the bulldozer in here.
He found the C4 in the rubble, kicked around the pulp sack at his feet, and found the radio remote.
What the?
He doubted its range would reach all the way out into the desert, but he was sure it was enough to keep the Jordanians at bay until their truck was stuffed and they were on the joyride out of Amman. The stone slab leading to the tunnel was already up, inviting them to come down.
This is just too fucking easy.
Arming 2 frag grenades, he pitched them into the hole and pulled back.
Here comes the cavalry.
The shovelhead burst through smoke first. Acheron barreled the length of the transport into the sanctum.
Riker, Garson, start arming the C4 and bring it down. The rest of you, grab the body bags.
Acheron was out the door.
Hurry it up, ladies!
Cramden was already descending the short flight of steps. M16 parting the smoke, he found himself alone in the tunnel. He stared at dozens of pallets, wire bands holding down stacks of U.S. $100 bills that reached chest high.
Oh, holy shit!
He took the wire clippers from his hip. Stretched out on his stomach, M16 M203 at his fingertips, Mack Bolan weighed the setup,
gauging range to targets as the 4 Hummers and transport truck lumbered into view. A flick of the switch on the handheld detonator, and the red light flashed on. Beside the Stony Man warrior, mounted on a bipod, was the multi-round projectile launcher. Factory-made and hand-tooled at the farm by John Kissinger, the stainless steel weapon could pump out 7 81mm warheads in seconds flat. Kissinger had added laser sight and warheads with microchips that could home in on the beam. All Bolan had to do was line it up and adjust the azimuth to distance. It didn't appear he would have to strike up the band without his lead Savage. For whatever reason, Demo Man had shuffled back to the executive jet with Comrade in tow, both of them seeming to forget about the charges, the Jordanians retreating inside the C&C post, staying put. There had been no sign of those two since, but now they re-emerged. They lugged along a smallish figure in a white uniform by the elbow, a chest of medals on his blouse sparkling against the harsh sunlight, 2 armed soldiers in Jordanian colors falling in behind.
Game time.
Bolan started taking a rough head count as the Hummers braked, spooling dust over the C&C, 2 big men disgorging from the transport's cab. With his field glasses, the warrior framed the long-haired dark man first.
Come on, people! Move your asses!
It was Bolan's first look at Kramnin in the flesh. The Alpha leader didn't look anything like the photo in his Special Forces jacket, the few intel shots the farm had managed to scrounge up through various sources, but Bolan was familiar with the magic of plastic surgery. Bolan decided to wait to see how the drama played out. Sensing the mounting tension, he hoped the cannibals, in their greed and anger, began eating one another. It would make his butcher's work that much easier when he waded in, began cutting them down from the blind side. He watched as black body bags were tossed from the transport, dumped on the ground. Kramnin's cutthroats hefted them up, hustling off, strapped down as they were with what he figured was 200 to 300 pounds of loot in each load. Bolan began to further assess the situation. The fact Kramnin had left his jet far to the south, turbofans now whining to life and spewing dust, told Bolan the Alpha leader was expecting trouble from his Jordanian inside help, poised to turn the grounds into a raging inferno any second. Why his beasts of burden were made to haul the body bags about the length of a football field was a question mark. Bolan's hunch was Kramnin didn't want the sleek bird anywhere near the line of fire and coming conflagration. Putting himself in Kramnin's head, that made sense. Nice, clean getaway, leave behind another mess, laughing all the way. Before Mr. Clean wrenched his arms free of the escort, Bolan had a good idea who he was, but looked anyway. General Fawani, Bolan knew, had been under the microscope of American intelligence for some time. Somehow he doubted the general was as virgin pure as his press dress whites. Before the dust settled, the soldier intended to take the man off the CIA's rumor list as a supporter, arms dealer, and strategist for various Muslim extremist groups. Whatever his cut of the bank job, he could take it to hell. Nose job, Bolan then saw, got the avalanche rolling. The soldier didn't need to be a lip reader to see his message was delivered. He watched as Kramnin bared his teeth, eyes widening with rage, the Alpha leader looking set to shoot the messenger, when Fawani began flapping his arms, railing about something, cutting into the act. Bolan reached for the multi-round launcher.
Now what?
A small caravan of Humvees, flying the Jordanian flag, barreled onto the grounds from the west. An Apache warbird soared past the caravan. The executioner hugged the ground, aware his cover was flimsy at best. If they painted him on their screens, if they forced him to unload Little Dragon, bring it down with a warhead or two to the rotor blades, thus tip his hand.
Come on.
Suddenly, the Apache went into a hover, the pilot spinning it around, the 180 aiming chain gun and hellfires at the new arrivals. The pilot dipped the warbird down to near ground level. Bolan spotted Fawani breaking away from Kramnin, waving his arms and shouting at the Humvees.
Stop!
Stop right there! Stop! Yahawal!
The executioner looked back at Cramnon, bent on keeping him painted on his own screen, just in time to find the Alpha leader's M16 flaming a short burst. Nosejob hit the ground.
They're breaking under the strain.
Bolan turned his sights on the Apache. The flyboy had settled the warbird nearly on top of the tankers. Picture perfect. It couldn't get any better than that, the executioner decided, and picked up the hell box.
What's going on here, Cramnon? Fuck 'em all! Let's just fuck 'em all!
Calm the hell down right now!
Anger and panic mounted into a whirlwind of babble and confusion, his ears buzzing with the noise of men on the edge of erupting into blind violence. Even Cramnon suddenly felt a twinge of deepening anxiety, corkscrewing to fear the more he stood in front of the transport, chewed on the message, scoured the desert. Cramnon then stared down at Tupler, formerly of NEST, Nuclear Emergency Search Team, when the warning bells clanged even louder. He was forgetting something critical, racking his thoughts, wondering what he was overlooking at the moment.
What is it?
He was becoming angry with himself, but not knowing why. Aware only that all it took was one mistake at this juncture, and all of them were 86th from a world of dreams they had forged through blood, guts, balls, and sheer iron warrior will. He nearly sounded a bitter laugh, recalling how the second heist had been easy as swatting a fly. Now this hemorrhoid, this potential unknown human aneurysm about to blow the gasket on his world. He held his ground. Strange how he found it all intriguing, hanging there, waiting for the hammer to drop. They were humping bags as fast as they could.
Stand fast! Yahawal! Everything is under control!
Despite Fawani's placating words, Cramnon could feel the storm coming. Impossible, he thought, searching the endless desert, north, south, and east. One guy, or so the late and unlamented Tupler claimed, had breached the perimeter, which by itself was no great feat, since any Bedouin could wander in with his camel. Had to be a whole frigging strike team out there, but where? The sea of baking sand and grit was broken up in spots by brush, rocky tables, little dips and gullies carved out by Mon nature. Then there was heat shimmer, obscuring any clean surveillance. He could stand there all day and never know who or how many phantom gunmen were out there, hunkered down until they announced themselves by cutting loose with automatic weapons and whatever other hardware at their disposal. He felt the hackles rise on the back of his neck, wondering if a ghost sniper had him framed right then in crosshairs. Whoever the SOB, he'd mashed his man's nose in and sent Tupler on bended knee with a message that still galled him, sparking anger to his bones as he ran the words back through his head. Whoever the mystery man, he knew the woman, wanted her back, not a scratch on her beautiful ivory model's hide. Take a look at Tupler, as painless as his punishment would get if the woman was harmed. Oh, but who was this ballsy, rotten friend, lover, co-worker? Which, if his suspicions panned out on the latter about the woman, he was some sort of black ops. The warning bell slammed into a gong as he wandered his stare over the Apache, the warbird tucked up against the tankers. Fear shooting toward panic, Cramnon moved like a bullet, frisking Tupler head to toe. Heart thundering in his ears, he spotted Blackbeard, the second half of his troops hustling back for another load. Cramnon rolled up to it.
The detonator box, where is it?
The world seemed to spin in his eyes as he sensed the SOB watching, perhaps even enjoying the show, the terror he'd created.
Oh, fuck!
He locked eyes on the Apache, flickered his stare to the tankers.
Hey, somebody! Get that truck out of here!
Bolan saw the sky raining fire and brimstone all over the compass and hugged the earth. He heard wreckage whistling with the flames pelt the ground before him. The Apache was hurled in the direction of the Jordanian motor pool. Earth shaking, sky blazing, Bolan hauled over Little Dragon. Searching the burning wasteland for Kremlin, the soldier found the brigand's bank on wheels, taking hits from flaming bats of various sizes. Canvas, baked bone dry by the heat and sun, ignited like fire leaping from a propane grill. Flaming human comets were zigzagging, thrashing on the ground down there. Bolan spotted another torch job as he leaped from the transport's bed. Incredibly, that fiery human meteor was clutching a booty bag as he hit the ground, thrashing. Bolan was disgusted, angered by the sight, but he wasn't the least surprised. The executioner readied Little Dragon to add yet more grief to all that wailing and gnashing of teeth.
The bags, Acheron! Get the goddamn bag!
Kremlin saw Acheron hesitate, smoke boiling over his craggy mug, flames licking at him from the bed. The shrieking of those torched already by raining fire were a lancing din in his ears.
I said get the bags!
It was unbelievable, he thought, sickened by more than just the stink of roasted flesh. It was beyond all comprehension, beyond all horror, his wrath shooting to new meteoric heights not even he imagined himself capable of feeling. They'd walked with the mother lode, 50 bags altogether. A conservative guess put each individual load between 7 to 10 million. He was thinking at least 15 to 20 loads could be saved before the truck blew, or the SOB responsible for this disaster decided to throw another fastball aimed for his face. The Alpha leader was rolling toward 4 bags, smoldering and dumped on smoking earth, when the warning bells klaxoned in his skull, louder than ever. The truck's topped-out fuel tank was sure to blow. On the march to grab whatever he could off the ground, he witnessed flames engulfing the rig, top to bottom, stem to stern, in a racing dance that seemed to have angry life all by itself.
Son of a bitch!
3 bags came hurtling from the bed.
Son of a bitch!
Acheron came flying out of the smoke next. He hit the ground rolling, slapping at his shoulders where miniature bonfires were eating fabric.
Fuck him.
Kremlin decided to leave his comrade to smother the fire his own damn self, as he got busy stomping out flames, trying to devour their way through the closest bag. He hefted up his load and turned to bolt.
Grab as many bags as you can, people!
Maybe 3 or 4 fiery things he then saw, gyroscoped before collapsing beneath smoke so black and thick, Kremlin didn't think he could find a cruise ship inside those palls.
Garson?
Looking over his shoulder, Kremlin spotted the kid, or what was left of him. No arm, legs chewed to crimson ruins, and half his face sheared to the bone, with Garson pumping out blood by the quart.
Could you help me? Could you please help me, Kremlin?
I could.
Kremlin left him to bleed out. At that point, whatever plunder could be salvaged far outweighed the lives of whoever was left standing. M16 in one hand, grappling to hold the load on his shoulder, and fanning the sea of fire in search of the bastard who dropped the sky on him, Kremlin weaved a path, little better than a snail's pace. With a lumbering 180, he took a bag count.
10? That's it? 10?
He decided if he had his finger on the doomsday button right then, he'd just as soon vaporize the whole sorry lot of 6 billion on the planet. Just who was the stupid sack of walking feces who claimed no man was an island anyway? He was about to face front when he glimpsed the streaking blur, a slender meteor homed in on the transport.
Son of a bitch!
A shockwave was bowling him down to eat dirt before he knew it. For several moments, as unforgiving objects banged off his shoulders, he feared he would pass out. His troops were sure at that point to pass him by, worried only about their own hides and whatever cut of loot they could carve out of his end. With no help from the others, he staggered to his feet, took another quick bag count. Blood and sweat in his eyes, Kremlin saw Blackbeard reeling from out of yet another firestorm, his head engulfed in a flaming halo.
Son of a bitch!
Acheron bulled Blackbeard and somehow wrestled the bag off his shoulder.
Give it back, you bastard. You bastard.
Fuck you and die!
Acheron soon moved on with his twin burden, leaving Blackbeard to do as he had commanded. Cramnon felt his shuffle grind to a halt. He felt his rage melt to sickening frustration. He turned away just as the transport's fuel ignited.
Son of a...
The answer hit him as he found his jet ride, waiting and unscathed. One last angry search down that ocean of fire, thinking he spotted an armed and upright figure rolling behind the flames. Cramnon knew he'd make it out of here. He knew why, and he knew exactly what he had to do. General Fawani heard himself sobbing. The pain so intense, he vomited again. On his elbows, his legs trailing him like two blocks of wood, he dragged himself ahead. 2 feet of crawling, and he began retching at the overpowering fumes of his own vomit, the ripe stench of cooking meat, and the stink of loosed bowels sliming around inside the seat of his trousers, trickling down useless dead weight. Through stinging tears, he looked at the gnarled flesh before him, his hands little more than charred stubs, the flesh on his fingers seeming to melt off bone before his eyes. Even worse, his face and head were burning up against a squalling wind that felt as if it washed and seared him with all the heat from a blast furnace. He was terrified that whatever hideous injuries he now found, far worse disfigurement awaited his eyes if and when he ever looked into a mirror again. Fawani buried his head in his hands. He looked up, hoping someone was still alive somewhere, close enough so they could help him. He would pay whoever came to save him all the money they wanted.
What is that?
With one clubbed mitt, he slapped at blood and sweat in his eyes, straining to focus on something that appeared to float on heat shimmer just beyond the next barrier of flames. No, not something, but someone.
Help me, please.
Whoever it was, the general watched him drift through the smoke and flames, the tall, dark figure seeming to part the fire with his very presence. But he sensed a presence closing on him. He saw the boots next, and slowly panned up the figure. He felt his eyes widen at the sight of the M16 with fixed grenade launcher. For some reason, perhaps it was the way in which the figure stopped, not calling to him or reaching down to help, he felt hope fading. One of his own soldiers would have surely helped him, at least spoken by now.
Abaddon!
One of his jackals? No. If they were still alive, they wouldn't bother with any course of action but escape.
Please, I have money. Name your price. Help me. Save me.
He felt the muscles in his neck twist in pain as he fought to lift his head. Why didn't he speak? Why did he just stand there?
Please.
Another inch or so, raising his chin. There. He wanted to bring the face into view, but felt his stare freeze on the dark stranger's eyes. They were 2 orbs, ice blue, but burning down with some unspoken thought. Or what? Judgment?
Please, I'll give you anything. All the money you could possibly want. Just help me. Please. Just...
He saw the M16 rise up.
What are you? No, please, no! Please!
Unless they changed plans, Acheron knew they were sunk, and he wasn't in any big hurry to cut the world's population by 1 by stepping off the planet.
Not when there were the spoils of the heist of the ages to spend, his cut of the job sure to land him in the exclusive company of high price tag prostitutes. And there would be a sea of booze, every rich man's toy he could dream of owning, and then some.
Later.
The pressing dread question at the moment was where it all went from here. Land, air, or sea, he feared the end was coming. Next question, then, was how to stave off the inevitable, get his kicks while the getting was still good. But do what exactly, he wondered? Chart a new course? Buy their own third-world dung heap somewhere along the way to the Far East? Follow through with Cramnin's blackmail ace of spades? Purchase a couple of nukes instead of a cache of V6? Maybe bargain for an ICBM or two, warheads packed with anthrax, smallpox, or botulin? Think the North Koreans they were supposed to meet when they landed in Malaysia would throw in a little extra something for old time's sake, seeing as Alpha had sweetened their own WMD pot in the past? Fat chance, he thought. Pyongyang was greedier, more power-hungry, and every bit as vicious as the lot of them put together. Hell no, he didn't have the answer, and it sure looked to him as if Cramnin didn't either. Sucking down another fat swallow straight from the whiskey bottle, Acheron stared ahead, wondering where it was all headed, but feared he knew the answer in that regard already. It was going to hell. It was just a question of when and where the hammer would fall. Another one down the hatch to take some more sting out of the burns on his shoulders and back of the neck. He started wondering where the smack was stashed. Cramnin might have liked pain as the great motivator, but he was no fan of that concept. He needed a heavy dose of some good stuff, heroin sure to do the trick, drift away, forget the pain and the nerve-wracking uncertainty of the future. Before him, his back to the cockpit door, he looked at the bag stuffed into the cabin, knowing it was buried somewhere. Wedged into the bulkheads, port to starboard, the pile nearly touched the ceiling, just about standing room only. Deciding he didn't have the energy to start tearing through the loads, he shifted his weight on the bag he used for a stool. Damn. He stared at his smoke. Everything in the plane seemed somehow to hurl his anger and fear back in his face. The more he drank, the deeper his anger burned. How many hours now had they been in the air? How many time zones crossed? Since refueling at the prearranged pit stop in Sri Lanka, 2 bags handed over to some greasy general from Colombo, reality took on a shadowy blur. They weren't even 10 minutes in the air, zipping across Iraq, when they picked up the first fighters. The jets might be long gone now, but they were the biggest damn red flag he'd ever seen. Big Brother knew, and he would shadow them to the ends of the earth. Worse, he was sure they'd be waiting when they touched down on the other end. Then what? Go down in some last stand blaze? All that dying on their feet like lions crap Cramnin threw at them no longer cut it. It all boggled his mind now. They had started out with 34 guns, a lot of them kids in comparison to the original Alpha 6. Now they were down to 8 shooters, just in case Cramnin had any more dreams on tap. What would prove fatal delusions of grandeur? Acheron looked at Tiny Tim.
Oh. Shit.
The former Army Ranger's limp weight slid down a few bags, jaw slack, eyes wide. The kid looked as if he were amused or relieved. Wherever he was now, Acheron wondered if Tiny was laughing at all of them, anxious for the rest of his comrades to join him in hell.
Nice knowing you, buddy.
He pulled his M16, cocked and locked, an inch closer to his leg. Cramnin was losing it. No shrink needed to tell him that. Acheron watched his eyes flicker back and forth like pinballs, nose to glass, that 1,000-yard stare searching for phantoms in the clouds.
Damn.
Acheron never thought he'd see the day, but one SOB had rattled the man's cage. Thinking back to the carnage in the Jordanian desert, he was positive, as hard as it was to stomach, that only one man had sent them running, tails tucked for the first and for him the last time. Beyond the money, he still had his pride.
Too late for hindsight. Whoever the nameless, faceless shooter, he had a bad gut feeling they would see him again. The one-man wrecking crew wanted the woman back. 101 ifs shot to mind, the biggest of which was, would they even be in such dire straits if they'd left the woman alone in the first place? In that spooky way he had of making others think he could, in fact, read minds, Acheron found the Alpha leader suddenly looking at him, measuring. He turned to the others, pinning them with a look Acheron read loud and clear. You're either with me or you're gone.
Fuck that. It's time to bail. Take the money and run, Acheron. Take the money and run.
Hold it together, Barbara. Hold it together.
It could have been anywhere from 1 to 2 days she'd been shoved into the darkness of a corner room in the bamboo and thatch hut. With no light, she thought she could measure time by the ebb and flow of wild birds cawing, the howls and screams of monkeys, the chatter of insects beyond the wall. But the racket of the rainforest outside, she discovered, didn't hold to any single pattern. All the eerie noise filtering into the room, near unabated, with brief periods of diminished crescendo. Night or day, what difference did it make? No idea where on earth she was, but her mind was set to make a move, to do something. Even still, Barbara Price clung to hope that help was on the way, but she figured to help herself in the meantime. It was a jungle out there, that was about all she knew, but the animals were right under the roof. 3 of them, to be exact. A dark-bearded man in a silk suit jacket she took for Middle Eastern. Then the 2 pilots, the cocky one with the perpetual leer, who fancied himself a swordsman, no doubt, checking in on her 2, sometimes 3 times a day. He'd bring her a canteen, mangoes, and broth laced with fish meat, then hover around. She could almost read his mind. Whatever restraint kept him chained, Cramden most likely, was cracking with each swaggering entrance, every one of those "hey baby" smiles. The sick bastard, he kind of reminded her of her ex-husband, another wandering wannabe swordsman. Well, she was no damsel in distress, no fawn frozen in the headlights. Next time swordsman wanted to lay on the charm, "Thanks to you, everything is more than fine."
What?
She heard a voice beyond the door. She stood listening, stretching a moment to work out the kinks in her legs and arms.
Swordsman?
"Stay here with us. Do not leave us." He seemed to be talking to himself. That meant the other 2 were outside, perhaps sitting in the jet, or maybe taking one of the 4 jeeps she'd seen near the dirt runway slash through the jungle out for a spin. She didn't trust whatever sound she heard swordsman make, thinking he was on the verge of snapping, ready to bull into the room. Alone in the jungle, she sensed the pilot would just as soon let dark animal impulses take over, despite the fear of Cramden. She tried the wooden handle. It lifted from the catch, the door parting an inch or so. Her heart raced. Sure, they were setting her up, making any possible escape look too easy, daring her to try. Or perhaps not, in their arrogance thinking her too scared, too weak, and definitely too female. She pinned the direction of swordsman's voice.
"But let the devil return safely, for truly Cramden is your creature, Lord. He must be returned into our welcoming bosom."
To her immediate right, then, parting the door a few more inches, hope, desperation, and anger coiling her limbs into a giant spring.
Crazy bastard's praying.
"We must have the money, Lord. We must. Hear your servant."
To hell with this.
She went through the door, found him on his knees, back turned. He was unclasping his hands, head swiveling as Price gathered steam, cut the 6-foot distance in 2 shakes. She saw swordsman's smile start to rise, reaching for the shoulder-holstered Beretta, expression and slow-motion move telling her this was nothing he couldn't handle. Propelled by anger and disgust, she drilled him a kick, square up under his jaw. Whether weakened by exhaustion or the blow delivered with such unthinking savage force, Price lost her balance. She was on her back, scrambling to her feet. Bitch. Swordsman's arm swept through her ankle. She was down again, lashing out with a kick when he fell on her like an enraged wild beast, blood and spittle spraying her face. He straddled her and pinned her to the floor. Price thrust her bound hands up. She dug her fingers into eyes lit with savage intent. He grabbed one hand, tearing it away.
Oh, damn you! Oh, you bastard!
She was sure the other eye was all but plucked. The open hand slap flew out of nowhere. It slammed her flush on the cheek, blasting bells in her eyes. A hand was wrapped around her throat next, the bastard squeezing the life out of her, the air seeming to vacuum back into her lungs. She threw her hands up, clawing for the other eye, determined if she was going to die like this at this bastard's hand, he would rue the moment in seething hate, trapped in a dark world the rest of his miserable life. She was fading, dying quick, she knew, the world fading to a shimmering blur. She felt the hot spray of blood on her face. The dead weight collapsed on her. Rolling the body off her, Price looked up and found half of Swordsman's prayers had been answered.
Happy landings, Colonel.
Geronimo. Time to end this.
The mountain had been moved. Whether it was simple arrogance, a feeling of supreme invincibility, or a subconscious death wish on their part, Bolan didn't know or care. But the enemy had practically drawn a map, complete with signs pointing the way. Between the farm breaking Cramnan's coded flight charts, Bagnola and the man marshalling every available military and intelligence resource in Southeast Asia, the executioner had nearly dropped in on their back door at the end of a 600-foot combat jump from the C-130, landing at the edge of a mangrove swamp near the Perak River. With clear skies the past 18 to 20 hours over the Perak state of Malaysia, satellite imagery had painted the way, layout of the enemy lair, and numbers. Whatever local authorities they'd greased to carve out their base here in the jungle, Bolan thought, their money wouldn't save them. Whatever their dreams, they'd never see them become reality. With the long ride from Jordan to get it here over, the end was upon his enemies. With two-thirds of the Malayan peninsula shrouded in jungle, it was believed to be the oldest rainforest known to man, dating back some 130 million years, a Methuselah in the span of eons against South America and Africa. This was where Bolan determined to lay waste to the rest of the most evil SOBs he'd come up against in recent or even distant memory. The executioner had come to bring lamentation enough to spare the damned who'd gone before them. His first target came wandering toward the motor pool, M16 leading his stroll. A crouching lion in thick prehistoric vegetation, Bolan went utterly still. M16 M203 piece on the ground, the commando dagger in hand. The soldier knew he was invisible at the edge of the jungle, a ghost in black war paint, one with the night. Brigand 1's comrades were out there on the dirt runway.
Move your ass and hump some of these bags!
I'm coming! Hold your horses!
4 shadows were outlined in cabin light, a string of flares going down the runway toward the Quonset hut. Bolan already had his next move mapped out. Brigand 1 ignored his pals, 2 of them lumbering off with double loads.
Lazy bastard!
Fuck you!
Bolan read the face. He knew the hard man's animal instincts warned him he wasn't alone. It had been close, mining the 4 jeeps with a gob each of C4, silently melting back into the jungle before Brigand 1 decided to come to seal his doom. He started on the far side of the motor pool, peeking and bobbing, weapon fanning this way and that. The hard man was working his way down the line when Bolan pitched a stone about the size of his hand. It bounced off the rear end of the jeep closest to his ambush point. Sure, he knew it was an old ploy, but there was never anything cute or tricky about killing the enemy. and death was never pretty. There was a slim chance the mark was playing him, maybe having thought he spotted him in the brush, ready to pivot and sweep the jungle with a long spray of automatic fire. He didn't think so. Bolan was a master at making himself invisible to the enemy, but he was ready just the same, the slightest stiffening of shoulders, a flicker of eyes his way.
Huh?
Bolan waited until he wheeled around the front end, staring at empty space. He lunged at him from behind. Slamming an open hand under his jaw, knees speared into his lower back and jerking his head up, the executioner drove razor-sharp steel across his throat. There was a predictable instinctive reaction, his victim losing the assault rifle, grabbing at the hand that locked his jaw. By then, he was dead on his feet, legs kicking around in a convulsing dance step, blood gushing from the yawn slashed deep ear to ear. The executioner set him down, wiped off the blade on the pant leg, twitching out the final spasms. Blade tucked back in shin sheath, sights set on the next batch, Bolan retrieved his M16 and slung it. Drawing the sound-suppressed Beretta 93R, he walked away from the motor pool. No hurry. One of the boys. The arguing he had heard several minutes ago, lashing out from the open doorway at the hut, was reaching new, angry levels.
I don't give a shit. Either he carries his own weight or he gets nothing.
Fuck you! You know we've all carried our own weight. Anybody who survived Ankara deserves their fucking share.
One of Cramden's cutthroats, you saw, was crouched in the jet's cabin hatch, taking a smoke break, while the others trudged on with their burden. Bolan watched the gold-bricker look his way, shaking his head.
Shit, I'm just here to fly the plane, not play wet nurse to these shitheads who don't want to pull their weight.
He went back to smoking.
Hey, do I fucking know you from...
One eye on the lit entrance to the hut, Bolan angled toward the three mules. The trailing beast of burden was turning.
I tell you what, I can't wait to be done with these assholes. I'm going straight to Bangkok.
The executioner pumped around through his skull. 4 and 5 on the hit parade obviously heard the crunch of dead weight behind.
What the
They were dropping their loads, in the act of either grabbing for sidearms or shouting a warning when Bolan doused their lights. 2 clean headshots, 5 down. Quickly, Bolan retreated to the jet. There was another sleek bird parked just beyond the motor pool to mine, but decided to leave that one alone. Too far, the doomsday numbers ticking. If they came out now and discovered the bodies. He hoped the enemy held their ground inside the hut. Maybe another minute or so of the savages stating their case to one another, and Bolan would end all heated discussion. Price didn't need to be out there in the hut to know they were on the verge of killing one another. She had been tossed back into her dark cage by Cramden, her hell-spawned savior, who cuffed her feet together and vowed a coming lengthy discussion. She listened to the angry exchange. She counted 5 voices going back and forth. Say they did start shooting. Then what? Greed and anger and something about a plan with North Koreans falling through were pushing them fast and hard toward the breaking point. Could she get so lucky they'd all kill one another? If there were any prayers to be said, that's what she'd ask some divine intervention for.
It's over, Cramden.
It's over when I say it's over, Acheron. Now why don't you just go suck down some more whiskey and leave the North Korean problem to me?
Oh, you're a beauty. There is no North Korean problem, Chief, because the gooks were turned away by a squadron of American fighters. No VX card for you to play, Cramden. No more showing off who's got the biggest pair on the block.
Sir, with all due respect, I have to agree.
Shut your face, soldier. If I want your opinion, I'll squeeze some shit out of your head. And why aren't you outside helping your teammates?
Sir?
One more word out of you, I think you know who's going to end up with your cut, and how.
Gentlemen, please.
The Arab, she thought, was trying to play peacemaker. Then the 5th wheel chimed in.
Hey, our deal was to fly your jet, Cramden. I don't need the circle jerk.
I just want my money, and I'll take Loverboy's cut since he obviously won't need it.
Please, enough already. Why do we not just divide the money?
I'm taking my share, Cramden. I'm walking. You have a nice life, and do not get in my way. Do not lift that rifle the first inch.
Acheron.
Mr. Cramden, if it's VX you desire, I can procure some for you. I have contacts in Syria. If that fails, it can be made from scratch. You need what? Basic ingredients are simple pesticide for starters?
No, he wants the blonde cupcake he's got caged up over there.
Fuck you, Acheron.
She braced for the sound of auto fire, ready to hit the floor as stray bullets came tearing through the wall. The jungle beyond the walls thundered.
Oh my God!
What the fuck?
I'm out of here!
They were a bunch of panicked animals, cornered. She didn't need to see the bedlam, the blasts, or the coming slaughter to know the identity of the Night Slayer there to drop the hammer on her captors. For the first time in days, Barbara Price smiled. After he heard everything he needed to know, the executioner lit up the motor pool. The radio signaled to the prime charges, likewise blowing one wheel off the bird that still stored a fat load of their bank, the starboard side drooping to burrow wing into runway. Bolan threw himself around the edge of the doorway, holding back on the M16's trigger. Nothing tricky, nothing fancy, just blaze away, chop them down. Rolling thunder warning them their world was all but going up in flames, no hope of escape. There was enough paralysis by shock and fear to grant Bolan 2 heartbeats of an edge. 5 targets altogether. Cramden hesitated another moment.
Where is the bastard? Where the fuck is he? Now I gotcha!
Cramden prepared to cut loose with his M16. The problem was, the big alpha hardman with ridges for eyebrows was in the line of fire.
No! Cramden, wait!
But Cramden didn't bother to shoot around him, mowing him down instead. A dark guy in silk was hopping in retreat, Bolan glimpsed, the soldier shuffling to the other side of the doorway as rounds chewed up the jam he'd vacated. The fancy dancer's arm shot up.
Please don't shoot!
What the hell with that?
Tracking on, he saw Cramden's comrade rise up, the M16 flaming in his hands.
You son of a bitch! You tried to kill me!
Fuck you!
They were shooting it out at near point-blank range when Bolan gave them a helping hand out of the world. Washing a few rounds over the back of the skull in the path of his own line of fire, Bolan kept pouring out the lead tempest. Cramden was jerking back, taking hits high in the chest.
Dance, you bastard! Dance!
Acheron finally fell in the hail, leaving only Cramden. The Alpha leader's auto fire sprayed the room and ceiling as the hits kept on pounding him. Then he exploded through the wall, tumbled on for a vanishing act into the night.
Kiss my ass!
Let's make this final.
A fresh clip slammed home. Bolan decided to leave no doubt. The executioner walked to each body, pumped a round into each head. Cramden felt the fire racing down the length of his body. Pain was good, though. Pain told him he was still alive. In the game. There was hope yet he could make it out of here. If that meant crawling along through the jungle with one bag to a village, he could buy all the help he needed. With the others dead, he could come back for the rest. Hope. All he had to do was reach his weapon, loose a 40mm round from the M203, and bring down the hut. Blast the area dead ahead where the woman was caged. Whoever the big dark bastard, it was clear his crusade was all about the woman. No problem, he could have her. The nameless adversary didn't know it, but he'd actually done him a huge favor by taking out the rest of the buzzards. Cramden relished the taste of the blood in his mouth, the sound of the wheezing in his ears. A lung was punctured, but he'd been shot worse before. He was gifted like that. He reached out, wrapped his hand around the M16. He lurched the weapon up to blow down the hut, finger itching up to slip around the M203's trigger, when he sensed the presence rolling up behind.
The last laugh is mine, you bastard.
The hell it is. Good riddance.
Bolan wouldn't deny the money did matter. It had taken time, retrieving his satlink, placing all the right calls, but now the night had passed, and a new day was dawning over the jungle. Choppers and twin-engined Cessnas were on the runway, choking the landing strip, Bagnola's hand-picked team securing the bags. Bolan had already counted them. The big Fed had put him in charge of watching the final money tally when they reached the DEA-CIA base of operations in Thailand. When that was done, it would be shipped back to the Justice Department. The soldier didn't know how much cash, gems, jewels, and heroin Alpha had seized, but the message on Bagnola's end was clear. There would be no Kremlins on his team. As for the narcotics, they would either be incinerated or dumped into the DEA's lab for future stings. It was blood money, the warrior knew, but it would now be put to other uses than engineering mass murder. Small comfort for the families of victims on the home front and Turkey, but a good portion of the cash would go toward a victims fund Bagnola was setting up.
Funny how things work out.
The soldier left them to their chore. There was a brave lady waiting for him on the late enemy's undamaged Gulf Stream. As he walked to the jet, Bolan wondered where the world was headed. Times had changed, and he couldn't but think for the worst. The list of ills consuming the human race was too long to contemplate right then, weary as he was. But he was also relieved, looking forward to an idyllic stretch of paradise along the Sea of China, enjoyed with someone he cared about.
Ow. Ouch.
Yes, he decided, there was always hope it could turn around, as long as there were a few good men and women left who wanted more than the fleeting temptations of the world. Or was it all just a fool's wish? Maybe, maybe not. Someone had to try. Someone had to keep going, fight to make a difference. If not, then it all meant nothing. Man was just an animal, crabs in a barrel, destined to forever pull each other down. He boarded the jet and found Barbara sitting, thinking her own thoughts.
So, how was your day?
Oh, you know. Same old, same old.
Office politics?
Tell me about it.
She smiled. It came from the heart, and Bolan thought the look was worth far more than all the money in the world.